Chapter 3 Guardians. Haviland Tuf found the Six Worlds Bio-Agricultural Exhibition to be a profound letdown. He had passed an entire tedious day on Braslorn, trudging through the vast, echoing exhibition halls, occasionally stopping to grant a perfunctory glance to some novel grain hybrid or a genetically refined insect. While the Ark's cell library contained cloning material for millions of plant and animal species from countless worlds, Tuf remained ever vigilant for opportunities to augment his inventory. Yet little on display at Braslorn struck him as particularly worthwhile, and as the hours dragged on, he grew both weary and irritable amidst the shoving, apathetic crowds. The place was a swarm of bodies, vagabonder tunnel farmers clad in heavy maroon furs, flamboyantly plumed and scented Orini landholders, grim nightsiders and their vibrantly dressed Evernoon counterparts from New Janus, and an overwhelming number of native Braziline. They all generated a distressing amount of noise and tended to fix him with openly curious stares as he moved among them. More than once, someone jostled against him, prompting a deep frown to settle upon his elongated face. Eventually, desperate for a respite from the masses, Tuf concluded he was hungry. He edged his way through the fairgoers with an air of dignified displeasure and finally exited the soaring, 5-story Pitolan exhibit hall. Outside, a line of hundreds of vendor stalls had sprung up between the major buildings. The man selling pop onion pies appeared the least besieged of the nearby options, and Tuf decided a pop onion pie was precisely what he desired. "Sir," he addressed the vendor, "I wish to purchase a pie." The pea-man was a portly, pink-cheeked individual wrapped in a stained apron. He opened his heating unit, reached in with a gloved hand, and produced a steaming pastry. As he slid it across the counter to Tuf, he stared openly. "Oh," he remarked, "you're a sizable fellow." "Indeed, sir," replied Haviland Tuf. He took the pie and consumed a bite with stoic detachment. "You're not from around here?" the pea-man observed. "Not from anywhere close, I'd wager." Tuf finished the pie in 3 efficient bites and wiped his greasy fingers on a napkin. "You have a gift for stating the apparent, sir," he said. He raised a long, killoosed finger. "Another, please." Slightly chastened, the vendor retrieved a second pie without further comment, allowing Tuf to eat in comparative quiet. As he appreciated the flaky crust and the sharp, savory filling, Tuf observed the churning crowd, the rows of vendor booths, and the 5 immense halls dominating the view. When he had finished, he turned back to the peaman, his expression as inscrutable as always. "Sir, a question if you would." "What's that?" the other man said brusquely. "I observed 5 exhibition halls," stated Haviland Tuf. "I have toured each in sequence." He gestured. "Braslorn, Vale Arene, New Janus, Vagabond, and this one, Tolla." Tuf folded his hands neatly over his prominent stomach. "5, sir. 5 halls, 5 worlds. Being a stranger here, I may be missing some nuance of local custom, yet I am puzzled. In other regions I have visited, an event naming itself the Six Worlds Bio-Agricultural Exhibition would logically feature contributions from 6 worlds. Clearly, that is not the situation here. Perhaps you could provide some illumination on the matter." "Nobody showed up from Namor." "Indeed," said Haviland Tuf. "On account of the troubles," the vendor added as if that explained everything. "All becomes clear," said Tuf. "Or if not all, then at least a part. Perhaps you would be so kind as to furnish me with another pie and elaborate on the nature of these troubles. I am, if nothing else, an inquisitive man, sir. It is my great failing, I fear." The pie-man pulled his glove back on and reopened the hot box. "You know what they say? Curiosity works up an appetite." "Indeed," said Tuf. "I must confess that particular phrase is unfamiliar to me," Tuf replied. The vendor's brow furrowed. "Wait, no, I mixed it up. It's curiosity born from hunger, that's the saying. Doesn't matter. My pies will settle that." He slid a steaming pastry across the counter. "Ah," said Haviland Tuf, accepting it. He took a deliberate bite. "Please, continue your account." And so the pie seller launched into a meandering, detailed story about the crises plaguing the water world, Namor. He spoke of disrupted trade routes and vanished fishing fleets, his voice dropping to a whisper when describing strange shadows seen beneath the waves. "So you understand," he finally summed up, wiping his hands on his apron, "why the exhibition was canceled. With everything happening, there wasn't much left to show off. Naturally, said Haviland Tuf, dabbing a crumb from his lip with a fastidious finger. Aquatic terrors are notoriously disruptive. Namur hung in the void, a solitary sphere of deep emerald swirled with faint golden cloud bands. The Ark emerged from drive space with a resonant shudder, easing its colossal bulk into a steady orbital path. Within the elongated communications chamber, Haviland Tuf moved with silent purpose between stations, observing the planet across a mosaic of view screens. 3 small gray kittens provided chaotic companionship, leaping across control panels and engaging in sudden, silent skirmishes. Tuf observed them with detached patience. A world dominated by water, Namur possessed a single continent visible from this height, and even that was modest. Enhanced imagery, however, revealed a breathtaking tapestry. Thousands of islands were scattered like emerald chips across the deep sea, arranged in graceful, crescent-shaped chains that glinted under the sun. Other displays tracked the glittering networks of coastal cities on the night side and the steady energy signatures of daylight settlements. Tuf absorbed this data, then settled into a central chair. He activated a console and immersed himself in a complex simulation of galactic conflict, his movements precise. One kitten, abandoning its games, curled into a warm puddle on his lap. Tuf adjusted his posture minutely to avoid disturbing it. Later, a second kitten launched a playful ambush, triggering a brief, tumbling scuffle that ended when Tuf gently but firmly deposited both felines onto the deck. The anticipated summons arrived after a longer wait than even his calculations had predicted. Unidentified vessel in orbit. A voice crackled with forced authority. This is Namur Planetary Command. Identify yourself and state your purpose. Identify and state your purpose. Interceptor craft have been launched. Comply immediately. The transmission originated from the primary landmass. The Arc's systems locked onto the signal while simultaneously identifying the single approaching ship, displaying its image on an adjacent screen. I am the Ark. Haviland Tuf informed Namur Command. The face on the main viewer was a round-featured woman with short-cropped brown hair, her deep green uniform accented with gold. She frowned, her eyes darting to something off-screen, likely a superior or a secondary readout. Ark. State your port of registry and your business here. You are required to comply. The computer indicated the approaching vessel had opened a separate, coded channel to the planet. 2 additional screens illuminated. One displayed a sharp-featured young woman with a prominent, angular nose on a ship's bridge. The other showed an older man at a station. Both wore variations of the green uniform and were engaged in rapid, encrypted dialogue. The Ark's systems deciphered it in moments, allowing Tuf to eavesdrop. Have absolutely no idea what class of vessel that is, the woman on the interceptor was saying, her voice tense. The scale is unprecedented. Are you receiving this telemetry? Has it responded? The controller's voice repeated, Ark, state your registry and purpose. This is Namur Command. Haviland Tuf chose this moment to bridge the conversations, addressing all 3 parties at once. This is the Ark, he intoned. I claim no specific homeworld. My intentions are entirely benign. I am here for trade and consultation. Having learned of your planetary difficulties and moved by sympathetic concern, I have come to offer my professional services. The woman on the interceptor ship, Guardian Kafira K, looked visibly startled. How did you? She began. The older man was similarly flustered, merely staring, mouth agape, at Tuf's pallid, impassive countenance. This is Namur Command, Ark, the round-faced controller stated firmly, regaining her composure. We are not open for commerce. Repeat, all trade is suspended. This world is under martial law. By then, Guardian K had recovered her poise. Ark, this is Guardian Kafira K, commanding the NGS Sunresor. You are in restricted space. Explain this offer of services immediately. We are armed, Ark. Identify yourself. You are 1,000 times larger than any merchant vessel we have ever encountered. Explain your purpose, or we will open fire. Indeed, replied Haviland Tuf. Threats are of little use, Guardian. I find myself most aggrieved. I have traveled this great distance from Braylern to extend my assistance, only to be met with hostility and suspicion. A small kitten sprang into his lap. Tuf gathered it gently in his large, pale hand and placed it upon the console within view of the transmission. He regarded it with a mournful expression. "Trust has fled from the human heart," he murmured to the animal. "Stand down, Sunrazor," interjected the older man. "Ark, if your motives are peaceful, clarify your nature." "We are a beleaguered people on a small, undeveloped world called Namor. We have never seen a ship like yours. Explain yourself." Haviland Tuf stroked the kitten's fur. "Forever must I bow to such wariness," he confided to it. "They are fortunate my nature is compassionate, lest I simply turn about and leave them to their grim predicament." He lifted his gaze directly to the viewer. "Sir," he stated, "I am the Ark. I am Haviland Tuf, its sole captain, crew, and master. I understand you are plagued by monstrous creatures from your ocean depths. Very well. I will eliminate them for you. Ark, this is Sunraiser." "What is your proposed method?" "The Ark is a seed ship of the Ecological Engineering Corps," declared Haviland Tuf with rigid formality. "I am an ecological engineer, specializing in biological conflict." "Impossible," the old man countered. "The EEC was destroyed a millennium ago with the fall of the Federal Empire. No seed ships survive." "How disconcerting," said Haviland Tuf. "It appears I am seated within a mirage. No doubt, now that you have informed me my vessel is not real, I shall promptly fall through it and incinerate in your atmosphere." "Guardian," reported Kefira K from the Sunraiser, "while such ships may no longer exist in theory, my sensors are tracking an object approaching 30 kilometers in length. It does not register as an illusion. I have not yet begun to plummet," Haviland Tuf conceded. "Can you truly aid us?" asked the round-faced woman at Namor Control. "Why is Doubt my constant companion?" Tuf inquired of the small gray kitten. "Lord Guardian, we must allow him the opportunity to demonstrate his claims," urged Namor Control. Tuf looked up. "Though I have been threatened, insulted, and doubted, my sympathy for your plight compels me to continue. Perhaps I might propose that the Sunrazor dock with me. Guardian K could join me for a meal and conversation. Surely your suspicions cannot extend to mere discourse, that most refined of human pursuits." The three Guardians conferred hastily among themselves and with off-screen advisors, while Haviland Tuf reclined and played with the kitten. "I shall name you Suspicion," he told it. "To memorialize my welcome here, your littermates shall be called Doubt, Hostility, Ingratitude, and Foolishness." "We accept your proposal, Haviland Tuf," stated Guardian Kefira K from the Sunraiser's bridge. "Prepare to receive a boarding party." "Indeed," said Tuf. "Are you fond of mushrooms?" The Ark's shuttle bay was vast, rivaling the landing field of a major starport, and had the cluttered appearance of a graveyard for derelict spacecraft. The Ark's own shuttles stood sleek and ready in their berths, 5 identical black vessels with rakish lines and short, swept-back triangular wings designed for atmospheric entry, all in pristine condition. The other craft were less impressive. A worn, teardrop-shaped trader from Avalon rested tiredly on 3 extended legs beside a battle-scarred driveshift courier and a Caroleo lion boat whose ornate detailing had mostly worn away. Scattered elsewhere were vessels of more bizarre alien design, some bearing hull markings from systems no one on Namor had ever heard of, silent testaments to the Ark's long and lonely voyages. High above, the vast dome fractured into 100 triangular sections, retracting to expose a pale yellow sun amidst a field of stars, and a dull green manta-like vessel roughly the same size as one of Tuf's shuttles. The Sunraiser descended, and the dome sealed shut behind it. Once the stars were hidden from view, atmosphere rushed back across the deck, and Haviland Tuf appeared not long after. Kefira K stepped from her ship, her lips pressed into a firm line beneath her prominent crooked nose, yet the awe in her eyes was unmistakable despite her efforts to hide it. 2 guards clad in gold coveralls edged with green followed close behind her. Haviland Tuf approached them in an open 3-wheeled cart. "My dinner invitation, I fear, was extended to you alone, Guardian K," he stated upon noticing her escort. "I apologize for any confusion, but I must insist on this point." "Understood," she replied. Turning to her guards, she instructed, "Remain here with the rest of the crew. You know your duties." As she settled into the cart beside Tuf, she informed him, "Should I fail to return safely within 2 standard hours, the Sunraiser is programmed to dismantle this vessel of yours, piece by piece." Haviland Tuf merely blinked at her. "How disheartening," he remarked. "It seems my genuine warmth and hospitality are perpetually met with suspicion and threats of violence." He set the vehicle in motion. They traveled in silence through a labyrinth of linked chambers and passageways, eventually entering an immense, dimly lit shaft that appeared to run the entire length of the ship in both directions. Transparent tanks of countless sizes clung to the walls and ceiling as far as the eye could see, most empty and layered with dust, a few holding tinted liquids where vague forms moved sluggishly. The only sound was a slow, wet, dripping echoing from somewhere behind them. Kefira K observed everything intently but offered no comment. They journeyed at least 3 kilometers down the colossal shaft before Tuf turned abruptly toward a featureless wall that irised open for them. Shortly after, they parked and disembarked. A lavish meal awaited them in the modest utilitarian dining chamber where Tuf led his guest. They started with a chilled soup, sweet yet sharp, and as dark as pitch, followed by neograss salads crowned with a ginger-infused dressing. The main course was a breaded mushroom cap nearly as large as the plate it occupied, encircled by a dozen distinct vegetables, each with its own accompanying sauce. The guardian ate with evident pleasure. "It appears my simple offerings are to your liking," observed Haviland Tuf. "It has been far too long since I've enjoyed a proper meal," Kefira K admitted. "On Namor, we have always relied on the sea to feed us. Typically, it provides abundantly, but since our recent difficulties began..." She raised a fork laden with dark, twisted vegetables coated in a yellow-brown sauce. "What is this? It's exquisite. Rihanna C. Sinner's root prepared with a mustard sauce," Haviland Tuf answered. Kay swallowed and carefully set her fork down. "But Rhiannon is incredibly distant. How could you possibly?" She paused, the realization dawning. "Naturally," Tuf said, resting his chin on his steepled fingers as he studied her expression. "All this sustenance originates from the Ark, though its ultimate provenance can be traced to a score of different worlds. Might I offer you more of the spiced milk?" "No," she murmured, her gaze drifting over the cleared plates. A strange, almost giddy relief washed over her. After months of crisis rations, this feast felt less like diplomacy and more like a minor miracle. "You were telling the truth, then. You are what you claim. And this is a seed ship of the... what was the name you used? The Ecological Engineering Corps belonging to the long-vanished Federal Empire. Their vessels were scarce, and all but one were lost to the ravages of war. Only the Ark endured, adrift and forgotten for 1,000 years. The minutiae need not concern you. It is sufficient to say that I discovered it and restored its functionality." "You found it?" "I believe I articulated precisely that, using those exact words. I would appreciate your attention. I do not enjoy repeating myself. Prior to discovering the Ark, I earned a modest living through trade. My previous ship remains on the landing deck. You may have noticed it during your arrival. So you're essentially just a trader." "Please." Tuf responded with clear affront. "I am an ecological engineer. The Ark possesses the capability to reshape entire worlds, Guardian. A simple trader could not begin to fathom its purpose. I am indeed a solitary figure now, though this vessel once sailed with a crew of 200, and I lack the rigorous formal education bestowed upon those who wore the golden theta, the emblem of the ecological engineers, in centuries past. Still, in my own modest fashion, I managed to persevere. Should Namor wish to engage my assistance, I am confident I can be of service." "Why?" the slender guardian inquired, her tone cautious. "What motivates this eagerness to aid us?" Haviland Tuf extended his large, pale hands in a gesture of helpless sincerity. "I understand it may seem foolish. It is simply my nature. I am, at heart, a humanitarian, deeply affected by the plight of others. To abandon your people in their distress would be as unthinkable to me as harming one of my cats. The original engineers were doubtless made of tougher fiber, but I am powerless against my own sentimental inclinations. Thus, I offer you my humble efforts. You expect no payment?" "I shall work without personal profit," Tuf declared. "Naturally, there will be operational costs. A modest fee to cover these expenses would be necessary. Shall we say 3 million standards? Does that seem equitable?" "Equitable?" she echoed with clear sarcasm. "I'd call it steep. We've seen your type before. Tuf, Profiteers and mercenaries looking to capitalize on our misfortune? Guardian, Tuf replied, sounding wounded. You misjudge me cruelly. I seek little for myself. The Ark is a vast and expensive undertaking. Perhaps 2 million standards would be adequate? I cannot imagine you would deny such a trifling sum. Is your world's survival worth less? Kefira K released a weary sigh, fatigue evident on her sharp features. No, she conceded. Not if you can deliver what you promise. But we are not a wealthy world. I must confer with my superiors. This is not my decision alone. She stood abruptly. Your communication systems? Through the door, left down the blue corridor, 5th door on the right. Tuf rose with a slow, dignified air and began tidying the area as she departed. When the Guardian returned, he had opened a decanter of vividly scarlet liquor and was gently stroking a black and white cat that had settled comfortably on the table. You're hired, Tuf, Kefira K announced, taking her seat once more. 2 million standards, payable after you win this war. Agreed, said Tuf. Let us review your circumstances over a glass of this quite delightful beverage. Does it contain alcohol? It possesses a mild narcotic quality. A Guardian uses no stimulants or depressants. We are a martial order. Such substances contaminate the body and dull the reflexes. A Guardian must remain ever vigilant. Our purpose is to guard and protect. An admirable principle, Haviland Tuf remarked, filling his own glass. He took a contemplative sip before shifting topics. The Sunraiser has been recalled by Namor Control. Its combat capabilities are required planetside. I shall arrange its prompt departure. And your own status? I have been temporarily reassigned, she said, her face wrinkling in a faint grimace. My orders are to stand by with all relevant data on the situation below. I am to assist in briefing you and serve as your liaison officer. The scene below was one of deceptive calm. The water stretched to the horizon like a tranquil green mirror under a hot sun. Bright yellow light streamed through a thin veil of gilded clouds. The harvesting ship rested motionless on the water, its metallic hull flashing silver blue, its open deck a tiny hive of activity in a vast ocean of stillness. Crew members, small as insects from a distance, worked the dredges and nets, their torsos bare in the stifling heat. A massive claw dripping with mud and weeds emerged from the depths and deposited its load down an open hatch. Nearby, bins filled with enormous milky jellyfish sat baking under the relentless sun. Then, without warning, the peaceful rhythm shattered. People began to run, a sudden wave of agitation sweeping the deck. Others halted their work, looking around in confusion, while a few remained obliviously focused on their tasks. The great metal claw, now empty, swung back over the water and submerged, even as another rose on the ship's opposite side. The number of runners grew. 2 men collided and fell in a tangle of limbs. It was then that the first tentacle rose from beneath the ship. It uncoiled upward, longer than the dredging claws, and where it broke the dark green water's surface, it was as thick as a large man's torso. The appendage narrowed until it was no thicker than a man's arm. Its flesh was a pallid, slick white, and along its underside were vivid pink discs, each as wide as a dinner plate, that throbbed and squirmed as the limb coiled around the massive agricultural vessel. The tip frayed into a writhing knot of smaller tendrils, dark and restless like a nest of serpents. It rose higher, then arsed over and down, securing the ship in a deadly grip. On the opposite side, something pale shifted beneath the green water, and a second tentacle broke the surface, followed by a third and a fourth. One grappled with a dredging claw, another was tangled in a torn fishing net that hung about it like a tattered veil, doing nothing to slow its movements. Now the crew was fleeing, all except those already caught. One pale coil had wrapped around a woman wielding an axe. She struck at it frantically, twisting in its clammy hold, until her body went rigid and then limp. The tentacle released her, a milky fluid oozing from the wounds she had inflicted, and immediately seized another victim. By the time 20 such limbs had fastened to the ship, it lurched violently to starboard. Survivors lost their footing, skidding across the deck and into the sea. The vessel tilted further and further, pushed and pulled from below. Green water washed over the railings and poured into open hatches. Then the ship began to come apart. Haviland Tuf halted the recording, freezing the image on the main screen, the sunlit sea, the broken hull, the pale, grasping tentacles. This constituted the initial attack? He inquired. In a manner of speaking, Kefira K replied. Before this, one other harvester and 2 passenger hydrofoils had disappeared without explanation. We were investigating, but the cause was unknown. Here, a news crew happened to be on site, recording material for an educational segment. They captured far more than they intended. Quite so, said Tuf. They were airborne in a skimmer. The broadcast that evening nearly incited a panic. However, it was not until the next vessel was lost that the situation became dire. That was when the Guardians began to grasp the severity of the threat. Haviland Tuf gazed up at the view screen, his broad face unreadable, his hands resting on the console. A black and white kitten began to paw at his fingers. Away? Foolishness, he said, gently setting the kitten on the floor. Magnify a segment of 1 tentacle? The Guardian beside him suggested. Tuf complied without a word. A second screen illuminated, displaying a grainy close-up of a great pale rope of tissue curving over the deck. Observe one of the suckers closely, said Kay. The pink area is there, you see. The third from the end exhibits a darkened interior. It also appears to possess dentition. Correct, said Kefira K. They all do. The outer rim of each sucker is a hard, fleshy flange. When it slaps down, it spreads and forms a powerful vacuum seal nearly impossible to break. But each is also a mouth. Inside the flange is a soft pink flap that retracts, and then the teeth extend, 3 rows of them, serrated and far sharper than they look. Now, if you would, shift the view to the tendrils at the extremity. Tuf manipulated the controls, bringing another magnification onto a third screen, where the twisting snake-like forms were clearly visible. Eyes, stated Kefira K, at the tip of every one of those tendrils. 20 eyes. The tentacles do not grope blindly. They see precisely what they are doing. Fascinating, said Haviland Tuf. What resides beneath the water? The origin of these formidable appendages? There are cross-sections and photographs of deceased specimens later, along with computer simulations. Most specimens we recovered were severely damaged. The primary body resembles an inverted cup, akin to a half-inflated bladder, encircled by a massive ring of bone and muscle from which these tentacles extend. The creature uses its internal bladder like a ballast tank, filling with water to sink and emptying to rise, a natural submarine. While the organ itself is lightweight, its structure is remarkably resilient. To ascend, it expels water, reaches the surface to secure a grip, and then begins refilling. The bladder's volume is staggering, matching the beast's colossal size. In a pinch, it can even pump water up through those tentacles and out its mouths, flooding a captured vessel to hasten its descent. So each limb functions as an arm, a mouth, an eye, and a flexible hose simultaneously. And your people were entirely unaware of such beings before this crisis began? Correct. We were familiar with a relative, the Nemorian man of war, from the early colonial days. It resembled a hybrid of jellyfish and octopus, sporting 20 appendages. Many native species share this basic blueprint, a central bladder, body, or shell, ringed by 20 legs or tentacles. The men of war were carnivores, similar to this monster, though their eyes formed a ring on the main body rather than at the tentacle tips. Their arms couldn't serve as hoses either, and they were far smaller, roughly human-sized. They drifted on the surface above continental shelves, especially over mudpot beds teeming with fish, which were their primary prey. A few careless swimmers, however, met a gruesome end in their grasp. Might I inquire as to their fate? Said Tuf. They became a pest. Their preferred hunting grounds overlapped with the fertile shallows we needed, areas rich with fish, seagrass, and waterfruit, above mudpot beds and scrabbler runs full of chameleon clams and bobbing freddies. Before we could safely harvest or farm, we had to clear out the men of war. And we did. Oh, a handful might still drift somewhere, but they're a rarity now. I comprehend, said Haviland Tuf. And this formidable creature, this living submarine and ship devourer that so plagues you, does it possess a name? The Nemorian dreadnought, said Kefira K. When it first appeared, we speculated it was a denizen of the profound deeps that had strayed upward. Namor has been settled for barely a century, after all. We've scarcely explored the ocean's greater depths and know little of what might dwell there. But as ship after ship was attacked and sunk, it became painfully clear we faced an army of dreadnoughts. A navy, Haviland Tuf corrected. Kefira K scowled. Fine, a navy. A lot of them, not some lone wanderer. At that point, the leading theory was that some unimaginable catastrophe deep below had driven the entire species to the surface. You place no faith in this idea, Tuf observed. No one does. It's been debunked. The dreadnoughts couldn't survive the pressures at those depths, so now their origin is a mystery. She made a frustrated gesture. We only know they're here. Indeed, said Haviland Tuf. No doubt you mounted a defense. Of course. A valiant, but losing battle. Namor is a young world, lacking both the population and the resources for the war we've been thrust into. 3 million Namorians are scattered across our seas on more than 17,000 small islands. Another million reside on New Atlantis, our single small continent. Most of our people are fisherfolk and sea farmers. When this began, the Guardians numbered barely 50,000. Our guild descends from the crews who brought the colonists from Old Poseidon and Aquarius here to Namor. We have always protected them, but before the dreadnoughts, our duty was straightforward. Our world was peaceful, with little real conflict. There was some light-hearted rivalry between Poseidonites and Aquarians, but it was generally good-natured, more about boasting rights at the annual Sea Harvest Festival than anything else. That all changed when the dreadnoughts rose. Our role as Guardians was planetary defense, though that primarily meant handling fires, floods, and disaster relief, along with standard police duties. We operated the Sunraiser and 2 other vessels of its class, but the bulk of our fleet consisted of roughly 100 armed hydrofoil patrol boats. For a time, we deployed them on escort missions and managed to inflict some damage, but they were hopelessly outmatched by the dreadnoughts. It didn't take long to realize the enemy's numbers were growing far beyond our own. After all, patrol boats don't reproduce, while these dreadnoughts clearly did. We fought as best we could. Depth charges were deployed when we detected them beneath the waves. Torpedoes struck when they surfaced. We destroyed hundreds. Yet for every one we eliminated, more appeared, and each boat we lost was a permanent blow. Namor lacks any real technological foundation. In more prosperous times, we imported necessities from Brazlorn and Vale Arene. Our society valued simplicity, and the planet itself couldn't support heavy industry. It's deficient in heavy metals and has virtually no fossil fuels. When asked how many patrol boats remain, the answer was grim, perhaps 30, and we no longer risked using them. Within a year of the initial attacks, the dreadnoughts dominated every sea lane. Our great harvesters were gone, hundreds of sea farms were abandoned or ruined, and the fisherfolk were either dead or trapped in port, too terrified to venture out. Nothing moved on Namor's oceans anymore. The islands weren't completely cut off, however. The Guardians had 20 armed skimmers, and we confiscated another 100 or so from private owners, fitting them with weapons. Our real lifeline was the airship fleet, solar-powered, helium-filled vessels, nearly 1,000 strong. They took over supplying isolated islands where starvation loomed, while other craft continued the fight from above. We rained down chemicals, poisons, and explosives, destroying thousands of dreadnoughts, but at a terrible cost. We were forced to contaminate our richest fishing grounds and mudpot beds, the very resources we were trying to protect. For a brief, hopeful period, it seemed we were gaining ground. A few fishing boats even ventured out again under skimmer escort. That optimism, of course, proved fleeting. As the conversation continued, the 2 kittens, Foolishness and Doubt, tussled in Haviland Tuf's lap, their minor skirmish pulling his attention from the larger war. To minimize the distraction, he gently handed the smaller black and white kitten to Guardian Kefira K. She held it awkwardly as if it were a piece of spoiled produce. "It's a cat," Tuf stated flatly. "If you continue to grip him that way, he will certainly leap away. Place him on your lap? He is quite harmless." With visible uncertainty, she deposited the kitten onto her knees. Foolishness let out an indignant yowl, nearly sliding off before digging his tiny claws into the fabric of her uniform. "Oh," she said, startled. "It has talons." "Claws," Tuf corrected, minuscule and harmless. "They aren't poisoned, are they?" she asked, only half joking. "I think not," Tuf replied. "Stroke him from head to tail. It will calm him." Kafira K reached out tentatively, giving the kitten a light pat. "I said stroke, not pat," Tuf instructed. She complied, running her hand along its back. Immediately, a loud, rumbling purr filled the room. She froze, looking up with an expression of pure astonishment, as if the simple act had revealed something unexpectedly profound amidst the recounting of her world's collapse. "It's shaking," she observed, "and there's a sound coming from it." "That reaction is generally a positive sign," Tuf replied calmly. "I encourage you to proceed with your care and your explanation if you would be so kind." "Certainly," Kay answered. She went back to stroking Foolishness, who curled up contentedly on her lap. "If you would advance to the next recording," she suggested. Tuf cleared the image of the damaged ship and the dreadnought from the main viewer. A new scene materialized, a blustery, cold winter day. The ocean below was a turbulent, dark gray, whipped with whitecaps by the fierce wind. A dreadnought floated upon the rough seas, its massive pale tentacles splayed outward, making it resemble some gigantic, bloated blossom adrift on the waves. As they passed overhead, two of its arms, tipped with writhing snake-like appendages, rose weakly from the water, but their altitude kept them safely out of reach. Their perspective seemed to be from the gondola of a lengthy silver airship, gazing down through a glass observation panel. The viewpoint then shifted, revealing they were part of a formation of 3 enormous airships moving with a slow, detached grandeur above the conflict-ridden waters. The Spirit of Aquarius, the Lyle D, and the Sky Shadow, Kafira K stated, her tone somber. They were on a humanitarian run to a cluster of northern islands where starvation was widespread. The plan was to evacuate the remaining people and bring them to New Atlantis. She paused. "This footage comes from a news team aboard the Sky Shadow, the sole airship that made it back. Watch." The airship sailed onward, seemingly untouchable and graceful. Then, just ahead of the silver-blue Spirit of Aquarius, the water began to churn, something massive shifting beneath the dark green surface. It wasn't a dreadnought. This thing was a deep, shadowy black. A vast, spreading stain of darkness welled up, the water swelling and then erupting upward. A huge, leathery ebony dome broke the surface, growing larger and larger like some nightmare island rising from the deep, encircled by 20 long, inky tentacles. It swelled relentlessly until it tore free from the sea entirely, its dripping tentacles hanging beneath it as it ascended. Then those tentacles began to rise and unfurl. The creature was easily the size of the airship drifting toward it. Their meeting was like 2 colossal sky beasts coming together in a fatal dance. The black monstrosity settled onto the long silver-blue dirigible, its limbs coiling around the craft in a crushing hug. They witnessed the airship's outer envelope shred and its helium cells rupture and collapse. The Spirit of Aquarius contorted and folded like a living thing, withering within the dark embrace of its attacker. When it was done, the creature released the wreckage to plummet into the sea. Tuf halted the image, his gaze solemn and fixed on the tiny figures leaping from the doomed gondola. "Another one took the Lyle D on the return journey," Kafira K said flatly. "The Sky Shadow lived to report this, but it never came back from its next assignment. We lost over 100 airships and a dozen skimmers in the first week those things appeared." "Fire balloons?" Haviland Tuf inquired. He absently petted Doubt, who was perched on his console. "I witnessed no flames. The name stuck after we managed to destroy one of the wretched things for the first time," she explained. "A Guardian skimmer hit it with an explosive round, and it detonated like a bomb, then sank while still burning on the water. They are incredibly flammable. A single laser hit, and they put on quite a show, Hydrogen," stated Haviland Tuf. "Precisely," the Guardian confirmed. "We've never captured one intact, but we've pieced together their biology from fragments. The creatures can produce an internal electrical current. They intake seawater and perform a form of biological electrolysis. They vent the oxygen into the water or air, which actually helps propel them like biological jet thrust. The hydrogen inflates their balloon sacs and provides their lift. When they need to descend, they open a vent on the upper surface right there, you can see it, and release the gas, allowing the fire balloon to settle back into the ocean. Their outer hide is leather-like and remarkably durable. They aren't fast, but they are cunning. Sometimes they conceal themselves within cloud layers and ambush unsuspecting skimmers passing beneath, and to our great distress, we learned they reproduce nearly as rapidly as the dreadnoughts. Fascinating, remarked Haviland Tuf. So, with the arrival of these fire balloons, you effectively surrendered control of both the sea and the sky. Essentially, yes, Kefirake conceded. Our airships became far too vulnerable to risk. We attempted to maintain operations by organizing them into convoys, guarded by Guardian skimmers and air cars, but even that strategy proved futile. The morning of the fire dawn, I was there, piloting a 9-gun skimmer. It was horrific. Proceed, Tuf said quietly. The fire dawn, she whispered, her voice hollow. We had assembled 30 airships, a massive convoy, shielded by 12 armed skimmers. It was a long journey from New Atlantis to the Broken Hand Archipelago. On the second day, just as the eastern horizon began to glow, the ocean below us started to churn, like a pot coming to a violent boil. It was them expelling oxygen and water, ascending. Thousands of them, Tuf, thousands. The water erupted into chaos, and they rose, those enormous dark shapes surging upward, stretching to the horizon in every direction. We opened fire with lasers, explosive rounds, every weapon at our disposal. The sky itself seemed to catch fire. Those creatures were swollen with hydrogen, and the air was thick, almost intoxicating, with the oxygen they had released. The fire dawn, we call it. It was a nightmare. Screams filled the air, balloons erupting into flame, our airships being crushed and plummeting around us, people burning. Dreadnoughts were waiting below, too. I watched them seize swimmers who had fallen from the wreckage, those pale tentacles wrapping around them and dragging them under. Only 4 skimmers made it out of that engagement. 4. Every single airship was destroyed, with all souls lost. A harrowing account, Tuf observed. Kefirake's eyes held a distant, tormented look. She was stroking foolishness with a mechanical, unseeing rhythm, her lips pressed into a thin line, her gaze locked on the screen where the first fire balloon hovered over the wreckage of the Spirit of Aquarius. Since that day, she finally continued, existence has been an unending horror. We have lost our oceans. On 3/4 of Namor, hunger reigns, with outright starvation in many places. Only New Atlantis maintains a food surplus, thanks to its extensive land-based agriculture. The Guardians have kept fighting. The Sunraiser and our 2 other starships have been conscripted for bombing runs, dispersing toxins, evacuating the smaller islands. Using air cars and swift skimmers, we've managed a fragile network of communication with the outer islands. And we still have radio, of course. But we are clinging by our fingernails. In the past year alone, over 20 islands have gone silent. We dispatched patrols to investigate several of them. The teams that returned all reported the same grim scene. Bodies everywhere, decaying under the sun. Structures smashed and in ruins. Scrabblers and crawling Maggies gorging on the dead. And on one island they discovered something else, something even more terrifying. The island was Seastar. Nearly 40,000 people lived there, and it was a major spaceport before commerce collapsed. It was a profound shock when Seastar's broadcasts suddenly ceased. Advance to the next exhibit, Tuf, please. Tuf tapped a sequence on the console. A still image appeared, showing a dead creature lying on a beach, decaying on sands of deep indigo. Haviland Tuf and Guardian Kefirake studied the sprawled, putrid form for a long moment. A scattering of human corpses lay around it, providing a grim sense of scale. The dead thing was shaped like an upturned bowl, as large as a modest house. Its leathery flesh, now cracked and seeping with infection, was a sickly mottled gray-green. The creature lay on the sand, its body a central hub from which 20 limbs radiated like the spokes of a broken wheel. 10 were pliant, sickly green tentacles studded with pale, puckered mouths, while the other 10 were rigid, black, and jointed. Legs, Kefirake stated, her voice thick with a bitter despair. It was a walker tooth before they butchered it. We've only found the one, but that's all the proof we needed. Now we know why our islands go silent. They come from the deep. Things like this. Some larger, some smaller, scuttling on 10 hard legs and seizing prey with 10 grasping tentacles. Their shells are like armor. A single blast won't stop them the way it would a fire balloon. So you see the pattern. First they claim the sea, then the air, and now the land itself. They emerge in a crawling tide, thousands strong, climbing from the waves onto our shores. 2 islands were lost just last week. They intend to scour us from this world. A handful might persist in the high mountains of New Atlantis, but it would be a brutal, fleeting existence until Namor conjures its next horror from the depths. Her tone had climbed toward a fraying panic. Haviland Tuf powered down his console, the bank of screens blinking into darkness. "Compose yourself, Guardian," he intoned, swiveling to face her. "Your alarm is natural, yet misplaced. I now grasp the full dimensions of your tragedy. It is a dire predicament, but not a hopeless one." "You still believe you can do something," she retorted. "Alone? With just this ship? I'm not trying to dissuade you. We'll clutch at any thread of hope. But honestly—" "But faith eludes you," Tuf finished. A faint sigh escaped him. "Doubt?" He addressed the gray kitten, lifting the small creature in one broad, pale hand. "Your nomenclature is regrettably apt." He turned his gaze back to Kefira K. "I am a patient man, and you have endured profound trials, so I will overlook this casual dismissal of my capabilities. Now you must excuse me. I have studies to attend to. Your scientists have transmitted extensive data on these organisms and on Namor's broader ecology. A thorough review is essential for a proper analysis. Thank you for the summary." Kefira K scowled, lifted Foolishness from her lap, placed him on the deck, and rose to her feet. "Fine," she said. "What's your timeline?" "Any estimate would be premature," Tuf replied evenly. "I must first conduct several simulations. It could be a day before we commence. It could be a month, perhaps more. Take too long and collecting your 2 million will be problematic," she snapped. "We'll be extinct." "A scenario I am keen to avert," said Tuf. "Now, if you please, I must work. We will reconvene at the evening meal. I plan to serve an Arion-style vegetable stew, accompanied by thorite fire mushrooms as an appetizer." Kay released an exasperated sigh. "Mushrooms again?" "We had mushroom and pepper stir-fry at noon, and creamed mushrooms on toast this morning." "I have an appreciation for fungi," stated Haviland Tuf. "I have developed a profound aversion to them," countered Kefira K. Foolishness wound around her ankle, and she glanced down with a frown. "Could we possibly have something else? Meat? Or seafood?" A distant look entered her eyes. "It's been years since I tasted a mud pot. I still dream about it sometimes, cracking the shell, pouring in melted butter, scooping out that tender flesh. You can't imagine how good it was. Or sabrifin. I'd give anything for a sabrifin fillet on a bed of fresh seagrass." Haviland Tuf's expression turned severe. "We do not consume animal flesh aboard this vessel," he declared. He returned to his work, effectively dismissing her, and Kefira K took her leave, Foolishness trotting at her heels. "Fitting," Tuf murmured to the empty room. "Quite fitting." After 4 days and a seemingly endless parade of mushroom-based dishes, Kefira K's patience evaporated. "What exactly are you doing?" she demanded during another dinner. "When will you take action? You isolate yourself every single day, and every single day the situation on Namor grows more desperate." "I spoke with Guardian Harvin an hour ago while you were occupied with your computers. Little Aquarius and the Dancing Sisters have been lost while we remain up here, Tuf, doing nothing of consequence." "Doing nothing?" said Haviland Tuf. "Guardian, I am never idle. I have never been idle, nor do I intend to start now. I am working. There is a substantial volume of data to process." Kefira K let out a sharp breath. "A substantial volume of mushroom pie to process, you mean," she retorted. She stood, displacing Foolishness from her lap. The kitten had become her constant companion these past weeks. 12,000 souls lived on Little Aquarius, she said, her voice tightening, and nearly as many on the Dancing Sisters. "Consider that during your processing, Tuf." She turned and marched from the chamber. "I shall," said Haviland Tuf, returning his focus to his sweet flour pastry. A full week slipped by before their next confrontation. "Well?" The Guardian demanded one afternoon, blocking Tuf's path as he moved with ponderous dignity toward his workroom. "Well?" she pressed. "Good afternoon, Guardian K." "It is not a good afternoon," she said, her tone sharp. "Namor Control reports the Sunrise Islands are gone, overwhelmed." A dozen defense skimmers were lost along with every ship in those harbors. What is your response to that? Deeply tragic, Tuf replied. Most regrettable? When will you be prepared? He offered a slow, heavy shrug. I cannot specify. This is no simple assignment you have given me, a profoundly intricate challenge. Intricate. Yes, that is precisely the word. One might even say bewildering. I assure you, Namor's dire situation has my complete sympathy, and this puzzle has my full intellectual attention. That's all it is to you, isn't it, Tuf? A puzzle? Haviland Tuf's brow furrowed slightly. He folded his hands over his ample stomach. A puzzle indeed. No, it is far more than that. This is no theoretical exercise. Actual people are perishing below. Perishing because the Guardians have failed in their duty, and because you accomplished nothing. Nothing. Compose yourself. You have my word that I toil without rest on your behalf. You must appreciate that my task is not as straightforward as deploying weaponry. It is simple enough to bomb a warship or ignite a fire balloon. Yet these crude, antiquated tactics have served you poorly, Guardian. Ecological engineering is a vastly more delicate endeavor. I review the reports from your leaders, your marine specialists, your archivists. I contemplate and assess. I formulate strategies and run projections on the Ark's systems. In time, I will find your solution. Make it soon, said Kafira K., her voice like stone. Namor demands results, and I concur. The Council of Guardians is out of patience. Soon, Tuf. Not in time, I am warning you. She moved aside, allowing him to pass. Kafira K. spent the following 10 days avoiding Tuf whenever possible. She took her meals elsewhere and fixed him with a glare whenever their paths crossed. Each day, she retreated to the communications room for lengthy discussions with her superiors below, absorbing all the latest reports. The news was uniformly grim. Finally, her patience shattered. Pale with anger, she stormed into the dim chamber Tuf termed his war room, finding him seated before an array of screens, watching crimson and azure lines weave across a digital grid. Tuf, she shouted. He powered down the display and swiveled to face her, gently nudging aside the persistent ingratitude. Shrouded in the low light, his expression was unreadable. The Council of Guardians has issued me a directive, she stated. How fortunate for you, Tuf responded. I had observed you were growing restless from the lack of activity. The Council demands immediate action. Tuf, immediate. Today, is that clear? Tuf brought his fingertips together beneath his chin, almost in a gesture of contemplation. Must I endure not only hostility and impatience, but also implications regarding my comprehension? I understand everything necessary about your Guardians. I assure you, the strange and twisted ecology of Namor remains the one puzzle I cannot yet solve. Until I do, I cannot proceed. You will proceed, Kafira K. stated. A laser pistol was suddenly in her grip, its aim fixed on Tuf's considerable midsection. You will proceed immediately. Haviland Tuf did not so much as flinch. Violence, he remarked, his tone one of gentle disapproval. Before you incinerate a portion of my anatomy, and in doing so condemn both yourself and your entire world, perhaps you might permit me an explanation? Speak, she replied. The weapon did not waver. I'm listening for a moment. Splendid, said Haviland Tuf. Guardian Namor is experiencing a profoundly peculiar phenomenon. You've finally noticed, she said, her voice dry as dust. Indeed, your civilization is being consumed by an infestation of creatures we must, for lack of a superior term, collectively label sea monsters. 3 distinct species have emerged in under half a dozen standard years. Each appears to be novel, or at the very least, previously undocumented. This strikes me as extraordinarily improbable. Your people have inhabited Namor for a century, yet only recently have you encountered these entities you name dreadnoughts, fire balloons, and walkers. It is almost as if some sinister counterpart to my own Ark were waging biological warfare upon you, though clearly that is not the case. New or ancient, these sea monsters are indigenous to Namor, products of its own evolutionary path. Their closest kin saturate your oceans, the mudpots, the bobbing freddies, the jelly dancers, and men of war. So, what conclusion does this lead us to? I have no idea, said Kafira K. Nor do I, Tuf admitted. Let us examine further. These sea monsters reproduce in staggering numbers. They swarm the seas, darken the skies, and overrun inhabited islands. They are lethal. Yet they do not prey upon each other, nor do they appear to possess any natural predators. The brutal balances of a typical ecosystem are absent here. I have perused your scientific reports with keen interest. While many aspects of these creatures are fascinating, perhaps the most compelling is that you know nothing of them except in their fully matured, terrifying forms. Colossal dreadnoughts patrol the deep to sink vessels. Monstrous fire balloons churn through your atmosphere. Where, I must inquire, are the juvenile dreadnoughts? The infant balloons? A most pertinent question. Far beneath the waves, she offered. Perhaps, Guardian, perhaps. You cannot state it with certainty, nor can I. These monsters are formidable predators, yet I have witnessed equally formidable hunters on other worlds. They do not exist in the hundreds of thousands. Why? Because the young, or the eggs, or the hatchlings are far more vulnerable than their parents, and the vast majority perish long before attaining their fearsome maturity. This does not seem to occur on Namor. It does not seem to occur at all? What can this signify? A most intriguing mystery. Tuf gave a slight shrug. I cannot yet say, but I labor on. I ponder. I strive to unravel the enigma of your excessively abundant sea. Kefira K's face twisted in a grimace. And in the meantime, we perish. We die, and you remain utterly indifferent. I must object. Tuf started. Quiet, she snapped, gesturing sharply with the laser. My turn to speak. You've had your lengthy discourse. Today, we lost all contact with the Broken Hand Archipelago. 43 islands, Tuf? I dread to imagine the population count. All gone, vanished in a single day, a few fragmented, hysterical radio signals, and then utter silence. And you sit here pontificating about riddles. No more. You will take action now. I demand it. Or I threaten it if that terminology suits you better. Later, we can solve the whys and hows. For now, we will exterminate them without stopping for philosophical debate. Once, began Haviland Tuf, his voice taking on a new, almost sarcastic edge, there existed a world of idyllic beauty marred by but a single flaw, an insect no larger than a speck of dust. It was a harmless thing, but it was omnipresent. It subsisted on the microscopic spores of an airborne fungus. The inhabitants of this world despised the tiny insect, which occasionally gathered in clouds so dense they blotted out the sun. When citizens ventured outside, the insects would alight upon them by the tens of thousands, draping their bodies in a living, crawling veil. So, an aspiring ecological engineer stepped forward, confident he could eradicate their nuisance forever. From a far-off world, he brought in a larger insect to hunt the living dust motes. The plan worked perfectly. These new insects reproduced wildly, facing no predators in this environment until they had completely eradicated the original pest. It was a celebrated success. Yet unforeseen consequences emerged. The invader, having eliminated one life form, turned its attention to other, more useful kinds. Countless native insects vanished. The local bird-like creatures, robbed of their usual food and unable to process the foreign bug, declined terribly. Plants no longer received pollination as they once had. Vast forests and jungles transformed and decayed. Meanwhile, the spores of the fungus that had fed the initial nuisance spread without restraint. The fungus flourished everywhere, on structures, on food crops, even on living creatures. In essence, the entire ecosystem was violently thrown out of balance. If you were to visit now, you would find a world lifeless except for a dreadful, all-consuming fungus. Such are the results of rushed intervention without thorough study. There are serious dangers in acting without full comprehension. And certain ruin if one refuses to act at all, Kefira K replied defiantly. No, Tuf. Your stories are alarming, but we are a people with our backs against the wall. The Guardians will accept any risk. My orders are clear. Unless you comply, I will use this. She gestured with her laser. Haviland Tuf crossed his arms. If you employ that weapon, he stated, you would be acting most unwisely. You could, undoubtedly, learn to operate the Ark, given enough time. The endeavor would require years, which by your own account you do not possess. I will continue my work on your behalf, and I shall overlook your crude posturing and threats. but I will proceed only when I judge the preparations complete. I am an ecological engineer. I have my personal and professional standards to uphold. Moreover, I must observe that, without my assistance, your situation is completely hopeless, entirely. Therefore, since we both understand this reality, let us cease this theatrical display. You will not fire that laser. For an instant, Kafira K's expression faltered, showing a flicker of doubt.
You?
She stammered, the laser dipping slightly. Then her resolve solidified again.
You're mistaken, Tuf.
She declared, I will use it. Havel and Tuf remained silent.
Not on you.
She clarified.
On your cats. I will kill one each day until you take action.
Her wrist shifted minutely, aiming the laser not at Tuf, but at the small, prowling figure of ingratitude who was investigating shadows around the room. I will begin with this one, the Guardian announced, on the count of 3. Tuf's face was a mask of impassivity. He simply watched. 1, said Kafira K. Tuf sat perfectly still. 2, she continued. Tuf frowned, faint lines appearing on his pale forehead. 3, K uttered. No, Tuf said swiftly. Cease. I will do as you demand. I can initiate the cloning process within the hour. The Guardian holstered her weapon, and so Havel and Tuf went reluctantly to war. On the first day he sat before the vast console in his command center, lips pressed thin and silent, manipulating dials and touching luminous buttons and intangible holographic keys. Elsewhere aboard the Ark in the dimly lit main shaft, murky fluids of various hues spilled and churned into vacant vats, while specimens from the extensive cell library were transferred, sprayed, and handled by delicate Waldos, as precise as a master surgeon's fingers. Tuf witnessed none of this directly. He stayed at his station, initiating one clone sequence after another. He repeated this on the second day. On the third day, he finally rose and walked slowly down the kilometers-long corridor where his creations had begun to develop, vague shapes stirring weakly or lying still within tanks of translucent fluid. Some vats were as massive as the Ark's shuttle bay, others as tiny as a thumbnail. Havel and Tuf stopped at each one, examining the dials, meters, and glowing monitors with quiet focus, occasionally making minor adjustments. By day's end, he had only traversed half the length of that long, resonant row. By the 4th day, his inspections were complete. On the 5th, he activated the chronowarp. Time serves it, he explained to Kafira K when she inquired. It can slow time's passage or command it to accelerate. We will make it race so the warriors I am creating can achieve maturity far faster than nature ever intended. The 6th day found him on the shuttle deck, retrofitting 2 of his vessels to transport the creatures he had engineered. He installed tanks of varying sizes, filling each with salt water. When he joined the Guardian for breakfast on the 7th morning, he made his announcement. Guardian, we may now commence. She looked up, surprised. Already. Not every specimen is fully grown, which is by design. Some are of such monstrous size they must be moved before reaching adulthood. The cloning process will continue, naturally. We must establish populations large enough to be self-sustaining. However, we have reached the point where seeding the oceans of Namor can begin. Explain your plan? Kafira K demanded. Havel and Tuf set down his utensil and pressed his lips together. Any strategy I propose is rudimentary and premature, Guardian, founded on inadequate data. I accept no liability for its outcome. Your harsh demands have forced this rushed pace. Tell me anyway, she insisted. Tuf rested his hands on his midsection. Biological armaments, like their mechanical counterparts, vary in form and scale. The most efficient way to kill a man is a single laser bolt to the forehead. In ecological terms, the equivalent would be a perfect natural predator or a plague targeting only one species. Pressed for time, I could not devise such an elegant solution. He continued, his tone shifting from clinical to subtly sardonic. So we turned to less satisfactory options. I could, for instance, unleash a pathogen to purge your world of dreadnoughts, fire balloons, and walkers. Several promising candidates exist. But your sea monsters share lineage with much of Namor's marine life. Their cousins and distant relatives would perish too. My projection suggests 3/4 of all ocean life would be vulnerable. How wonderfully efficient. Alternatively, I possess rapidly reproducing fungi and microanimals that would simply choke your seas, crowding out everything else. That, too, is a charming prospect. It would eventually render Namor uninhabitable for your people. To extend my earlier analogy, these methods are the biological version of eliminating one enemy by detonating a small nuclear warhead in his city. I have, as you might guess, dismissed them. Instead, Tuf said, I have chosen a scattershot approach. I will introduce a multitude of new species into your ecology, hoping some will become effective natural enemies to cull your monsters. Some of my warriors are immense, deadly beasts capable of challenging even a dreadnought. Others are small, swift pack hunters that breed rapidly. Still others are minute, designed to seek out and consume the younger, vulnerable stages of your nightmares, thereby thinning their numbers. You see, I employ many strategies. I am throwing the entire deck of cards rather than betting on one. Given your uncompromising ultimatum, it is the only feasible course. He gave a slow nod. I trust this will meet your approval, Guardian K. She frowned, offering no reply. If you have finished that rather unremarkable sweet mushroom porridge, Tuf said, we may proceed. I would not wish you to accuse me of delay. You are a licensed pilot, I assume? Yes, she said sharply. Excellent, Tuf exclaimed. I will brief you on the particular quirks of my shuttlecraft. They are already loaded for our initial sortie. We will make long, low-altitude passes over your seas and release our cargo into the troubled waters below. Haviland Tuf proposed a division of labor. I will pilot the Basilisk across the northern hemisphere. You shall take the Manticore to the southern reaches. If this arrangement meets with your approval, we can review the flight paths I have charted. He stood, his movement imbued with a solemn gravity. For 20 arduous days, Haviland Tuf and Kefira K traversed the perilous skies of Namor in a meticulous grid, sowing the seas with a new and terrible ecology. The Guardian flew her assigned routes with a fierce, renewed vigor. It was a profound relief to be engaged in decisive action, and a fragile hope began to blossom within her. Now the dreadnoughts, the drifting fire balloons, and the lumbering walkers would face nightmares of their own, a legion of horrors gathered from scores of forgotten worlds. From the depths of old Poseidon came vampire eels, creatures some called Nessies, and floating masses of nearly invisible webweed, each strand sharp enough to slice through metal. The cloning vats, drawing from the genetic library of Aquarius, produced black raveners and their swifter scarlet cousins, along with poisonous puff puppies and the deceptively fragrant, carnivorous lady's bane. Jameson's world contributed sand dragons, drearhants, and a vibrant array of water snakes in every size. The ancient archives of old Earth yielded great white sharks, barracuda, giant squid, and the clever, semi-sentient orcas. Their living cargo included the monstrous gray kraken of Lysador and the smaller, more agile blue kraken of ants. They released water jelly colonies from Noborn, Duranian spinner whips, and the parasitic bloodlace from Cathidae. The size spectrum was staggering, from swimmers as vast as the fortress fish of Dam Tullian and the mock whale of Gulliver, down to the tiny blister fins of Avalon, the parasitical Cesne from Ananda, and the deadly, nest-building deer-drawn water wasps. To challenge the airborne fire balloons, they unleashed flocks of flyers, lash-tail mantas, bright red razor wings, clouds of scorn, and semi-aquatic howlers. Most eerie was a pale blue entity, part plant, part animal, nearly weightless, that drifted on the wind and lurked within clouds like a vast, hungry spiderweb. Tuf named it the weed that weeps and whispers and sternly advised Kefira K to avoid cloud banks entirely. It was a torrent of life and anti-life, predators and parasites, beings of breathtaking beauty or unspeakable hideousness, from famous worlds and obscure ones. The work continued, day after relentless day. The Basilisk and the Manticore streaked across Namor's oceans, too fast and well-armed for the few fire balloons that rose to intercept them, dispensing their biological arsenal with impunity. Each evening, they would return to the Ark. Haviland 2F, often accompanied by one of his cats, would retreat into solitude. Kefira K, however, developed a different ritual. She would take Foolishness with her to the communications room, listening intently to the incoming reports from across the planet. The updates began to paint a new picture. Guardian Smith reports unfamiliar creatures in the Orange Strait, no dreadnought activity observed. A dreadnought was seen off Bathurn, entangled in a brutal fight with a massive tentacled entity twice its size. A gray kraken, you call it? Very well. We shall all need to learn these new names, Guardian K. From Mullidor Strand, word that a family of lashtail mantas has settled on the coastal rocks. Guardian Horn says they cut through fire balloons like living blades. The balloons just deflate and drop. Remarkable, today's report from Indigo Beach is peculiar. 3 walkers emerged from the water, but it wasn't an assault. They were stumbling about in apparent agony, with strands of a pale, scummy substance trailing from every joint. What manner of creature causes that? A dead dreadnought washed ashore at New Atlantis. Another derelict was spotted by the Sunraiser Patrol rotting on the surface, while strange fish picked at its hull. Starsword ventured to Fire Heights yesterday and sighted fewer than half a dozen fire balloons. The Council of Guardians is now considering a resumption of limited airship flights to the Mudpot Pearls on a trial basis. What is your assessment, Guardian K? Would you suggest we proceed, or is it too soon? The daily briefings kept coming, and each one seemed to bring a wider smile to Kefira K's face as she piloted the Manticore. Yet Haviland Tuf stayed quiet and unreadable. After 34 days of conflict, Lord Guardian Lysan informed her, "We located another dead dreadnought today. It must have fought hard. Our analysts have been examining its stomach contents, and it seems its diet consisted solely of orcas and blue kraken." Kefira K gave a small frown before dismissing it. A few days later, Lord Guardian Moen had news. A gray kraken washed ashore on Boreen. The locals are complaining about the smell. They describe massive circular bite marks. Clearly a dreadnought, but bigger than the standard variety. Guardian K shifted in her seat, uneasy. All the sharks have disappeared from the Amber Sea. Our biologists have no explanation. What's your take? Will you ask Tuf? She listened, feeling a slow drip of dread. Here's a peculiar one for both of you. Something has been spotted moving repeatedly across the Coheran Deep. We have reports from Sunraiser and Skyknife, confirmed by multiple skimmer patrols. They describe a colossal entity, a living island, consuming everything it encounters. Is that one of your creations? If so, you may have misjudged. They claim it's devouring barracuda, blisterfins, and lander's needles by the thousand. Kefira K's expression darkened. Fire balloons sighted once more off Mullidor Strand, hundreds of them. I can scarcely believe these accounts, but they say the lash-tail mantas simply bounce off them now. Do you? Men of war again, can you imagine? We believed they were nearly extinct. There are so many, and they are consuming Tuf's smaller fish at an astonishing rate. You must. Dreadnoughts using water jets to strike howlers from the sky. Something new, Kefira, a flyer, or more accurately, a glider. Swarms of them launch from the tops of these fire balloons. They've already downed 3 skimmers, and the mantas are powerless against them. It's happening everywhere, I tell you. That thing that lurks in the clouds, the balloons, just tear them free. The acid has no effect anymore. They hurl them down. More dead water wasps, hundreds, thousands of them. Where are they all coming from? Walkers again. Castle Dawn has gone silent, likely overrun. We can't comprehend it. The island was surrounded by bloodlace and water jelly colonies. It should have been secure, unless no communication from Indigo Beach in a week. 30, maybe 40 fire balloons observed just off cabin. The council is alarmed? Nothing from Labadoon? A dead fortress fish half the size of the island itself. Dreadnoughts came directly into the harbor. Walkers. Guardian K, the Starsword is lost, gone down over the polar sea. The last transmission was fragmented, but we believe. Kefira K stood up, her body trembling, and turned to flee the communications room where every screen chattered with news of death, ruin, and failure. Haviland Tuf was standing behind her, his pallid face expressionless, with ingratitude perched serenely on his broad left shoulder. "What is going on?" the Guardian demanded, her voice tight. "I should think that would be evident, Guardian, to any individual of ordinary intellect. We are losing. It is possible we have already lost." Kefira K struggled not to scream. "Aren't you going to act? To retaliate? This is entirely your fault, Tuf. You're not an ecological engineer, you're just a merchant who has no idea what he's doing. That's the reason for this." Haviland Tuf lifted a hand, requesting silence. "Please," he stated, "you have already afforded me significant annoyance. Do not insult me further. I am a placid man of a charitable and good-natured temperament, yet even one such as I can be moved to irritation. You are nearing that threshold now. Guardian, I accept no accountability for this regrettable turn of events. This rash biowar we have undertaken was not my conception. Your unreasonable demands pushed me into a regrettable course of action to satisfy you. Luckily, while you've been celebrating what you see as temporary wins, I've remained focused on my tasks. I've charted your entire world within my systems, tracking every shift and surge of your conflict as it unfolded. In one of my largest environmental tanks, I recreated your biosphere and introduced cloned Nemorian organisms, a fragment of tentacle, a section of shell cultivated from preserved remains. I have studied, assessed, and finally reached some judgments. They are provisional, of course, though recent developments on Namor appear to support my theory. Therefore, Guardian, I must ask you to cease your accusations. After a good night's rest, I will go down to Namor and try to put a stop to this war of yours." Kafira K stared at him, her fear slowly giving way to a fragile hope. "You found a solution?" "I believe so. Did I not just imply as much?" "What is it?" she pressed. "Some new organism?" "That's it. You've cloned something else, haven't you? A disease? A beast?" Haviland Tuf raised a hand. "Patience. Certainty must come first. You have criticized and belittled me with such relentless energy that I am reluctant to share my intentions and risk further mockery. I will demonstrate their merit when ready. Now, concerning tomorrow, you will not take the Manticore into combat. Instead, I want you to fly to New Atlantis and gather the full Council of Guardians. Please retrieve any members stationed on distant islands." "And what will you be doing?" Kafira K asked. "I will address the Council when the moment is right. Before that, I will take my proposal and my specimen to Namor on a separate mission. We will use the Phoenix, I think. Yes, the Phoenix seems fitting, a symbol for your world rising from its ashes, admittedly very damp ashes, but ashes all the same." They met on the shuttle deck shortly before departure. The Manticore and Phoenix sat ready in their bays amid a graveyard of old spacecraft. Haviland Tuf was inputting data into a wrist-mounted computer. He wore a long gray vinyl coat with numerous pockets and broad shoulder panels. Atop his bald head sat a green and brown billed cap, adorned with the golden theta of the ecological engineers, tilted at a slight angle. "I've alerted Namor Control and Guardian Headquarters," Kay reported. "The Council is convening. I'll be transporting 6 Lords Guardian from remote regions, so everyone will be present. What about you, Tuf? Are you prepared? Is your mysterious creature aboard?" "Shortly," replied Haviland Tuf, blinking slowly. But Kafira K wasn't looking at his face. Her attention had dropped lower. "Tuf," she said, "there's something in your pocket. It's moving, disbelieving." She watched a slight bulge shift beneath the vinyl material. "Ah," said Tuf, "indeed." Then a head poked out from the pocket and glanced around inquisitively. It was a kitten, a small pitch-black kitten with glowing yellow eyes. "A cat?" Kafira K muttered, unimpressed. "Your powers of observation are remarkable," said Haviland Tuf. He carefully lifted the kitten out, cradling it in one large pale hand while scratching behind its ear with a finger from the other. "This is Dax," he stated gravely. Dax was hardly half the size of the other kittens that roamed the Ark. He resembled a little black puff of fur, oddly relaxed and languid. "Wonderful," the Guardian replied dryly. "Dax, is it? Where did this one come from?" "Never mind, don't tell me, I can imagine." "Tuf, don't we have more critical matters than playing with cats?" "I disagree," said Haviland Tuf. "You undervalue cats, Guardian. They represent the peak of civilization. No society can claim true refinement without them. Are you aware that all cats, since ancient times, have possessed a hint of psychic sensitivity? It is a quiet, profound wisdom they carry, something your war-torn world has forgotten." "Did you know," Haviland Tuf began, his voice a low rumble, "that certain ancient cultures of old Earth revered felines as divine beings? A historical fact." "Please," Kafira K snapped, her patience worn thin. "We don't have time for a history lesson. Are you taking that creature down to Namor or not?" Tuf blinked slowly. Indeed, this creature, as you so dismissively label him, represents Namor's deliverance. A measure of respect would be appropriate. She stared at him, disbelief etching her features. What? That you mean Dax? You cannot be serious. Explain yourself. This is a joke, some twisted prank. You must have something else on the Phoenix. Some colossal beast, a leviathan, to purge the seas of those dreadnoughts. Anything but, not that? Him, stated Haviland Tuf flatly. Guardian, it is profoundly tedious to reiterate the evident. I provided raveners, krakens, and lashtail mantas at your insistence. They proved inadequate. Therefore, after considerable reflection, I have cloned Dax. A kitten, she said, the words dripping with incredulity. You intend to deploy a single, small kitten against dreadnoughts, fire balloons, and armored walkers? Indeed, replied Haviland Tuf. He frowned down at her, gently tucked Dax back into the spacious depths of his greatcoat pocket, and turned with deliberate purpose toward the waiting shuttle. As he walked away, Kay couldn't shake the image, a man who had just spent an hour meticulously polishing a single piece of obsolete machinery, now strolling off to a war council. The absurdity of it chilled her more than any direct threat. High in Breakwater Tower on New Atlantis, the atmosphere in the council chamber was thick with tension. The 25 Lords Guardian had been waiting for hours, some having arrived at dawn. The long conference table was a landscape of scattered personal communicators, crumpled printouts, and empty glasses. 2 meals had come and gone. By the vast curved window, the portly Lord Guardian Alis spoke in hushed, urgent tones to the stern and slender Lord Guardian Lisan, both casting frequent, meaningful glances toward Kafira Kay. Behind them, the setting sun painted the great bay a brilliant, bloody scarlet, a deceptively peaceful backdrop to the tiny, bright dots of Guardian patrol skimmers. Dusk was settling, the council members grumbled and shifted in their plush chairs, and Haviland Tuf was conspicuously absent. When did he say he would arrive? Lord Guardian Kem demanded, not for the first time. He wasn't entirely precise, Lord Guardian, Kay replied uneasily, repeating her answer like a mantra. A communicator chirped abruptly. Lord Guardian Lysan snatched it up. Yes? I see. Very well. Escort him in immediately. He replaced the device and rapped it sharply on the table for order. The room fell into a stiff, expectant silence. The patrol reports Tuf's shuttle has been sighted. He is finally en route. Lysan's glance at Kay was pointed. At last, her unease deepened into dread. The delay was problematic enough, but she was paralyzed by the thought of Tuf's entrance, with Dax undoubtedly peering from his pocket. She had found it impossible to inform her superiors that their last best hope was a small black kitten. She fidgeted, nervously tracing the line of her prominent aquiline nose. This, she feared, would be a catastrophe. It was worse. When the doors finally swung open and Haviland Tuf entered, flanked by 4 guards in golden uniforms, he was a disheveled spectacle. His boots squelched with each step, leaving faint damp prints, and his greatcoat was streaked with grime. There was Dax, paws hooked over the pocket's edge, wide eyes alert. Yet the Lord's Guardian barely registered the kitten. Their collective gaze was fixed on Tuf himself, a muddy, enigmatic giant who had kept them waiting all day, and in whose pocket, they now realized with dawning horror, their entire strategy apparently resided. Haviland Tuf entered the council chamber with an object cradled under his arm, a mass of dripping mud and slime roughly the size of a human skull. He placed it squarely on the polished conference table, where it deposited a puddle of brackish water onto the expensive carpet. It was only when Kafira Kay noticed the faint, thread-like tentacles that she understood. A mud pot, she said, the words escaping in a whisper of disbelief. Her experience with the creatures was limited to the cleaned, boiled, and trimmed delicacies served with a chisel and spiced butter. The chamber erupted as the 25 Lords Guardian all began speaking over one another in a wave of confusion and indignation. After keeping us waiting, he arrives looking like he crawled from a swamp. Is he bringing us a meal? What in the world is in his pocket? It moved, I swear it did. The overlapping protests filled the room until Lysan's sharp command cut through the noise. Silence, the room grudgingly stilled. We assembled at your request, Tuf, Lysan said. his tone dripping with scorn. "We anticipated a solution. You appear to have brought an appetizer." A stifled laugh came from somewhere in the room. Tuf, frowning slightly at his soiled hands, wiped them fastidiously on his heavy coat. He then drew the drowsy black kitten, Dax, from his pocket and set him on the table. Dax stretched, yawned, and began a leisurely stroll toward a nearby counselor, who recoiled as if from a venomous snake. Tuf shrugged off his wet, muddy coat and, after a moment's consideration, draped it over the laser rifle carried by one of his guards. Finally, he addressed the assembled lords. "Esteemed council," he intoned, "this is not a meal. That very assumption is the core of your dilemma. This," he said, gesturing to the muddy mass, "is an ambassador from the species that shares this world with you, a name for which I regret eludes my linguistic skills. His people would take profound offense at being served with butter." It took a gavel procured for Lyson and pounded relentlessly to restore order. Through the commotion, Tuf had remained utterly still, his face a placid mask, arms folded. When quiet returned, he simply stated, "An explanation is perhaps in order." "You are completely deranged," declared Lord Guardian Harvin, his eyes darting between Tuf and the creature. "Certifiably insane." Tuf gathered Dax into the crook of his arm, stroking the kitten's fur. "See how they treat us, even in our hour of revelation," he murmured to the cat. Then, lifting his gaze, he addressed Lyson directly. "Your explorations are insufficient. A century of settlement and you have seen no cities, no roads, no technology. You conclude no sentience exists. This is a failure of imagination, not evidence." A counselor with a florid face and a formidable build leaned forward. "The mudpots possess a brain comparable to ours, I'll grant that, but sentience? Impossible. They are blind, deaf, nearly senseless except for touch. Those tendrils can barely grip a stone, they use them only to anchor themselves to the ocean floor. They are biological fixtures, not a civilization. They are hermaphroditic and fundamentally primitive, capable of movement only during their initial month of life before their shells solidify and become burdensome. Once they anchor themselves to the seabed and cloak their bodies in sediment, they remain fixed in place. They persist there for centuries." "Millennia," corrected Haviland Tuf. "They are creatures of extraordinary longevity. While your biological facts are accurate, your deductions are flawed. You have permitted aggression and apprehension to cloud your judgment. Had you detached from the immediate crisis and engaged in prolonged reasoned analysis as I did, even a tactical mindset might have discerned that your catastrophe was not a natural event. Only the deliberate scheming of a hostile intelligence could adequately account for the tragic sequence of events on Namor." A voice started to object, but Tuf cut it off. "I expect you to remain silent and listen. If you can manage to withhold your interjections, I will provide a full explanation. Afterwards, you may decide what to believe according to your own preferences. I will then collect my payment and take my leave." Tuf glanced at Dax. "Fools, Dax. We are perpetually surrounded by fools." Returning his gaze to the Lord's Guardian, he continued, "As established, a guiding intelligence was undeniably involved. The challenge lay in identifying it. I reviewed the research of your Nemorian biologists, both living and deceased, studied extensive data on your planetary ecology, and recreated numerous native species aboard the Ark. No obvious candidate for sentience presented itself. The conventional indicators of intelligent life, a substantial brain, advanced sensory organs, mobility, and a manipulative limb like an opposable thumb, were absent in any Nemorian organism. My hypothesis, however, remained sound. Consequently, I was compelled to investigate improbable candidates, as no probable ones existed. Examining the history of your crisis revealed suggestive patterns. You assumed your sea monsters emerged from the abyssal depths, but their initial points of appearance were the coastal shallows, specifically your fishing and aquaculture zones. What unified all these locations? An abundance of marine life, certainly, though the species varied. The fish populations near New Atlantis differed from those off the Broken Hand. Yet I noted two consistent exceptions: the mudpots, lying motionless for ages in their soft seabed homes, and originally the organisms you termed Nemorian men of war. The planet's indigenous race uses a different name for the latter. They call them guardians. From this point, it was merely a process of refining the details and verifying my suspicions. I might have reached this conclusion sooner, if not for the incessant and disruptive interruptions from Liaison Officer K, who repeatedly broke my concentration and ultimately compelled me to squander considerable time deploying gray krakens, razor wings, and other such creatures. Future engagements will not include such obstructive liaisons. Ironically, that diversion proved somewhat useful, as it corroborated my theory regarding Namor's true predicament. I proceeded. Geographical analysis indicated the monster concentrations were greatest adjacent to mudpot beds. The most intense conflicts, my Lord's Guardian, occurred in these very areas. Thus, these mudpots you find so palatable were your enigmatic adversaries. But how could this be? They possess sizable brains, yet lack every other trait we commonly link to sentience, and therein lay the core of the mystery. Their intelligence operates on a paradigm foreign to us. What form of conscious being could exist deep beneath the waves, immobile, without sight or hearing, devoid of sensory input? I contemplated this. The answer, gentlemen, is self-evident. Such a mind must interact with the world through channels we cannot perceive, employing its own unique methods of sensing and communication. Such an intelligence would have to be telepathic. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became. This led me to test my theory, which is why I brought Dax here. All cats possess a degree of psionic sensitivity, guardians, but centuries ago, during the Great War, the Federal Empire faced enemies with devastating psychic powers, Rangan minds and Githyanki soulsucks. To counter these threats, genetic engineers enhanced feline psionic abilities, allowing them to link minds with human partners. Dax is a product of that program. You're saying that creature is reading our thoughts? Lysan demanded sharply. To the extent that you have thoughts worth reading, replied Haviland Tuf, yes. But more crucially, through Dax, I was able to connect with the ancient beings you so dismissively call mudpots. They are a fully telepathic species. For countless millennia, they have lived in peaceful contemplation beneath this world's oceans. They are a deliberate, philosophical people existing in the billions, each mind linked to the whole individual yet part of a vast collective consciousness. In a way, they are immortal, for every experience is shared, making a single death insignificant. Their unchanging aquatic world offers few new events, so their long lives are devoted to abstract thought, philosophy, and green, watery dreams we can scarcely imagine. They are like silent composers, weaving endless symphonies of shared consciousness. Before humanity arrived on Namor, they had known no true enemies for millions of years. But it wasn't always so. In the planet's primordial past, the seas swarmed with predators that found the dreamers as delicious as you do. Even then, this race understood genetics and evolution. Using their interconnected minds, they could manipulate life itself with a skill beyond any engineer. So they created their guardians, formidable predators biologically driven to protect the dreamers. These became your men of war. From that era onward, the guardians watched over the beds while the dreamers returned to their mental symphonies. Then you came from Aquarius and old Poseidon. Lost in their reverie, the dreamers barely noticed for years as you farmed, fished, and acquired a taste for mud pots. Consider the shock you delivered, guardians. Each time you dropped one of them into boiling water, every member of their race felt it. To them it seemed as if a terrifying new predator had evolved on the land, a place they'd always ignored. It never occurred to them that you might be sentient, because they cannot conceive of a thinking being without telepathy, just as you couldn't conceive of one that is blind, deaf, immobile, and considered a delicacy. In their view, creatures that move, manipulate tools, and consume flesh are merely animals. The rest you can piece together? The dreamers are a slow people, immersed in their vast mental songs, and they were slow to react. At first, they simply ignored you, assuming the ecosystem would naturally curb your expansion. That didn't happen. You seemed to have no natural checks. You multiplied relentlessly, and thousands of minds fell silent. Eventually, they roused themselves from their dreams and revisited the almost forgotten strategies of their distant past. They accelerated the reproduction of their guardians until the waters above their beds swarmed with protectors, but these ancient defenders, once effective against other foes, proved inadequate against you. Driven to desperate measures, they finally broke from their great symphony. Their collective minds reached out, sensed your presence, and understood the true nature of the threat. Finally, they started crafting new protectors, guardians powerful enough to shield them from this immense new threat. And so it continued. When I first came to the Ark, and Kefira K pressured me into releasing a host of fresh dangers upon their tranquil domain, the Dreamers were understandably startled, yet the conflict had honed their instincts, and their reaction time improved dramatically. In what felt like mere moments, they were already conjuring up even more advanced guardians, dispatching them to fight the beasts I had unleashed. Even as we speak within this formidable tower of yours, countless dreadful new life forms are awakening in the ocean depths, and they will soon rise to haunt your future rest, unless, of course, you choose peace. That choice rests entirely with you. I am merely a modest ecological engineer. It would be presumptuous of me to impose such decisions upon individuals of your stature. Still, I strongly recommend it. So, here is the ambassador retrieved from the sea, a task that involved considerable personal discomfort, I should note. The Dreamers are currently in a state of great agitation, for when they sensed Dax among them, and, through him, connected with me, their understanding of existence expanded exponentially. Today they learned of the stars, and moreover, they discovered they are not alone in this universe. I trust they will be reasonable, as they have no interest in the land, nor any appetite for fish. Here are both Dax and myself. Perhaps we might begin our discussions. After Haviland Tuf finally ceased speaking, a heavy silence lingered in the room. The Lord's guardians sat pale and stunned. One by one, they averted their eyes from Tuf's unreadable face to the grimy shell on the table. Kefira K was the first to find her voice again. "What do they want?" she asked, her tone uneasy. "Primarily," Haviland Tuf stated, "they wish for you to cease consuming them. This strikes me as an exceptionally reasonable request. What is your response?" Sometime later, seated in the Ark's communications room, Haviland Tuf declared, 2 million standards is inadequate. Dax lay peacefully in his lap, lacking the frantic energy of the other kittens. Across the room, suspicion and hostility darted about in a chaotic chase. On the telescreen, Kefira K's face twisted into a distrustful frown. "What are you implying?" "This was the price we settled on, Tuf. If you're attempting to swindle us—" "Swindle?" Tuf exhaled slowly. "Did you catch that, Dax? After all our efforts, such grave accusations are still tossed about so carelessly." "Yes, carelessly indeed." A peculiar expression when one pauses to consider it. He turned his gaze back to the screen. "Guardian K, I am perfectly aware of our agreed price. For 2 million standards, I resolved your crisis. I examined, contemplated, and delivered the crucial insight and the translator you desperately required. I have even provided you with 25 telepathic cats, each bonded to one of your Lord's guardian, to ensure continued dialogue after my departure. That, too, falls within our original contract, as it was essential to solving your dilemma. And, being more of a philanthropist at heart than a merchant, and rather sentimental besides, I have even permitted you to keep Foolishness, who developed an inexplicable fondness for you. For that additional kindness, I charge nothing." "Then why are you insisting on an extra 3 million standards?" Kefira K demanded. "For unnecessary work I was forcibly required to perform," Tuf answered. "Would you like a detailed breakdown?" "Yes, I would," she replied. "Very well, for sharks. For barracuda. For giant squid. For orcas. For gray kraken. For blue kraken. For bloodlace. For water jellies. 20,000 standards per entry. For fortress fish, 50,000 standards. For the weed, that weeps and whispers, 8. He continued listing items for a considerable duration. When he finished, Kefira K pressed her lips into a firm line. "I will present your invoice to the Council of Guardians," she said. Haviland Tuf listened as the Guardian delivered his verdict. "Let me be perfectly clear," the man stated, his voice firm. "What you're asking for is unreasonable and far beyond what our trade balance can support. You could orbit our world for a century, Tuf, and you still wouldn't receive 5 million standards." Tuf lifted his hands in a gesture of resigned acceptance. "I see," he replied. So, it seems my trusting disposition has led me to a financial disadvantage. Am I to understand I will not be compensated? You will receive 2 million standards, the Guardian confirmed. Exactly as we originally agreed. I suppose I must accept this rather harsh and morally questionable outcome, treating it as a difficult lesson in life. So be it. He gently stroked Dax, the cat purring softly in his lap. It is often said that those who ignore the past are condemned to relive it. I have only myself to blame for this unfortunate development. Why, just recently I happened to watch a historical drama depicting a nearly identical scenario. It concerned a seed ship, much like my own, which eliminated a troublesome infestation for a small planet, only to have the planet's government renege on their payment. A wiser individual would have taken that as a cue to always demand payment up front. He released a long, weary sigh. But wisdom eluded me, and now I bear the consequences. Tuf paused his petting, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Perhaps your Council of Guardians would find that recording of interest, if only for entertainment. It's a full holographic dramatization, quite well performed, and it offers a compelling look at the operational capacities of a vessel like the Ark. Most educational, it's titled The Seed Ship of Hamelin. The payment was transferred shortly thereafter. Chapter 4. Second Helpings. It was less a conscious pastime and more an ingrained tendency, certainly not something pursued with any deliberate or malicious intent, yet the habit had undeniably taken root. Haviland Tuf had begun to amass spacecraft. Perhaps accumulate is the more precise term. Space, after all, was one thing the Ark had in abundance. Upon first boarding the ancient seed ship, Tuf had discovered 5 sleek, black delta-winged shuttles, the hollowed-out shell of a bulky Rianese merchant vessel, and 3 enigmatic alien starships. A heavily armored Hruen fighter and 2 other far stranger craft whose origins and builders were a complete mystery. To this motley collection was added his own battle-damaged trader, the cornucopia of excellent goods at low prices. That was merely the starting point. As he journeyed, other ships seemed to find their way to his vast landing deck with the same inevitability that dust collects beneath a console or paperwork piles up on an administrator's desk. On Freehaven, the negotiator's nimble one-man drive-shift courier had been so severely damaged evading blockade fire that Tuf was compelled to offer a return trip aboard the shuttle Manticore once a suitable contract was settled, naturally. Thus, a drive-shift courier was added to the fleet. The elephant priests of Ganesh, ironically, had never laid eyes on a real elephant. Tuf cloned them several herds and, for good measure, included a pair of mastodons, a woolly mammoth, and a vibrant green Phrygian trumpet tusker. The isolationist Ganeshi, who wanted no ongoing contact with humanity, settled his fee with the fleet of dilapidated starships their forebears had arrived in centuries before. Tuf managed to sell 2 to museums and the remainder for scrap, but he held on to 1 vessel on a mere whim. His time on Caraleo involved a legendary drinking competition with the Lord of the Burnished Golden Pride, from which Tuf emerged victorious, claiming a luxurious lion boat as his prize, though the sore loser had spitefully pried off most of the ornate solid gold fittings before relinquishing it. Then there were the artificers of Moor, a people immensely proud of their skill. They were so delighted with the clever dragonettes Tuf engineered to control their wing rat infestation that they gifted him a magnificent shuttle forged from iron and silver, complete with great bat-like wings. It was, in its own way, a masterpiece. The Knights of St. Christopher, whose world had lost much of its appeal thanks to the ravages of giant flying reptiles they dramatically termed dragons, were immensely grateful when Tuf supplied them with Georges. These small, hairless primates possessed an insatiable appetite for dragon eggs. Their gratitude took the form of a starship, an odd vessel shaped like a stone and wooden egg. Within its core, padded seats of treated dragon leather surrounded 100 ornate, non-functional brass levers, and a stained glass window stood where a view screen should have been. Tapestries depicting legendary acts of heroism covered the wooden walls. The ship was, naturally, inoperable. Its systems were mere decoration. Tuf accepted it graciously. This pattern repeated, a vessel here and another there, until his landing bay resembled a graveyard for interstellar craft. Consequently, when Haviland Tuf resolved to journey back to Suthlam, he had a curious assortment of ships from which to choose. Arriving in the Ark itself seemed a distinctly poor strategy. He had, after all, departed the Suthlamese system with their planetary defense flotilla in determined pursuit, eager to seize the ancient seed ship. The Suthlamese were a technologically adept people. 5 standard years was ample time for them to enhance their warship's speed and lethality. A discreet reconnaissance mission was therefore essential. Fortunately, Tuf fancied himself a virtuoso of deception. He brought the Ark to a halt in the lightless void, a full light-year from Solstar, and descended to survey his motley fleet. After considerable deliberation, he selected the Lion boat. It was both sizable and fast, with fully operational drives and life support. Furthermore, Caraleo was sufficiently distant from Suthlam that regular traffic between the two was rare, making flaws in his disguise less probable. Before departure, he underwent a transformation. His pale skin was tinted a deep bronze. A wig bestowed upon him a flowing red-gold mane and a formidable beard, while fierce artificial eyebrows completed the facial overhaul. He then swathed his large frame in vibrantly colored synthetic furs and a cascade of quasigilt chains until he embodied the very image of a flamboyant Caraleo noble. Most of his cats remained safe aboard the Ark, but the telepathic black kitten Dax accompanied him, curled in a deep pocket. He christened his ship with a suitably bombastic name, stocked it with provisions including freeze-dried mushroom stew and 2 kegs of heavy St. Christopher malt, loaded its computer with an array of strategic games, and embarked. Upon re-entering normal space near Suthlam and its sprawling orbital docks, he was promptly hailed. The control chamber's main screen, fashioned in the shape of a great eye, a peculiar Leonese aesthetic touch, displayed the weary visage of a slight man. "Spider Home Control. Port of Suthlam," he stated. "We have you, flyer. Identify, please." Haviland Tuf activated the comm. "This is the ferocious Weltrohrer," he intoned in his flat, measured voice. "I request docking authorization." "What a shock," the controller replied with practiced, bored sarcasm. "Proceed to dock 437, out." His image vanished, replaced by a schematic diagram of the assigned berth. The link terminated. After docking was complete, a customs team boarded his vessel. One of the inspectors gave his empty cargo holds a quick look, performing a basic safety scan to ensure this strange, improbable vessel posed no threat of explosion, meltdown, or damage to the docking web, while also checking for any signs of pests. Her partner launched into a detailed interrogation of Haviland Tuf, asking about his origin, destination, purpose for visiting Suthlam, and other voyage details, tapping his fabricated responses into a handheld unit. They were nearly done when Dax, drowsy and curious, poked his head from Tuf's pocket to peer at the official. "What in the world?" she exclaimed, jerking back so abruptly she nearly fumbled her computer. The kitten, now nearly full-grown but still the smallest of Tuf's companions, had fur as dark as the void between stars, gleaming golden eyes, and a languid, unhurried air. Tuf gently lifted him out, holding him in the crook of one arm while stroking him with his other hand. "This is Dax," he stated. Aware that Suthlamese customs often viewed any animal as a potential pest, he hoped to prevent any hasty reactions. "He is a pet, entirely harmless." "I know exactly what he is," the woman snapped. "Keep that thing away from me. If it makes a move for my throat, you're in serious trouble, Spacer." "Naturally," Haviland Tuf replied. "I shall endeavor to restrain his savage impulses." She seemed to relax a little. "It's just a little cat, right? What do they call those? A kitten. Your grasp of zoological terms is commendable," Tuf said. "I don't know a thing about zoology," the inspector admitted, settling back into her seat, "but I catch a vid show now and then." "No doubt you encountered an enlightening documentary," Tuf suggested. "Boring," she said. "No way. I'm all about romance and adventure serials." "I understand," said Haviland Tuf, "and one such program, I presume, featured a feline character." She nodded, just as her colleague returned from the hold. "All clear," the second woman announced. She noticed Dax nestled in Tuf's arms and smiled. "A cat, kind of cute, isn't it?" "Don't let looks fool you," the first inspector warned. "They seem soft and cuddly, but they can shred your lungs before you blink." "He seems a bit small for that," her partner remarked. "Ha! Remember the one in Tuf and Moon?" "Tuf and Moon," Haviland Toof repeated, his tone utterly flat. The second inspector took a seat. "The pirate and the portmaster," she said. "He was the merciless master of life and death, commanding a ship as vast as a sun. She was the Spider Queen, torn between love and duty. Together they reshaped the galaxy," the first added. "You can rent it in Spider Home if you're into that sort of thing," the second told him. "It's got a cat in it." "Indeed," said Haviland Toof, giving a slow blink. Dax began to purr softly against his chest. His assigned berth was 5 kilometers out along the web, so Haviland Toof boarded a crowded pneumatic tube train toward the port's core. There were no seats to be found. He stood pressed on all sides, a stranger's elbow digging into his ribs, the cold plasteel faceplate of a cybertech nearly touching his own, and the slick exoskeleton of some alien species nudging his back each time the train decelerated. When he finally stepped onto the platform, it felt as if the car had violently expelled the overwhelming mass of humanity it had swallowed. The scene was a swirling chaos of noise and motion, a tide of bodies moving in every direction. A petite young woman with features as sharp as a dagger's edge reached out to touch his furs, offering an unwelcome invitation to a nearby pleasure parlor. No sooner had Toof extricated himself than a newsfeed reporter, sporting a third-eye camera and a practiced smile, approached, claiming he was doing a segment on unusual spacers and requesting an interview. Toof moved past him to a vending kiosk, bought a privacy shield, and fastened it to his belt. It provided a modest degree of relief. Noticing the shield, the Uslamzis politely averted their gazes, respecting his indicated desire for solitude, and he was able to move through the bustling crowds with only minimal further interruption. His initial destination was a public viewing facility. Securing a private booth with seating, he requested a bulb of thin Suthlamese ale and accessed a rental of the popular serial Tuf and Moon. From there he proceeded directly to the administrative hub of the spaceport. Addressing the individual stationed at the reception terminal, he inquired, "A question, if you please. Does the official Tolly Moon currently hold the position of portmaster for Suthlam?" The attendant gave him a weary once-over. "Flies," he muttered with another sigh. "Naturally. Who else would it be?" "An apt observation," replied Haviland Toof. "It is critically urgent that I confer with her immediately." "Is that so, you and about 1,000 other souls? Identification?" "I am known as Weemawet, a voyager from Corelio, commander of the vessel Ferocious Velt Roarer." The secretary made a face, input the information, and leaned back in his suspensor chair. After a moment, he shook his head. "No luck, Weemawet. The portmaster is occupied and her system has no record of you, your ship, or your point of origin. I can schedule a meeting for roughly a week from now, provided you state your purpose. This delay is unacceptable. My purpose is private, and I require an audience with the portmaster without postponement." With a shrug, the man said, "Decide or depart. Fly." "That's the offer." Haviland Toof considered briefly. Then he raised his hands, seized the edges of his facial hair, and pulled. It detached with a distinct tearing noise. "Behold," he announced, "I am not Weemawet. I am Haviland Toof, employing a subterfuge." He laid the synthetic mane and beard across the console. "Haviland Toof?" the secretary repeated. "Correct?" The man chuckled. "I've seen that entertainment series Fly. If you're Toof, then I'm Stefan Cobalt Northstar." "Stefan Cobalt Northstar perished over 1,000 years ago. Nevertheless, I am Haviland Toof." "You look nothing like him," the secretary countered. "I'm traveling incognito disguised as a noble from the Leonid cluster." "Oh, of course. I forgot." "Your recollection is fleeting. Will you inform Portmaster Mune that Haviland Toof has returned to Suthlam and demands a prompt conference?" "No," the man stated flatly, "but I'll certainly share the anecdote with my companions at tonight's gathering. I possess a sum of 16,500,000 standards which I intend to transfer to her," Tuf stated. 16,500,000? The secretary echoed, visibly taken aback. "That's significant capital." "You have a firm grasp of the evident," Tuf said evenly. "I have discovered ecological engineering to be a notably profitable vocation." "Good for you," the man replied. He leaned forward, his patience evidently exhausted. "Listen, Tuf, or Weemawet, or whatever you're calling yourself, this has been amusing, but I have actual duties. If you don't collect your hair and remove yourself from my vicinity in the next few seconds, I will be compelled to summon security." He was preparing to elaborate when his console emitted a buzz. "Yes," he said into his headset, his expression shifting. "Ah, yes, certainly, Ma. Well, large, very large, about 2.5 meters tall, with a truly substantial abdominal region." "No, lots of hair, or there was before he ripped it off and deposited it on my station. No, claims he's in disguise. Yes, claims he has millions of standards for you." 16,500,000, Tuf interjected with exactitude. The secretary gulped. "Of course, immediately, Ma." He ended the connection and stared up at Tuf, astonished. "She will see you," he gestured. "Through that door. Be advised, her office is null gravity." "I am cognizant of the portmaster's distaste for gravitational forces," stated Haviland Tuf. He collected his discarded disguise, tucked it under his arm, and moved with rigid formality toward the designated portal, which slid aside as he neared. She awaited him in the inner chamber, floating amidst the organized chaos, her legs crossed. Her long hair, a mix of silver and iron, drifted like a smoky halo around her sharp, plain, intelligent face. "So, you finally returned," she said as Tuf navigated into view. Haviland Tuf was ill at ease in weightlessness. He hauled himself to the guest chair, which was firmly anchored to what served as the floor, fastened the restraints, and settled in. He folded his hands neatly upon the vast dome of his stomach. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor in his fingers was the only sign of his discomfort, a new detail unnoticed by the original account, betraying the profound unease the zero-G environment stirred within his methodical nature. His mane, a pale cloud of hair, floated gently in the filtered air. "Your assistant declined to pass along my communications," he stated. "What led you to deduce it was me?" She offered a knowing smile. "Who else would christen a starship Ferocious Velt Roarer?" she replied. "Also, it's been nearly 5 years to the day. I had a hunch you were the punctual type, Tuf." "Indeed," said Haviland Tuf. With measured formality, he reached into his synth fur coat, opened the sealed inner pocket, and produced a slim vinyl case filled with crystalline data chips. "Madam, I hereby present the agreed sum of 16,500,000 standards, fulfilling the first installment of my obligation to the port of Suthlum for the Ark's refurbishment. The funds are secured in reputable financial institutions on Osiris, Chandelure, Old Poseidon, Tola, Lis, and New Budapest. These chips will grant you access." "Appreciated," she said, taking the wallet. She gave it a cursory glance before releasing it, letting it drift upward toward his floating hair. "Somehow, I never doubted you'd come up with the money, Tuf." "Your confidence in my fiscal responsibility is most gratifying," Haviland Tuf replied. "Now, regarding this dramatized program." "Tuf and Mooney?" "You've watched it, then?" "I have," Tuf confirmed. "Well, I'll be damned," Tolly Moon said with a lopsided grin. "So what's your verdict?" I must confess it held a peculiar, if perverse, attraction for me, for reasons that should be obvious. The concept of such a production appeals to one's vanity, yet its realization was profoundly lacking. Tolly Moon laughed. "What irritated you the most?" Tuf lifted a single, lengthy finger. "In a word, falsehood." She nodded. "All right. The actor playing Tuf weighs about half what you do. His face shows a lot more expression, his dialogue wasn't nearly as formal, and he moved with the agility of a gymnast, but they did shave his head for authenticity's sake. He sported a mustache," Haviland Tuf noted. "I do not." "They thought it gave him a dashing look. Then again, consider what they did to my character. I don't object to them taking 50 years off my age, and I don't mind them refining my features until I resembled some idealized fantasy heroine, but for Star's sake, those ridiculous breasts. Presumably, they sought to underscore the undeniable fact of your mammalian biology," said Tuf. "While one might dismiss these as superficial changes made for a more visually pleasing spectacle, I consider the reckless distortions of my stated beliefs and principles to be a far graver offense. I take particular issue with my concluding monologue, in which I supposedly declare that humanity's evolutionary brilliance will inevitably solve all dilemmas, and that eco-engineering has liberated the Suthlamese to procreate boundlessly, thereby ascending to divinity. This stands in complete opposition to the actual opinions I shared with you, Portmaster Mooney. If you recall our discussions, I stated unequivocally that any resolution to your sustenance crisis, be it technological or ecological, could only ever be a temporary measure if your population refused to curb its rampant reproduction. You were the hero of the story, Moon countered. They couldn't very well have you sounding like you were against life itself, could they? Additional inaccuracies plague the narrative. Those subjected to this fiction have received a wildly incorrect impression of the events from 5 years past. Havoc is a benign, if energetic, feline whose lineage has been companion to humanity since its earliest days. My recollection is that when you, exploiting a legal loophole in a rather underhanded scheme to commandeer the Ark, detained her, we both submitted peacefully. At no point did she disembowel a single security officer with her claws, much less half a dozen. She did scratch the back of my hand once, Moon admitted. Is there anything more? Tuf inquired. I hold no criticism for the strategies and actions of Josen Rael and the High Council of Sutlam, Tuf stated. Admittedly, they and First Councillor Rael in particular acted in a manner lacking in ethics and principle. However, in their defense, it should be noted that Josen Rael never resorted to torturing me, nor did he harm any of my cats to force my compliance. He wasn't overly stressed about it either, Moon added, and he kept his composure. He was, fundamentally, a good person. She let out a soft breath. Poor Josen. This brings us to the heart of the issue. Heart is an interesting term to consider, yet fitting for our conversation. The core, Portmaster Moon, was and remains the specifics of our bet. Upon my arrival with the salvaged Ark for repairs, your High Council decided to claim it. I declined to sell, and lacking legal grounds for seizure, you declared Havoc a pestilence and threatened its destruction unless I authorized a transfer. Is this an accurate summary? Sounds about right to me, Moon replied cheerfully. We broke the deadlock with a wager. My task was to prevent Suthlam's food shortage through ecological engineering, thereby stopping the famine that loomed over you. Should I fail, the Ark was yours? Should I succeed, you would return Havoc to me, complete the necessary refitting and repairs, and grant me a decade to settle the account. Correct, she affirmed. To the best of my memory, carnal knowledge of your person was never part of my stipulations, Portmaster Moon. I would be remiss not to acknowledge the remarkable courage you demonstrated when the High Council sealed the tubes and secured the docks. You endangered your life and career, shattered a plasteel viewport, traversed kilometers of empty space wearing only skin thins and using air jets, evaded security teams throughout, and narrowly escaped being fired upon by your own planetary defense fleet as they moved to intercept me. Even someone as pragmatic as myself must concede these actions carry a heroic, perhaps even a romantic weight, that in older times could inspire legends. Yet the objective of this dramatic, albeit bold, journey was to reclaim Havoc per our agreement, not to offer your person to my, he paused, blinking, base desires. Moreover, you were explicitly clear that your motivation stemmed from a personal code of honor and a concern over the corrupting power the Ark represented to your government. As I remember it, physical attraction or romantic sentiment played no role in your decision-making. Portmaster Moon smiled. Just look at us, Tuf, a ridiculously improbable pair of star-crossed lovers. But you have to admit it makes for a far more entertaining tale. Tuf's elongated face remained impassive. You cannot possibly be endorsing this wildly inaccurate vidshow, he stated without inflection. The Portmaster laughed. Endorsing it? Good grief, I wrote the script. Haviland Tuf blinked several times in succession. Before he could formulate a response, the outer door hissed open and a swarm of newsfeed reporters poured in, at least 24 of them, chattering and exclaiming while hurling impolite inquiries. A recording lens whirred and blinked at the center of each forehead. Over here, Tuf, give us a smile. Did you bring any cats? Will you be filing a marriage contract, Portmaster? Where is the Ark docked? Give us an embrace for the feeds. Why the change in your skin tone, traitor? What happened to the mustache? Any thoughts on Tuf and Mooney, Citizen Tuf? How is Havoc running these days? Securely fastened in his chair, Haviland Tuf scanned the room with a series of swift, methodical movements of his head. He blinked and maintained his silence. The barrage of questions persisted until Portmaster Tolly Moon navigated effortlessly through the crowd, gently pushing Peeps aside with both hands, and took a seat beside Tuf. She linked her arm through his and placed a brief, light kiss on his cheek. "Give them a break," she snapped, raising a hand to silence the clamor. "He just arrived. No questions, we're claiming privacy. It's been 5 years. Let us have a moment to reconnect." One persistent reporter hovered close, her third eye focusing intently. "Are you both heading to the Ark?" she pressed. Tolly Moon didn't hesitate. "Naturally, where else would we go?" Only once the ferocious Velt Roarer had cleared the docking web and was cruising toward the Ark did Haviland Tuf finally make his way to the cabin reserved for his guest. Freshly washed and restored to his usual appearance, his long, hairless face was pale and inscrutable. He wore a simple gray coverall that did nothing to hide his substantial midsection, and a green cap with a duck bill and the golden theta symbol of the ecological engineers sat atop his bald head. Perched on his shoulder was Dax. Tolly Moon was relaxing with a bulb of St. Christopher malt and offered a grin as he entered. "This is excellent stuff," she remarked. "So, who's this? Not Havoc?" Havoc has been returned to the Ark, reunited with her mate and offspring, though they can hardly be called kittens anymore. "The feline contingent aboard my vessel has expanded since my last visit to Usuthlam, though not at the frantic pace your planet's human population favors." He settled slowly into his seat. "This is Dax. While every cat possesses unique qualities, Dax represents a singular achievement. It is widely accepted that felines have a latent psychic sensitivity. During an incident on the world called Namor, I undertook a project to refine and amplify this innate trait. Dax is the culmination of that work. We share a distinct bond, and his PSI abilities are considerably advanced. In other words, Tolly Moon said, you bred yourself a telepathic cat." "Your insight remains sharp, Portmaster," Tuf replied, folding his hands. "We have considerable ground to cover. Perhaps you would be good enough to clarify why you summoned the Ark back to Suthlam, why you insisted on joining me, and most pertinent, why you involved me in that elaborate, if visually striking, charade and took such liberties with my personal presentation." Tolly Moon sighed. "Tuf, do you remember the situation when we said goodbye 5 years back?" "My recall is intact," stated Haviland Tuf. "Good. Then you might also remember you left me in a spectacular mess. You expected prompt dismissal from your position, a trial for high treason, and consignment to a penal farm on the larder," Tuf recited, "yet you refused my offer of passage to any system you preferred, choosing instead to return and confront probable imprisonment and dishonor." "Like it or not, I'm Suthlamese," she said firmly. "These are my people, Tuf. They can be incredible fools sometimes, but they're still my people." "Your devotion is noted. Given you remain Portmaster, I deduce the situation evolved." "I evolved it," Tolly Moon stated. "Indeed, I had to, unless I fancied spending my remaining years piloting a weeder wheel through neograss while the gravity strained my bones." She grimaced at the thought. "The moment I returned to port, security detained me. I disobeyed the High Council, broken statutes, caused damage, and aided your escape with a ship they intended to seize. Quite the theatrical production, wouldn't you agree? My perspective is irrelevant. So theatrical, in fact, that it could only be interpreted as either a monumental crime or an act of monumental bravery. Josen was distressed over it. He and I went back a long way, and he wasn't truly a bad man, as I told you. But as First Counselor, he knew his duty. He had to prosecute me for treason, and I'm no fool either, Tuf. I knew precisely what I needed to do." She leaned forward, her expression turning wry. "Sometimes saving your own skin requires a little creative storytelling, and knowing when to play the hero instead of the villain. My own hand wasn't much better, but I had to stay in the game or walk away. To protect myself, I had to dismantle Josen, undermine him and the majority of the High Council. I needed to cast myself as the savior and him as the traitor, in language so plain even the most gullible soul in the Undercity couldn't miss it." "I understand," Tuf replied. Dax was rumbling softly. The Portmaster's conviction was absolute. Hence the theatrical spectacle known as Tuf and Moone. "The legal fees were a genuine burden," she admitted. "That part was painfully real, but I leveraged it. I sold my account of events to a major network, and I might have embellished the narrative a bit. They were so captivated they planned a dramatization to follow the news exclusive. I was thrilled to supply the script. I had a writer, naturally, but I dictated the story. Josen never saw it coming. He wasn't the political mastermind he imagined, and his heart wasn't truly in the fight. Plus, I had an inside man. From where? Tuf asked. Primarily a young councilman named Kreger Blackson. The name is unfamiliar. He served on the High Council, the agriculture seat. A pivotal position, Tuf and Blackson was the youngest person ever to hold it. The youngest on the entire council. You'd assume he'd be content, wouldn't you? I must ask you not to speculate on my thoughts unless you have acquired psychic powers. I would assume no such thing. It is nearly always an error to believe any human is ever truly satisfied. Kreger Blackson was, and is, a man of immense ambition, Tully Mune stated. He served in Josen's administration. Both were technocrats, but Blackson coveted the first councillor's chair, which Josen Rael was firmly occupying. His incentive is clear. Blackson became my partner. He was already deeply impressed with your contributions, the omni-grain, the fish and plankton, the slime molds, all those mushrooms. He recognized the opportunity. He wielded his authority to slash through biotesting protocols and deploy your solutions immediately. Declared it all a top priority and steamrolled anyone who dared to delay. Josen Rael was too distracted to pay attention. The competent and decisive politician is a remarkably rare breed in the galaxy, Haviland Tuf observed. Perhaps I should obtain a cell sample from Kreger Blackson for the ARC's library. You're jumping ahead. The conclusion seems evident. Setting aside any appearance of conceit, I will hypothesize that my modest ecological interventions were considered a success, and that Kreger Blackson's vigorous execution of my plans accrued to his benefit. He branded it Tuf's Flowering, Tully Mune said, a sardonic smile touching her lips. The media adopted the phrase, Tuf's Flowering, a new golden age for Soothlam. Before long, edible fungus was sprouting on our sewer walls, massive mushroom farms sprang up in every undercity. Expanses of Neptune's shawl spread across our oceans, and beneath the waves your fish reproduced at a staggering pace. We sowed your omni-grain in place of neograss and nanowheat, and the initial harvest delivered almost 3 times the calories. You performed stellar work for us, Tuf. The praise is acknowledged with appropriate gratitude, said Tuf. Luckily for me, the portmaster continued, the flowering was well underway by the time Tuf and Moon aired, long before my trial. Craig was on the feeds every day, singing your praises and announcing to billions that our food crisis was solved, ended, history. She gave a slight shrug. So he made you a hero for his own purposes. He had to, if he wanted to supplant Josen, and that in turn helped cement me as a heroine. It all wove together into one perfectly tight, pretty little package, the most beautiful damned thing you could imagine. I'll skip the messy details. The final result was Tully Mune, acquitted and reinstated to her office in a wave of public acclaim. Josen Rael fell into disgrace, condemned by every pundit, and forced to step down. Half the High Council resigned alongside him. Kreger Blackson rose as the new technocratic leader and swept the following elections. Craig is first councillor now. As for Josen, the poor man passed away 2 years back. And you and I, Tuf, we've turned into legend, the most celebrated pair of lovers since. Oh, for crying out loud, since all those famous couples from the old stories. You know the ones, Romeo and Juliet, Samson and Delilah, Sodom and Gomorrah, Marx and Lenin. Perched on Tuf's shoulder, Dax let out a low, uneasy growl. Tiny claws pressed through the jumpsuit fabric into Tuf's skin. Haviland Tuf blinked slowly, then reached up to stroke the kitten gently. Portmaster Mune, your smile is wide, and your news appears to suggest a trite, if perpetually popular, happy ending. Yet Dax has grown distressed, as if beneath this calm exterior you are simmering with unrest. Perhaps you are leaving out some vital piece of the story. Just the footnote, Tuf, the portmaster replied. Indeed. And what might that footnote be? 27 years, Tuf? Does that ring any bells in that head of yours? Indeed. Prior to commencing my ecological engineering program, your projections indicated Suthlam was 27 standard years from widespread famine. Given the alarming population growth and dwindling food resources, that was 5 years ago, said Tollymune. Indeed. 27 minus 5, 22, said Tuf. I presume there is a purpose to this exercise in elementary arithmetic. 22 years left, Portmaster Tollymune said. Then her tone shifted, turning bitterly sarcastic. Ah, but that was before the Ark, before the brilliant ecologist Tuf and the daring spinneret Muni fixed everything, before the miracle of the loaves and fishes, before the courageous young Gregor Blackson ushered in Tuf's grand flowering. What a wonderful fairy tale! Haviland Tuf turned his head slightly toward the cat on his shoulder. I detect a certain note of sarcasm in her voice, he remarked to Dax. Tollymune sighed, reached into a pocket, and pulled out a case of crystalline data chips. Here you go, lover, she said, tossing them through the air. Tuf caught the spinning case in his large, pale hand without a word. Everything you need is there. Straight from the Council databanks, the highest classification, of course, all the reports, all the projections, all the analyses, and it's for your eyes only. Understand? That's why I've been so annoyingly mysterious, and that's why we're heading back to the Ark. Craig and the High Council thought our little romance made a terrific cover. Let the billions watching the news feeds think we're off exploring new romantic frontiers. As long as they're picturing the pirate and the portmaster in a passionate fling, they won't stop to wonder what we're really doing. Everything has to be handled quietly. We want loaves and fishes, Tuf, but this time served on a covered platter. Those are my orders. What is the most recent projection? Haviland Tuf asked, his voice flat and devoid of expression. Dax stood up, hissing in sudden alarm. Tollymune took a slow sip of her beer and sank back into her chair. She closed her eyes. 18 years, she said. In that moment she looked every one of her 100 years not like a woman of 60, and her voice was heavy with exhaustion. 18 years, she repeated, and the clock is ticking. Tollymune was no stranger to scale. Having lived her whole life on Suthlam, with its continent-spanning cities, its teeming billions, its towers piercing the sky for miles, its deep subterranean passages, and its great orbital elevator, she was not easily impressed by mere size. Yet there was something about the Ark that got to her. She felt it the moment they arrived, as the vast dome of the landing deck parted above them and Tuf guided the ferocious Velt roarer down into the shadowy interior, settling it among his shuttles and derelict starships on a circular pad that glowed a faint, welcoming blue. The dome sealed shut above them, and air rushed back in with the force of a hurricane, filling the immense space with a chorus of howls and sighs. Once pressure stabilized, Haviland Tuf opened the locks and led the way down an ornate stair that extended from the lion boat's mouth like a gilded tongue. A small three-wheeled cart awaited them below. Tuf drove silently past the graveyard of dead and derelict vessels, some so alien in design they surpassed anything Portmaster Tollymune had ever encountered, his gaze fixed ahead with Dax curled, purring and limp across his lap. He assigned her an entire deck to herself. A cavernous space that on Suthlam would have been partitioned into 1,000 cramped apartments. Here, it held only empty berths, silent computer terminals, laboratories, access corridors, sanitary units, recreation halls, and kitchens, all hers alone. Knowing her preference, Tuf disengaged the gravity grid on that level, leaving her to float in 0G. Should you require me, he stated, my quarters are on the top deck under full gravity. I will devote my full attention to the crisis facing Suthlam. No offenses intended, Portmaster, but past collaborations have proven more distracting than helpful. I work best alone, undisturbed. Our course towards Suthlam will be set at a leisurely pace. I trust by our arrival I will have formulated a solution. And if you don't, Tollymune cut in sharply, the ship is ours. Those were the terms. I am fully aware, Tuf replied. Should you grow restless, the Ark offers a wide array of diversions and automated food services. While the fare cannot compare to my own culinary preparations, it is, I suspect, superior to standard Suthlamese provisions. You may eat whenever you wish, but I expect you to join me each evening at 1800 ship's time for dinner. Punctuality, please. With that he departed. The ship's systems maintained a cycle of simulated days and nights. Tali Mune spent her nights watching ancient holodramas recorded on half-legendary worlds, stories millennia old. Her days became a journey of exploration, first through her own deserted deck, then across the vastness of the Ark. The more she saw, the more a sense of awe, edged with unease, settled over her. She sat for hours in the old captain's chair on the tower ridge, watching fragments of ancient logs scroll across the massive screen. She wandered a maze of corridors and decks, discovering 3 skeletons along the way, only 2 of them human, and pausing at one intersection where the duralloy bulkheads were blistered and cracked, as if seared by some forgotten catastrophe. In a quiet library, she handled real books, some printed on metal sheets or plastic, others on fragile paper. She returned to the landing deck to clamber over a few of the silent, dead starships. In the armory, she stared at a terrifying collection of weapons, some obsolete, some unrecognizable, some clearly forbidden. Her longest treks took her down the central shaft that ran the spine of the vessel. Walking its full 30-kilometer length left her breathless, her footsteps echoing in the dim vastness. All around were cloning vats, growth tanks, microsurgical suites, and computer stations in mind-numbing abundance. Most vats stood empty and dark, but here and there, Tali Mune found life quietly growing. Tali Mune gazed through the grimy viewport, past layers of murky fluid at the vague forms moving within. Some were no bigger than her palm, while others rivaled the size of a subway car. A deep chill settled into her bones. The entire vessel felt unnervingly cold and alien to her. The sole pocket of genuine warmth existed on the small upper-deck section where Haviland Tuf resided. His repurposed communications hub, now a central control room, was snug and inviting. His personal quarters were cluttered with well-worn, plush furniture and a curious collection of trinkets gathered from his travels. Here, the air carried the comforting sense of cooked meals and ale, footsteps fell softly instead of echoing, and there was a palpable sense of light, sound, and life. And there were the cats. Tuf's feline companions roamed freely through the ship, yet they predominantly congregated near him. He kept 7. Chaos, a haughty gray longhair with a lazy, commanding presence, ruled his domain. He typically held court atop Tuf's primary console, his fluffy tail swishing like a pendulum. Over 5 years, Havoc had grown slower and plumper. She didn't immediately remember the portmaster, but after a few days their old rapport returned, and Havoc would sometimes join Tali on her solitary walks. Then came ingratitude, doubt, hostility, and suspicion. Tuf referred to them as the kittens, though they were fully grown. The progeny of Chaos and Havoc, he explained. The litter originally numbered 5. I elected to leave Foolishness on Namor. Foolishness is generally best left behind, Tali remarked. I never pictured you giving away a cat, however. Foolishness formed an irrational attachment to a particularly trying and capricious young Namorian woman, Tuf stated. Given my surplus of felines and her complete lack thereof, it appeared the courteous course of action. While the cat is a magnificent creature, it is regrettably uncommon in our contemporary galaxy. My inherent magnanimity and obligation to humanity thus compel me to distribute cats to worlds like Namor. A society that includes cats is inherently more civilized and enriched. Of course, Tali said with a slight smile. Hostility was nearby. She lifted him gently, running her fingers through his exceptionally soft fur. You picked some odd names for this crew. Perhaps they reflect human foibles more than feline traits, Tuf conceded. I assigned them on a whim. Ingratitude, doubt, and suspicion were gray like their sire. Hostility was black and white like Havoc. Doubt was a vocal, rotund creature. Hostility was bold and energetic, and suspicion was timid, often vanishing beneath Tuf's chair. They played together as a rowdy pack and found Tali Mune utterly captivating, swarming over her during her visits. They appeared in the most unexpected spots. Hostility once pounced onto her shoulders from a railing as she rode a moving walkway, startling her so badly she nearly lost her footing. She grew used to Doubt planting himself in her lap at mealtimes, angling for scraps. And then there was the 7th, Dax. Dax, with fur black as space and eyes like twin golden beacons. Dax, the most profoundly inert creature she had ever encountered, who vastly preferred being carried to moving under his own power. Dax, who peered from Tuf's tunic pocket or from under the brim of his cap, who sat on his knees or perched on his shoulder. Dax, who ignored the other young cats, who was nearly silent, and whose mere golden-eyed stare could somehow compel even the regal chaos to vacate a coveted seat. The black cat was Tuf's constant shadow. "You're familiar," Tolly Mooney observed to him during a meal after she had been aboard for close to 3 weeks. She gestured with her utensil. "That would make you a, what was the old word?" "Several existed," Tuf replied. "Witch, wizard, warlock."
The terminology, I believe, originates in ancient Terran folklore. "It suits you," said Tolly Moon. "Sometimes I get the feeling this vessel is haunted," Tolly Moon remarked, a sentiment that illustrates the superiority of intellect over emotion, Portmaster. Should ghosts or any other supernatural beings exist, rest assured they would be catalogued aboard the Ark as cellular samples for potential cloning. I have reviewed the archives and found no such entries.
My collection does contain species colloquially named hooded Draculas, wind wraiths, lycanthropes, and the like, but these are biological specimens, not the creatures of folklore. Tolly Moon allowed herself a faint smile. "That's a relief." "Perhaps more wine. It is a truly exceptional Riani's vintage." "Now that's a suggestion I can agree with," she said, pouring a generous amount into her glass. She still missed the practicality of a squeeze bulb. Open containers were treacherously eager to tip over. "My throat was getting dry anyway. You don't require monsters, Tuf. This ship of yours is terrifying enough as it is." "A statement of fact," Tuf replied. "It is equally factual that it possesses the capacity to preserve worlds." "Including ours?" "Do you have another miracle prepared, Tuf?" "Miracles belong to the same realm as specters and sprites, and my sleeves contain nothing but my arms. However, the human mind remains capable of certain logical, if unspectacular, revelations." He stood up, unfolding to his full, imposing height. "If you have concluded your meal, perhaps you will join me in the computer room. I have devoted considerable analysis to your predicament and have reached several preliminary conclusions." Tolly Moon was on her feet instantly. "Show me," she said. "Observe," said Haviland Tuf. He tapped a command key and a graphic flashed onto one of the monitors. "What am I looking at?" asked Tolly Moon. "The demographic projection I generated 5 years ago," he stated. Dax, the black kitten, leaped into his lap, and Tuf absently stroked its fur. "It was based on the population data and growth rates from that period. My analysis concluded that the enhanced agricultural resources provided by what Kreger Blackson so dramatically termed Tuf's flowering should have granted Sutherland a minimum of 94 standard years before the threat of planetary famine resurfaced." "Well, that's one damned projection that turned out to be worthless," Tolly Moon said bluntly. Tuf raised a single finger. "A more temperamental individual might take offense at the suggestion his work was flawed. I, however, am renowned for my composure. Your assertion is nevertheless incorrect, Portmaster. My projections were impeccably accurate given the data available at the time." "Are you telling me we don't have starvation and collapse looming just 18 years from now? That we actually have nearly a century?" She shook her head in disbelief. "I'd love to believe that, but—" "I made no such claim, Portmaster. The more recent Suthlamese famine projection also appears, within its margin of error, to be distressingly accurate based on my review." "They can't both be right," she insisted. "That's impossible. You are mistaken. In the intervening 5 years, the foundational parameters changed. Behold." He pressed another button. A new line, climbing at a drastic angle, swept across the screen. "This represents Suthlam's current population growth curve. Note its trajectory, Portmaster. A truly staggering rate of increase. Were I inclined toward poetry, I might say it skyrockets. I am, however, a plain-spoken man." He raised his finger again for emphasis. "To address your crisis, we must first comprehend its origin. The facts are clear. 5 years ago, I utilized the Ark's resources and, setting aside my customary humility, provided extraordinarily effective service. The people of Suthlam promptly proceeded to unravel all of it. Let me be succinct. The moment the flowering took hold, Your people retreated to their private quarters, gave in to their most basic desires, and began having children at a rate never before seen. The average family size has increased by 0.0072 persons, and the typical citizen becomes a parent 0.0102 years sooner. You might dismiss these as minor shifts, but when applied to the vast population of your world and combined with every other relevant factor, the impact is profound. Specifically, it changes the timeline from 94 years to 18. Tolly stared at the intersecting lines on the display. "Unbelievable," she whispered. "I should have seen this coming. Of course this data is restricted, but I should have known." Her hands tightened. "Damn it all," she said. Craig turned the whole flowering into a public spectacle. Why would anyone hold back now? The food crisis is over, right? That's what the great first counselor announced. The good times are here. All those pessimists were wrong again. The experts performed another miracle. Who could doubt they'd keep doing it forever? So be a faithful citizen, have more babies, help elevate humanity and conquer the universe. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? She scoffed. Tuf, why are people so incredibly foolish? This conundrum is even more baffling than the Suthlam predicament, Tuf replied, and I do not possess a satisfactory answer. While you are distributing blame, Portmaster, you might consider your own portion. Any false impression created by First Counselor Gregor Blackson was undoubtedly cemented in the public consciousness by that regrettable final speech delivered by my impersonator in our little drama. Fine. I'm guilty. I helped make the mess. That's done. What do we do now? I fear your options are limited, said Haviland Tuf, his face blank. And you? You managed the loaves and fishes once. Can we expect an encore, Tuf? Haviland Tuf blinked slowly. I am a more seasoned ecological engineer now than when I first addressed Suthlam's issues. My familiarity with the species catalog within the Ark's library has deepened, as has my understanding of their effects on various ecosystems. I have even augmented my resources somewhat during my travels. Yes, I can provide a solution. He cleared the screens and rested his hands on his stomach. There will be a cost. A cost? We already paid you. My team repaired your ship. So you did, just as I restored your ecology. The Ark currently requires no further service. You, however, have once again compromised your environment and therefore require my aid. It seems only fair that I receive compensation. My expenses are considerable, primarily the still substantial debt I owe to the port of Suthlam. Through relentless work on countless worlds, I have gathered the first half of the 33 million standards you demanded, but an equal sum remains, and I have only 5 more years to procure it. The uncertainty is a constant burden, clouding my judgment and hindering my professional focus. Perhaps the next dozen worlds will have flawless ecologies or be too destitute to pay a fair price. This debt weighs on me incessantly. I had a sudden thought that when facing a problem as enormous as the one Suthlam presents, I might actually perform better if my mind were clear and free of distractions. Tolly had anticipated something along these lines. She'd warned Craig about it, and he'd reluctantly given her some room to negotiate. Even so, she put on a frown. How much are you asking for, Tuf? The figure of 10 million standards comes to mind, he replied. It's a nice round number, easy to subtract from my total fee without any messy calculations. That's way too much, she shot back. The best I could push the High Council for is maybe 2 million. Not a credit more. Shall we settle on 9 million as a compromise? Tuf suggested. A long finger scratched Dax behind one small black ear. The cat fixed its golden eyes silently on Tolly. 9 isn't much of a compromise between 10 and 2, she said dryly. My talents lie more in ecological engineering than mathematics, Tuf admitted. Would 8 million be more agreeable? 4. That's it. Gregor will have my head as it is. Tuf said nothing, his gaze steady and unreadable. His expression remained cool and utterly impassive. 4.5 million, she relented under the pressure of his stare. She could feel Dax watching her too, and a strange thought crossed her mind. Was that damned cat somehow reading her intentions? She pointed a finger. Hell, she muttered. That little black fiend knows exactly what my spending limit is, doesn't he? A curious idea, Tuf remarked. I might find 7 million acceptable. I'm feeling generous today. 5.5, she snapped, realizing further resistance was pointless. Dax began to purr a low, rumbling sound. That would leave a remaining balance of 11 million standards, payable within 5 years, Tuf calculated. Accepted. Portmaster Mune, with one additional condition. What condition? She asked, instantly wary. I will deliver my solution directly to First Counselor Gregor Blackson and to you in a public conference, Tuf stated. Newsfeed crews from every major network will be present, and the event will be broadcast live across all of Sutlam. Tolly Mune let out a short laugh. Impossible. Craig will never go for it. You can drop that idea right now. Haviland Tuf sat quietly, stroking Dax, and offered no reply. You don't understand the complications, Tuf. The political climate is too volatile. You'll have to back down on this. The silence stretched between them. Fine, she finally swore under her breath. Look, write out what you plan to say and let us review it first. If you avoid anything inflammatory, maybe we can arrange some limited access. I would prefer my remarks to be delivered spontaneously, Tuf said. We could record it and broadcast an edited version, she countered. Haviland Tuf remained silent. Dax stared at her, unblinking. Tolly Mune met those knowing golden eyes and sighed in defeat. You win, she conceded. Gregor will be furious, but since I'm the so-called hero of the hour and you're the returning conqueror, I suppose I can force it through. But why, Tuf? Why does it have to be public? A whim, Haviland Tuf said simply. I'm often moved by such impulses. Perhaps I wish to bask briefly in the spotlight and enjoy my role as savior, or perhaps I merely want to show the billions of Sutlam that I do not, in fact, wear a mustache. I'd sooner believe in ghosts and goblins than accept that excuse, Tolly Mune retorted. You know there are policy reasons why our population numbers and the severity of the food crisis are kept quiet. You aren't planning to open that particular can of worms, are you? An intriguing concept, Tuf said, blinking slowly, his face a careful blank. Dax's purr filled the quiet space between them. Later, standing before a massive 4-meter-square view screen in Spiderhome's largest assembly hall, a space that could seat nearly 1,000, Haviland Tuf began to speak. The room was filled to capacity. Up front, newsfeed reporters were packed shoulder to shoulder, each with a miniature camera embedded in their foreheads, diligently capturing every moment. Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking and the harsh glare of publicity, he started, I nevertheless felt it was my duty to come before you all and clarify a few important matters. The crowd stretched back, a sea of curious faces from every corner of Suthlam society. Cybertechs rubbed shoulders with poets, bureaucrats stood beside eroticists, and wealthy groundworms who had ridden the elevator up for the spectacle mingled with interstellar travelers just passing through the web. On the platform, Haviland Tuf stood alongside Portmaster Tolly Mune and First Counselor Gregor Blackson. Blackson's smile was tight, likely remembering how every newsfeed had captured that painfully long moment when Tuf simply stared at his offered handshake. Tolly Mune herself looked uncomfortable, shifting in her seat. Tuf, however, was an imposing figure, towering over everyone in the hall, his gray vinyl greatcoat brushing the floor and the EEC sigil prominent on his green-billed cap. First, he began, his voice flat, allow me to clarify that I do not, in fact, sport a mustache. A wave of nervous laughter rippled through the assembly. Furthermore, despite what certain sensational vid shows might imply, the Portmaster and I have never engaged in physical congress. I have no particular reason to doubt her proficiency in the erotic arts, should that be one's preferred diversion, but our relationship remains strictly professional. As one, the horde of newspeeps swiveled their third eyes toward Tolly Mune, who slumped lower in her chair, a hand pressed to her forehead. Her weary sigh was audible several rows back. These are minor points, offered merely in the spirit of accuracy, Tuf continued. The principal reason for this assembly is professional. I assume you are all familiar with the event your High Council termed Tuf's Flowering. Gregor Blackson managed a nod, his smile still in place. Tuf went on. I must presume, however, that you are blissfully unaware of the approaching crisis I will boldly name Suthlam's wilting. At that, the First Counselor's smile vanished completely, and Portmaster Mune winced. The newspeeps snapped their attention back to Tuf. You are fortunate I am a man who honors his obligations, Tuf stated. My return is timely, allowing me to intervene once more on your behalf. Your leaders have not been entirely forthcoming. Without the aid I am prepared to offer, your world would face catastrophic starvation in a mere 18 standard years. A stunned silence gripped the hall, broken by a scuffle in the rear as several protesters were forcibly removed. Tuf ignored the disturbance. During my previous visit, my ecological engineering provided a temporary reprieve by introducing new species to boost your food supply, a conventional approach. We have exhausted that path. Further tinkering would yield negligible results. Therefore, this time, we must accept the necessity for radical, fundamental alterations to your very ecosystem and food chain. Some will find my proposals distasteful. I assure you, the alternatives, famine, plague, and war, are considerably more disagreeable. The choice, of course, remains yours. The room turned cold and silent, the only sound the mechanical whirring of countless recording lenses. Haviland Tuf raised a single finger. First, he said. Behind him, the massive telescreen flickered to life, displaying an image fed directly from the Ark's computers. It showed a grotesque, hill-sized monstrosity with oily, glistening skin that shimmered like opaque pink gelatin. The meat beast, announced Haviland Tuf, a substantial amount of your cultivated land is dedicated to maintaining herds of livestock, whose meat is a delicacy enjoyed only by a small, affluent segment of Suthlamese society. This practice is profoundly wasteful. These animals consume vastly more resources in feed and water than they provide in nourishment, and much of their evolved physiology, bones, organs, hide, is unsuitable for consumption. I consequently recommend the immediate removal of these species from your planetary biosphere. The proposed alternative, the meat beast, represents a pinnacle of bioengineering. These organisms are essentially self-replicating masses of uniform, nutrient-rich tissue with no energy wasted on superfluous functions like movement or a nervous system. To employ a crude analogy, one might describe them as vast, palatable tumors. A single meat beast cultivated in the sublevels of a residential tower can produce in one standard year the equivalent protein yield of 2 traditional herds, liberating those vast grasslands for the cultivation of essential crops. A voice from the rear of the chamber called out, "But what's the blasted stuff taste like?" Haviland Tuf turned his head slightly, fixing his gaze on the questioner. As I do not partake of flesh, I cannot offer a personal testimonial. I would speculate, however, that to any individual facing starvation, its flavor would be quite satisfactory. He raised a hand. We shall continue. The display behind him shifted to reveal a stark panorama, an infinite flatland under a binary star system crowded with grotesque, towering plants. Their stalks were a slick black, their bowed heads burdened by bulbous pale pods oozing a viscous, milky sap. These are known as jersepods, Tuf stated. 5 years past, I provided you with omni-grain, a cultivar with a far superior caloric density per acre than your previous staples like nano-wheat. You have adopted it to your benefit. Yet you persist in sowing a menagerie of other crops, spice pods, smackles, and various fruits, doubtless for gastronomic diversity. This indulgence must end. Culinary variety is a luxury your civilization can no longer sustain. From this moment, caloric efficiency is your sole imperative. Every available plot of arable land on Suthlam and your larder asteroids must be converted to jersey-pod cultivation. Is that sap poisonous? Someone yelled. Is it a fruit or a root? Demanded a reporter. Can it be milled into flour? Asked another. Tuf waited for the queries to subside. The jersey pod, he said plainly, is not fit for human consumption. A wave of incredulous noise crashed through the assembly. Tuf stood impassively until it receded. Annually, he resumed, as your first counselor is aware yet reluctant to disclose, your farms produce a shrinking fraction of the calories required by your expanding population. The deficit is filled by your processing plants, which transform petrochemicals into edible wafers and pastes. Petroleum, however, is a finite resource, and your reserves are dwindling. This depletion can be postponed, not prevented. You may import some, but interstellar supply chains have their limits. The jersey pod's primary value is not as food, but as the most efficient biological refinery yet devised for producing the hydrocarbon feedstocks your factories desperately require. 5 years back, I seeded your oceans with a plankton variety known as Neptune's shawl. Today, its colonies drift across your continental shelves and wash upon your shores. Once it completes its life cycle and decomposes, this organism can be processed as an alternative to petrochemicals in your food production facilities. Consider the Jersey pod a land-based counterpart. These pods secrete a fluid bearing biochemical resemblances to unrefined crude oil. This similarity is sufficient that with some straightforward retooling well within your society's technical capabilities, your factories could adapt it for synthesizing nourishment. However, a crucial point must be emphasized. This is not a casual supplement to scatter among your existing crops. To achieve the necessary yield, Jersey pods must be cultivated universally, completely replacing the omnigrain, neograss, and all other staple flora your population currently depends upon. A woman near the rear, slight of build, climbed onto her chair to be seen. "Who are you to demand we abandon real food?" she shouted, her voice sharp with outrage. "I, madam? Merely a humble ecological engineer offering professional counsel? The decisions are not mine to make. My role, often a thankless one, is to lay out the realities and propose potential solutions, however difficult they may be. The ultimate choice of path rests with the government and citizens of Suthlam." The crowd's murmuring began to swell once more into discontent. Tuf lifted a single finger. "Silence, please. We are nearing the conclusion." The imagery on the screen shifted again. Some species and systems introduced during my initial engagement remain beneficial and should be preserved. The subterranean mushroom and fungus farms beneath your cities are a prime example. They should not only continue but expand, and I have new fungal strains to propose. Your oceanic harvests can become far more efficient by utilizing the full water column and even the seabed. We can stimulate Neptune's shawl until it forms a living carpet over every square mile of salt water. Your Arctic snow oats and tunnel tubers are perfectly suited for those frozen zones. Your deserts bloom. Your swamps are now fertile plains. We have pushed the limits of land and sea. That leaves one frontier: the sky. I propose seeding a fully functional living ecosystem into your upper atmosphere. Observe the final component of this proposed new food chain. This large, dark creature with vast black wings is a Clermontine windrider, or Ororo. Think of it as a cousin to species like High Kavalan's black banshee or the lashtail manta of Hemidor. It is an atmospheric predator, a gliding hunter born aloft, a creature of the winds that lives its entire life in flight, never touching ground or ocean. In fact, if one lands, it is doomed, incapable of becoming airborne again. On its native Clermont, the species is small and light, its flesh notoriously tough. It feeds on unfortunate birds that stray into its domain, along with various airborne microbes, flying fungi, and windborne slime molds, all of which I also intend to introduce. For Suthlam, I have engineered a tailored variant. Its wingspan stretches 20 meters, it can descend nearly to treetop level, and its body mass is 6 times greater than its ancestors. A small hydrogen sac located behind its sensory cluster will provide the necessary lift to sustain flight despite this increased weight. With your air cars and flyers, hunting down the windriders will be simple, and they will provide a valuable protein source. In the spirit of total transparency, I must also state that this ecological adjustment comes with a price. The microorganisms, fungi, and slime molds will multiply rapidly in your atmosphere, lacking any natural predators. Your tallest residential towers will become coated with mold and fungus, necessitating more frequent cleanings. Most native Suthlamese birds, along with those species imported from Terra and Old Earth, will perish, unable to compete within this new aerial environment. In time, your skies will grow dimmer, sunlight will diminish significantly, and your climate will shift permanently. I estimate this process will require approximately 300 years to manifest. Given that your impending disaster arrives on a much shorter timeline without intervention, I maintain my recommendation for the proposed course of action. The newsfeed reporters surged to their feet, voices clamoring with questions. Tolly Mune sat hunched, her expression dark. First Counselor Craigor Blackson remained motionless, his sharp features locked in a rigid smile, eyes distant and unfocused. "A moment, please. Haviland Tuf intoned over the commotion. I am nearing my conclusion. You have received my recommendations and viewed the species intended to reshape your biosphere. Now observe, should your High Council choose to deploy the meat beast, the Jersey pod, and the Ororo as specified, the ARC's projections indicate a marked alleviation of your food shortage. Behold! Every gaze shifted to the telescreen. Even Tolly Mune turned her head, while First Counselor Blackson's smile, unwavering, stood and faced the display squarely, thumbs hooked in his pockets. A grid appeared. A red line pursued a green one across the monitor, with dates along one axis and population numbers along the other. The noise faded into a profound silence. From the back of the room, Kreger Blackson's throat clearing was distinctly audible. Ah, Tuf, he said. There must be some mistake. Sir, replied Haviland Tuf, I assure you there is not. It's, the before scenario, correct? Not the after. He gestured toward the screen. Look at all this, transforming our ecology, covering our oceans with Neptune's shawl, our skies darkening with flying food, meat mountains in every basement. Meat beasts, Tuf corrected mildly, though meat mountains does possess a certain dramatic ring. You have a talent for vivid phrasing, First Counselor. All this, Blackson pressed on stubbornly, is extremely radical, Tuf. We have a right to expect radical results, I should think. A smattering of supportive cheers arose from his allies. But this, the First Counselor finished, this projection suggests, perhaps I'm misreading it. First Counselor, said Haviland Tuf, and people of Soothlam, you are reading it accurately. Should you implement every one of my proposals, you will indeed delay your day of catastrophic reckoning. Delay, sir, not prevent. You will face mass famine in 18 years as per your current trajectory, or in 109 years as this projection shows, but you will most assuredly face mass famine. He raised a single finger. The only genuine and lasting solution resides not within my arc, but within the minds and, shall we say, personal choices of every Soothlamese citizen. You must exercise restraint and enact immediate population controls. You must cease your relentless proliferation at once. Oh no, Tolly Mune groaned. She had anticipated this, and she was already on her feet, shouting for a security perimeter and moving toward him well before the room erupted into chaos. Much later, after they had retreated to the safety of Tuf's shuttle, the Phoenix docked far out on Spur 6, she remarked, saving you is becoming a tiresome routine. 2 full squads of security personnel armed with neural disruptors and entanglement nets were holding back the increasingly restless crowd outside the ship. Do you have any beer? She asked. I could really use one, damn it all. The sprint back to the ship had been tense, even with guards forming a protective cordon around them. Tuf moved with an odd, loping gait, but she had to concede he was surprisingly fast. How are you holding up anyway? She inquired. A vigorous cleansing has eliminated the majority of the saliva from my attire and person, Haviland Tuf declared, settling into his chair with solemn grace. You will locate beer within the chilled compartment beneath the gaming board? Please, help yourself. Dax began climbing Tuf's leg, his minute claws catching in the fabric of the light blue jumpsuit he had changed into. Tuf extended a large hand and assisted the feline upward. Henceforth, he informed the cat, you will remain at my side during public appearances, thereby providing adequate forewarning of any similar outbursts. You would have had plenty of damn warning this time, Tolly Mune retorted, extracting a beer, if you'd bothered to mention you planned to denounce our faith, our religious institutions, and our entire way of life. Did you think they'd award you a commendation? A respectful round of applause would have been acceptable. I told you years ago, Tufi, on Soothlam, being anti-life isn't a popular stance. I must object to that characterization, said Tufi. I am unequivocally pro-life. In fact, I cultivate life within my cloning vats on a daily basis. I possess a profound personal distaste for death. I consider entropy quite disagreeable, and should I receive an invitation to the universe's eventual heat death, I would most definitely decline. He raised a single finger. However, Portmaster Moon, I spoke the necessary truth. The doctrine of unlimited reproduction, as propagated by your Church of Life evolving and embraced by the Soothlamese masses, yourself and your fellow zero-fertility exceptions aside, is an irresponsible folly. It generates a geometric escalation in population that will inevitably undermine your civilization's foundations. Haviland Tuf, the prophet of doom, the portmaster sighed. They preferred you as the rogue ecologist and the romantic lead. Across the galaxy, I observe that heroes are becoming a scarce commodity. Perhaps I am more visually agreeable when reciting comforting falsehoods through a beard in dramatic video productions, saturated with artificial optimism and self-satisfaction. This reflects a profound Suthlamese malady, your collective desire to see things as you wish them to be rather than as they exist. Your world must now confront unadorned reality, whether it is my beardless visage or the looming specter of famine in your future. Tolly took a long drink and fixed her gaze on him. Tuf, she began, do you recall what I said to you 5 years ago? My memory suggests you uttered a significant volume of statements. At the very end, she pressed, when I chose to help you escape with the Ark instead of aiding Josen Rael in seizing it, you asked for my reasons and I gave them. You stated, Tuf recited, that power corrupts, that absolute power corrupts absolutely, that the Ark had already corrupted First Counselor Josen Rael and his allies, and that I was a more suitable custodian for the seed ship due to my incorruptible nature. She offered him a tired smile. Not exactly, Tuf. I said I didn't believe a truly incorruptible man existed, but if one did, you were probably it. Indeed, said Tuf, stroking Dax. I stand corrected. Now you're making me second-guess that, she said. Do you realize what you just accomplished back there? For one, you've overthrown another government. Craig won't survive this. You announced to the entire planet that he's a fraud. Maybe that's justice. You built him up. Now you've torn him down. First counselors don't have much longevity when you're in the sector, do they? But set that aside. You also informed roughly 30 billion adherents of the Church of Life Evolving that their core religious tenets are essentially meaningless noise. You practically declared that the entire foundation of technocratic thinking, which has steered council decisions for generations, is flawed. We'll be fortunate if the next election doesn't swing back to the expansionists, and if it does, conflict is inevitable. Vandine, Jasbo, and the rest of our allies won't accept another expansionist administration. You've likely destroyed my career as well. Again, unless I can maneuver even quicker than I did before. Now, instead of a tragic romantic figure, I'm painted as some twisted old official who fabricates stories about her love life and, for good measure, aided citizen anti-life. She let out a weary breath. You appear intent on seeing me disgraced, but that's my problem, Tuf. I can handle myself. The real issue is that you appointed yourself to set policy for over 40 billion people with only the faintest idea of the fallout. What gave you that authority? Who granted you that right? I would argue that every person possesses the right to voice the truth and the right to command a planetary newsfeed to broadcast it on. Where does that whining right come from? She shot back. Millions on Suthlam, myself among them, support the Zero faction. You didn't say anything we haven't been saying for decades. You just used a louder speaker. I am cognizant of this fact. It is my aspiration that the words delivered tonight, however acrimoniously they were met, will in time exert a positive influence on Suthlamese politics and culture. Perhaps Kreger Blackson and his technocrats will comprehend the reality that no genuine deliverance lies in what he terms Tuf's flowering and what you once called the miracle of loaves and fishes. Perhaps from this juncture forward, policies and perspectives will shift. Perhaps your Zero faction might even achieve victory in the coming election. Tolly frowned. That's profoundly improbable, and you should know it. And even if the Zero faction won, the question becomes, what in the stars we could actually do? She leaned in, her expression sharpening with a sudden biting sarcasm. Would we have the right to enforce population controls? I wonder. But let's set that aside. My point is, you don't own some exclusive patent on truth. Any Zero supporter could have delivered your little sermon. Stars, half the technocrats know the numbers are a disaster. Craig isn't an idiot. Neither was poor Josen. What enabled you was power, Tuf? The power of the Ark. The aid you can offer us, or choose to withhold? Indubitably, said Tuf. He blinked slowly. I cannot dispute your assertion. The melancholy lesson of history is that the unthinking multitude follows strength, not wisdom, And which are you, Tuf? I am merely a humble— Yes, yes, she cut him off. I know, a stars-forsaken humble ecological engineer. A humble ecological engineer who has decided to play prophet. A humble ecological engineer who has spent maybe 100 days total on Suthlam across 2 visits, yet feels qualified to overthrow our government, undermine our faith, and lecture 40-odd billion strangers on how many sniveling children they should have. My people might be foolish. They might be nearsighted, and they might be willfully blind, but they are still my people, Tuf. I'm not sure I fully endorse you arriving here and attempting to reshape us by your own enlightened standards. I refute this accusation, madam. Whatever my personal principles may be, I do not endeavor to force them upon Suthlam. I simply assume the responsibility to clarify certain truths and to make your populace cognizant of certain inflexible mathematical realities, the totality of which promises calamity and cannot be altered by faith, supplication, or the melodramatic romances on your video networks. You're being compensated? Tali Mooney began. Inadequately, Tuf interjected. She couldn't help a faint, reluctant smile. You're being paid for ecological engineering, Tuf? Not for theological or political guidance. Thank you very much. You are most welcome, Portmaster Mune. He steepled his fingers. Ecology, he stated. Ponder the word if you would. Contemplate its significance. One might consider an ecosystem as a vast living apparatus. Following this line of thought, humanity is not separate from the machinery but an integral component, perhaps a crucial engine or a central circuit, yet never an external operator as is so commonly and mistakenly believed. Therefore, when an individual such as myself undertakes to redesign an ecology, the human inhabitants within it must of necessity be part of that recalibration. That sends a shiver down my spine, Tuf. You've spent far too much time in isolation aboard this vessel. I do not concur with that assessment, Tuf replied. Human beings are not obsolete pulse rifles or malfunctioning blast tubes to be simply tuned and adjusted. People possess a complexity and stubbornness far beyond any mere mechanical, electronic, or biochemical part, Tuf acknowledged. That was not the implication of my statement. The Suthlamese present a particularly challenging case, Tuf observed. Tali Moon shook her head in disagreement. Recall my earlier warning, Tuf. Power has a corrosive effect. Indubitably, he said, though she couldn't grasp his full meaning in that moment. Haviland Tuf stood up from his chair. My sojourn here is nearing its conclusion, he announced. Even as we speak, the Ark's chronowarp drive is hastening the maturation of specimens within my cloning vats. The vessel's Basilisk and Manticore are being readied for deployment, operating under the assumption that Kreger Blackson, or whoever may succeed him, will ultimately accept my proposals. I estimate that within a standard 10-day cycle, Suthlam will receive its meat beasts, Jersey pods, Ouroboros, and other specimens. At that juncture, I shall depart Portmaster Mune. Deserted by my spacefaring admirer once more, Tali Mune said with a touch of irritation, Perhaps I can spin a romantic tragedy out of that for the public feeds. Tuf glanced toward his companion, Dax. A jest, he noted, tinged with acrimony. He looked back at her and gave a slow blink. I am persuaded that I have performed a significant service for Suthlam. I express regret for any personal discomfort my methodologies have inflicted upon you. Such an outcome was not my design. Allow me to propose a minor compensation. She tilted her head and studied him intently. And how do you plan to manage that, Tuf? A modest token, said Tuf. During your time aboard the Ark, I could not help but observe the genuine fondness you displayed toward the kittens. This affection was not entirely unreturned. I wish to present you with 2 of my cats as a gesture of my regard. Tali Moon let out a derisive snort. Hoping the sheer terror they inspire will keep security at bay when they come to detain me? No, Tuf. I appreciate the offer, and I am tempted, truly. But remember, pets are prohibited within the orbital web. I couldn't possibly house them. As the Portmaster of Suthlam, you wield the authority to amend the relevant statutes. Oh, certainly. And wouldn't that appear splendid? Not only anti-life, but now openly corrupt. I'd be overwhelmingly popular, she said, her tone thick with irony. Sarcasm, Tuf informed Dax quietly. He then added, for her benefit, a new consideration. Perhaps she could designate the animals as a vital part of a psychological well-being study, a detail not previously discussed. "And what occurs when they remove me from the portmaster's office?" she countered. "I retain every confidence in your capacity to endure this political squall, just as you navigated the previous one," Tuf stated. Tolly laughed, a loud, grating sound. "Flattery will get you everywhere, but no, honestly, it isn't feasible." Haviland Tuf fell silent, his face an impassive mask. After a long moment, he raised a single finger. "I have formulated an alternative," he declared. "Alongside the 2 kittens, I shall bestow upon you a starship. As you are aware, I possess a surplus. You may maintain the kittens there aboard the vessel, which would technically place them outside the legal jurisdiction of the port of Sutlam. I will even provision you with a 5-year supply of sustenance, thereby negating any accusation that you are diverting calories from hungry citizens to so-called vermin. To further rehabilitate your beleaguered public standing, you may inform the news feeds that these 2 felines are to be held as collateral, ensuring my pledged return to Sutlam in 5 years' time." A lopsided smile slowly spread across Tolly plain features. "That might actually function, damn it all. You're making this difficult to refuse. A starship as well, you say?" "Indeed." She broke into a full grin. "You're far too persuasive. Very well. Which 2 cats are we discussing?" "Doubt," said Haviland Tuf, "and ingratitude." "There's a loaded message in those names, I'm certain," Tolly said. "I think I'll let that one lie." Tolly stared at him, the long, pale face, the pale hands resting on his rounded stomach, the duck-billed cap perched on his bald head, the small black cat curled in his lap. She studied him intently, and then, for a reason she couldn't quite identify, her hand gave a slight tremble. Beer sloshed from her glass onto her sleeve. She felt the chill seep into her shirt and run down her wrist. "Oh, wonderful," she said. "Tuf, yet again, something to truly look forward to." Chapter 5. A Beast for Norn. Haviland Tuf was seated alone in the deepest shadows of a timber alehouse when the slender man located him. His elbows were planted on the table, his bald head nearly touching the low wooden beam overhead. 4 empty mugs sat before him, their interiors traced with drying foam, while a 5th, half full, was held in his large, pale hands. Tuf gave no indication of noticing the occasional curious stares from other patrons. He drank his ale steadily, his face an impassive mask. He was a solitary figure in his booth, though not entirely alone. Dax lay asleep on the table, a compact sphere of dark fur. From time to time, Tuf would set his mug down and gently stroke his quiet companion. Dax, comfortably settled among the empty mugs, did not stir. The cat was as outsized compared to ordinary felines as Haviland Tuf was compared to ordinary men. When the slender man approached the booth, Tuf offered no greeting. He merely looked up, blinked once, and waited. "You are Haviland Tuf?" The creature merchant, the man stated. He was painfully thin. His attire, a mix of black leather and gray fur, hung loosely on his frame. Yet he clearly possessed wealth, evidenced by the slim brass circlet around his brow beneath a tousle of black hair, and the abundance of rings on his fingers. Tuf scratched Dax behind one black ear. "It is insufficient that our solitude must be invaded," he said to the cat, his voice a deep, almost inflectionless bass. "It is inadequate that our mourning be disturbed. Now we must also endure mischaracterizations and slights, it appears." He lifted his gaze to the thin man. "Sir, I am indeed Haviland Tuf. One might say I engage in transactions involving fauna. However, I do not consider myself a mere merchant of animals. I prefer the designation of ecological engineer." The thin man made an impatient gesture and slid into the booth opposite Tuf without invitation. "I am aware you possess an ancient EEC seed ship. That does not make you an ecological engineer, Tuf. Those professionals are extinct and have been for centuries. But if you wish to be called an ecological engineer, so be it. I require your services. I wish to purchase a monster from you, a vast and ferocious beast." "Ah," said Tuf, again addressing the cat, "he desires to procure a monster, this uninvited stranger who presumes to share our table." Tuf blinked slowly. "I regret to inform you that your search is futile. Monsters are purely mythological constructs, sir, akin to specters, shapeshifters, and efficient civil servants. Furthermore, I am not currently engaged in the sale of animals, nor in any other professional capacity. At this moment, I am partaking of this commendable Tambercan ale, and I am grieving. Grieving? The thin man pressed, showing no intention of departing. Grieving for what? A cat, replied Haviland Tuf. Her name was Havoc. She was my companion for many years, sir. She met her end recently on a world called Alissar, which I had the ill fortune to visit, at the hands of a particularly disagreeable barbarian lordling. Tuf's eyes drifted to the man's brass circlet. You are not by some chance a barbarian lordling yourself, sir? Certainly not. That is to your considerable advantage, said Tuf. A pity about your cat, then. I understand that feeling. Yes, I've experienced it countless times myself, the thin man said. Countless times, Haviland Tuf echoed without inflection. Perhaps a more diligent approach to your charge's welfare is in order. The man gave a dismissive shrug. Creatures perish. It's inevitable. Tooth and claw, yes, that is their nature. I've grown hardened to seeing my finest cut down before me, but that is precisely why I've sought you out, Tuf. Indeed, Tuf replied. I am Harold Norn, senior beastmaster for my house, one of the 12 great houses of Lyronica. Lyronica, Tuf stated. The name holds a faint ring of familiarity. A minor, thinly populated world, if memory serves, with a reputation for a certain rugged character. This may account for your lapses in conventional decorum. Rugged? Norn retorted. That's Tambercan nonsense, Tuf. Damned agriculturalists. Lyronica is the crown of this sector. Surely you've heard of our combat arenas? Tuf resumed scratching Dax behind the ear, a specific, measured motion, and the large tomcat gradually stretched, yawned, and fixed the slender visitor with a gaze from luminous golden eyes. A soft purr rumbled. A few scattered details have drifted to me during my travels, Tuf admitted. Perhaps you would care to expand upon them, Harold Norn, so that Dax and I might properly weigh your proposal? Norn rubbed his slender hands together, nodding. Dax? He said. Certainly. A fine-looking creature, though I confess a personal preference for beasts with combat prowess. True beauty, I maintain, is found in lethal capability. A singular perspective, Tuf observed. Not at all, Norn insisted. I trust your work here hasn't imbued you with Tambercan delicacy. Tuf finished his drink in silence, then gestured for 2 more. The bartender delivered them swiftly. My thanks, Norn said as the frothy golden ale was placed before him. Please, continue. Of course. The 12 great houses of Lyronica contend in the gaming pits. It began centuries ago. Prior to that, the houses waged open war. This method is far superior. Honor is satisfied, wealth changes hands, and no people are harmed. You understand, each house governs vast territories spread across the planet, and with the population so sparse, wildlife thrives. The lords of the great houses, during a prolonged peace long past, initiated these animal contests. It was an entertaining pastime with deep historical roots. You may be familiar with ancient practices like cockfighting, or the old earth people known as Romans, who pitted all sorts of exotic creatures against each other in their grand Colosseum. Norn paused to sip his ale, awaiting a response, but Tuf merely continued petting Dax and remained silent. No matter, the Lyronican finally said, wiping foam from his lip with his hand. That was the origin of the sport. Each house possesses its own distinct lands and its own signature animals. The House of Varkor, for instance, holds the hot southern marshes, and they favor dispatching massive lizard lions to the pits. Feridian, a mountainous domain, has built its fortune breeding and championing a species of rock ape we call, predictably, Feridians. My own house, Norn, is seated on the grassy plains of the major northern continent. We've fielded 100 different creatures in the pits, but our reputation rests on our Iron Fangs. Iron Fangs, Tuf said. A suggestive name. Norn offered a cunning smile. Yes, he declared with pride. As senior beastmaster, I have trained thousands. They are magnificent animals, shoulder-high to a man with a glorious blue-black pelt, utterly fierce and tenacious. May I infer your Iron Fangs share a lineage with canines? But such canines, Norn affirmed. Yet now, you require from me a monster, Norn, took another long drink. It's true. Visitors from a dozen neighboring worlds journey to Lyronica to witness the beasts clash in the gaming pits and wager on the results. The Bronze Arena, a 600-year-old landmark in the city of all houses, draws the greatest crowds. This is where the most spectacular battles take place. The prosperity of our great houses and our entire world hinges on these contests. Without them, wealthy Lyronica would be reduced to the humble status of Tambur's farmers. Yes, Tuf replied, yet you must understand, this prosperity is distributed among the houses based on their honor and their victories. The house of Arnith has risen to the greatest power because their varied territories teem with deadly creatures. The other houses are ranked by their performance in the bronze arena. Tuf blinked slowly. The House of Norn is ranked last and least among the 12 great houses of Lyronica, he stated, and Dax's purr grew louder. You are aware? Sir. It was evident, however, an objection comes to mind. Under the regulations of your bronze arena, could it not be viewed as unethical to purchase and introduce a species not originally from your own fabled world? There are precedents. Roughly 70 years ago, a gambler arrived from old Earth itself with a trained creature known as a timber wolf. The House of Colin, in a moment of folly, backed him. His unfortunate beast was pitted against a Norn Ironfang and proved entirely inadequate. There have been other instances as well. Harold Norn's expression grew strained. In recent years, our Ironfangs have not bred successfully. The wild population has nearly vanished from the plains, and the few remaining have become swift and elusive, making capture difficult for our housemen. In the breeding kennels, the bloodline has weakened, despite my efforts and those of the beast masters before me. Norn has secured few victories lately, and my tenure as senior will not last unless action is taken. We are growing impoverished. When I learned your ark had landed on Tambur, I resolved to find you. With your assistance, I will initiate a new era of glory for Norn. Haviland Tuf remained perfectly still. I grasped the predicament you describe. Yet I must clarify that I am not ordinarily in the business of selling monsters. The Ark is an ancient seed ship designed by the Earth Imperials millennia ago to devastate the Rangans through biological warfare. I can unleash a veritable flood of disease and pestilence, and within my cell library is cloning material for countless species from over 1,000 worlds, but genuine monsters of the type you seem to require are somewhat less abundant. Harold Norn looked dismayed. You have nothing, then? Those are not my precise words, said Haviland Tuf. The members of the vanished Ecological Engineering Corps did occasionally employ species that the uninformed or superstitious might label monstrous, for reasons as psychological as they were ecological. Therefore, I do possess a modest inventory of such animals, a trivial number, perhaps a few thousand, certainly no more than 10,000. To provide a more precise figure, I would need to consult my computers. A few thousand monsters, Norn was exhilarated once more. That is more than enough choice. Surely among all those, we can find a champion for Norn. Perhaps, Tuf said, or perhaps not. Both outcomes are possible. He studied Norn, his long face cool and detached. This Lyronican affair does stir my interest in a minor way, and as I am currently between professional engagements, having provided the Tamburkin with an avian solution for their rootworm infestation, I am inclined to examine your world and its troubles more thoroughly. Return to Norn, sir. I will bring the Ark to Lyronica, observe your gaming pits, and we shall determine what is to be done about them. Norn smiled. Excellent, he said. In that case, I will purchase this round of ale. Dax purred with the resonance of a landing shuttle. The bronze arena stood squarely at the heart of the city of all houses, where the sectors governed by the 12 great houses converged like slices in an immense pie. The sprawling stone metropolis was a patchwork of fortified districts, each encircled by its own walls and flying its own heraldic banner, each possessing a unique character and aesthetic. Yet all converged upon the bronze arena. Despite its name, the structure was built primarily from dark stone and polished timber. It loomed over the city, surpassing all but the tallest spires, crowned by a vast bronze dome that caught the dying sun in a blaze of copper and gold. Grotesque figures, crafted from stone, bronze, and wrought iron, leered from narrow window ledges. Set within the formidable black walls were 12 great metal gates, each facing a different quarter of the city of all houses, each adorned with the colors and sigils of its patron family. As Harold Norn escorted Haviland Tuf to the evening's entertainments, the sun was a bloody smear on the western horizon. Houseman had just ignited the gas torches, tall metal obelisks that stood like fangs in a ring around the arena, surrounding the ancient edifice with wavering pillars of blue and orange fire. Moving with a throng of bettors and spectators, Tuf followed Norn from the nearly empty lanes of the Norn Quarter down a path of crushed stone, passing between 12 bronze statues of snarling iron fangs and through the wide, intricately worked ebony and brass of the Norn Gate. Guards in black leather and gray fur, recognizing the Beastmaster, waved them through while others queued to pay with gold and iron coins. The arena was the ultimate gaming pit. True to its name, the combat floor was a deep sandy basin sunk below ground level, encircled by a stone wall 4 meters high. The seating began just above this wall, rising in tier after tier until they met the entryways. Enough, Norn claimed, for 30,000 souls, though Tuf noted the view from the upper rows was obstructed by iron pillars and distance. Betting stalls were tucked throughout the shadowy recesses. Norn led Tuf to the premier seats in the Norn section, directly behind a stone parapet overlooking the 4-meter drop to the sands below. These were not the rickety wooden benches found farther back, but vast leather thrones, opulently comfortable and easily accommodating even Tuf's considerable frame. "Every seat here is bound in the hide of a beast that died nobly in the pit," Harold Norn remarked as they settled in. Below, a crew in blue coveralls was dragging away the limp, feathered corpse of some avian creature. "A fighting bird from the house of Rye Hill," Norn explained with a dismissive wave. "Their Beastmaster pitted it against a Varkor lizard lion. A rather spectacular miscalculation, wouldn't you say?" Haviland Tuf remained silent and rigid, ensconced in his ankle-length gray vinyl coat with its flaring shoulders, his visored green cap bearing the golden theta of the ecological engineers. His large, pale hands rested, interlaced, upon his stomach as Norn's chatter washed over him. Suddenly, the amplified voice of the arena announcer thundered through the space. "Fifth match," it boomed. For the House of Norn, a male Iron Fang, 2 years old, weight 2.6 quintals, trained by Junior Beastmaster Cares Norn, making its arena debut. A harsh metallic screech echoed from directly beneath them, and a nightmare bounded onto the sand. The Iron Fang was a shaggy, disproportionate giant with glowing red eyes and twin rows of curved, slaver-dripping fangs, as if a wolf had been unnaturally enlarged and crossed with some prehistoric predator. Its legs were as thick as saplings, and its lethal grace was only partially concealed by the dense, blue-black fur that sheathed its powerful muscles. The Iron Fang's snarl reverberated through the arena, met by scattered rising cheers. Harold Norn offered a thin smile. "Ker's is family, and among our best young handlers. He assures me this creature will bring honor to our house. I must agree it has a formidable appearance, wouldn't you say?" "Having only recently arrived on Lyronica and being unfamiliar with the standards of your bronze arena, I possess no basis for comparison," Tuf replied, his voice devoid of inflection. The announcer's voice boomed once more. "Representing the House of Arneth in the Gilded Wood, a strangling ape, 6 years old, weighing 3.1 quintals, trained by Senior Beastmaster Danelle Lee Arneth, a 3-time veteran of this arena, a 3-time survivor." Opposite them, a second entryway, adorned in gold and crimson, slid open with a hiss. The creature that emerged moved on 2 powerful, stumpy legs, its bullet-shaped head turning slowly. The ape was squat, but massively built, with a triangular torso and eyes recessed beneath a heavy, bony brow. Its unnervingly long, double-jointed arms trailed through the sand. Nearly hairless, its dirty white skin was broken only by patches of dark red fur beneath its arms. Even at a distance, Haviland Tuf caught its pungent, musky scent. "It perspires," Norn explained, a note of clinical interest in his voice. "Danelle Lee works them into a killing rage before release. His beast has the advantage of experience, you see, and the strangling ape is inherently savage. Unlike its cousin, the mountain Feridian, it is a natural carnivore requiring minimal conditioning. But Kers's Iron Fang has youth. This should prove an engaging contest." Norn leaned forward eagerly, while Tuf remained an island of stillness. The ape turned with a guttural growl. In that instant, the Iron Fang became a blue-black streak across the sand, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The strangler merely widened its stance, those gangling arms spreading open, and Tuf glimpsed the Norn beast launching itself in a tremendous arcing leap. Then they were a single roiling knot of violence, a cacophony of snarls and shrieks filling the dome.
The throat!
Norn was suddenly shouting, his composure gone. Go for the throat! Rip it out! They disentangled as abruptly as they had clashed. The Iron Fang scrambled back and began a pained, circling maneuver. One of its forelegs was clearly broken, bent at a sickening angle, forcing it to hobble on 3 limbs. The ape turned steadily, mirroring the movement, presenting no opening. Deep, slashing wounds marred the ape's broad chest where saber-like claws had found their mark, yet it showed no sign of faltering. Harold Norn had fallen into a low, discontented mutter. Impatient with the stalemate, the crowd began a rhythmic, wordless chant. It started as a low drone, swelling as more voices joined until the very dome seemed to vibrate with the sound. The effect on the animals was immediate. Their snarls grew more frantic, battle cries echoing the human noise. The strangling ape shifted its weight in a grim, dancing shuffle, while bloody froth dripped from the Iron Fang's jaws. The chant rose and fell, a tidal wave of sound pushing the beasts toward a final, desperate frenzy. With a sudden pained surge, the Iron Fang charged once more. The ape's arm shot out to meet the lunge. The impact drove the strangle backwards, but Tuf saw the Iron Fang's teeth snap shut on empty air. In the same moment, the ape's powerful hands closed around its opponent's blue-black throat. They rolled violently in the sand, a blur of motion ending with a sharp, sickening crack. The wolf creature went limp, its head lolling at an impossible angle. The chanting ceased, replaced by applause and whistles. The gold and crimson door slid open again, and the victorious ape lumbered back into the shadows. 4 attendants in Norn colors emerged to retrieve the Iron Fang's corpse. Harold Norn's expression was dark with displeasure. Another failure. Kurz will have some explaining to do. The beast missed its mark, failing to find the throat. What happens to the body now? Tuf asked. Harold Norn grumbled a reply. It will be skinned and carved up. House Arneth will use the hide to line a bench in their arena box. The meat goes to the paupers who gather outside their gilded crimson gates. The great houses do love their charitable displays. Quite so, said Haviland Tuf. He stood up from his chair, rising with a ponderous grace. I have now witnessed your bronze arena. Leaving already? Norn asked, his voice tight with worry. It's far too early. There are 5 bouts remaining. Next, a Feridian giant faces an Amar Island water scorpion. My sole purpose was to verify if the storied reputation of Lyronica's bronze arena held any truth. I perceive that it does. Thus, further attendance is superfluous. One does not need to drain an entire bottle of mushroom wine to judge its flavor. Harold Norn scrambled to his feet. In that case, he said, come back to Norn House with me. I can show you the kennels, the training yards. We'll host a feast unlike any you've known. That will not be required, stated Haviland Tuf. Having observed your bronze arena, I shall rely upon my imagination and deductive faculties to picture your kennels and training yards. I am returning to the Ark immediately. Norn shot out a hand, aiming to clutch Tuf's arm and stop him. Will you sell us a monster, then? You've seen our desperate situation. Tuf avoided the Beastmaster's grasp with an agility that seemed odd for a man of his bulk. Sir, control yourself. I have a distinct aversion to being grabbed. Once Norn's hand dropped, Tuf looked down, meeting his gaze. The existence of a problem on Lyronica is not in doubt. A more pragmatic individual might deem it none of his affair, but as something of an altruistic core, I cannot in good conscience depart and leave you in this state. I will contemplate your predicament and apply myself to formulating suitable remedial actions. You may visit me aboard the Ark 3 days from now. By then, I may have an idea or two to offer. Without another word, Haviland Tuf turned and departed the bronze arena, making his way back to the spaceport of the City of All Houses, where his shuttle, the Basilisk, awaited. Harold Norn was clearly unprepared for the scale of the Ark. He stepped from his own small, scuffed black and gray shuttle onto the vast landing deck and simply gaped, twisting his head around to stare at the cavernous darkness overhead, the hulking alien vessels, and the distant, shadow-draped shape that resembled a nesting metal dragon. When Haviland Tuf approached to greet him, piloting an open three-wheeled cart, the Beastmaster made no attempt to hide his astonishment. I should have realized, he muttered over and over. The sheer size of this vessel. The scale. Yes, of course I should have known. Haviland Tuf sat impassively, one arm cradling Dax while his hand slowly stroked the cat's fur. Some may find the Ark excessively large, even intimidating in its emptiness, but I find it quite comfortable, he stated flatly. The original EECC ships carried crews of 200, and I can only assume they, like myself, had a profound dislike for cramped conditions. Harold Norn settled into the seat beside Tuf. How large is your crew? He asked offhandedly as Tuf set the cart in motion. 1 or 5, depending on whether one includes feline personnel or restricts the count to humanoids. You're the only crewman? Norn said. Dax rose in Tuf's lap, his long black fur ruffling and standing on end. The Ark's residents consist of myself, Dax, and 3 other cats named Chaos, Hostility, and Suspicion. I must ask you not to be alarmed by their names, Beastmaster Norn. They are, in fact, quite gentle and benign creatures. 1 man and 4 cats, Harold Norn mused. A modest crew for an immense ship, indeed. Yes, yes. Dax let out a low hiss. Tuf, steering with one large pale hand, used the other to gently calm his pet. Harold Norn had shown such a keen curiosity about the Ark's living residents that I felt compelled to bring up the sleepers. The sleepers? He asked, his brow furrowing. What are those? I explained they were fully formed organisms, cloned but kept in a deep, dreamless stasis within the cloning vats, their sizes varying from the invisibly small to the truly enormous. While I possess a general affection for all creatures in this instance, I have let logic override sentiment. I have never attempted to rouse them from their timeless slumber. My early research into these specific species led me to conclude they would make far less agreeable shipmates than my feline companions. Frankly, they are a persistent inconvenience. At precise intervals, I am required to input a tedious, secret command into the Ark's systems to maintain their suspended animation. I live with a quiet, gnawing fear that I might one day forget this duty. Should that happen, my vessel would swiftly become host to a menagerie of bizarre contagions and ravenous predators, necessitating a lengthy and irritating sanitation effort and potentially endangering myself or my cats. Harold Norn studied my impassive features and then the large, unfriendly cat at my side. Ah, he said slowly. I see that does sound perilous, Tuf. Maybe you should, terminate all these sleepers, for safety's sake. Dax issued a low hiss in his direction. A thought-provoking suggestion, I replied. No doubt the harsh realities of warfare ingrained such defensive, paranoid protocols into the ecological engineering core, compelling them to install these formidable biological safeguards. As a man of a more forthright and trusting disposition, I have indeed considered decommissioning the sleepers. Yet, I find I cannot bring myself to single-handedly dismantle a historical protocol that has persisted for more than 1,000 years. Consequently, I permit the sleepers to rest and strive diligently to remember the necessary countercommands. Harold Norn frowned. Right, he muttered. Dax settled back into my lap, purring softly. Have you made any progress? Norn inquired. My endeavors have not been entirely fruitless, I stated plainly, as our cart emerged from the wide corridor into the Ark's vast central shaft. Harold Norn's jaw went slack once more. Surrounding us in the shadowy expanse was an endless landscape of vats in every conceivable configuration. Within some of the mid-sized tanks, obscure forms drifted in translucent sacks, twitching occasionally. Sleepers, Norn whispered. Precisely, said Haviland Tuf. I kept my gaze fixed forward as I piloted the cart, Dax a warm weight in my lap while Norn swiveled his head, marveling at the sight. We eventually left the dim, cavernous shaft, navigated a narrower passageway, disembarked, and entered a spacious white chamber. 4 wide, cushioned chairs occupied the room's corners, their thick arms fitted with control panels. A circular plate of blue metal was set into the floor between them. I deposited Dax into one chair before taking my seat in another. Norn glanced around and then chose the chair kitty-corner to mine. There are several matters I must disclose, I began. Go on, said Norn. Creating monsters is a costly undertaking, I said. My fee is 100,000 standards. Outrageous, he spluttered. I told you House Norn has limited resources. Indeed, perhaps a wealthier house would find the price acceptable. The Ecological Engineering Corps has been extinct for centuries, sir. No functional vessel of theirs remains except the Ark. Their scientific knowledge is mostly lost. The cloning and genetic engineering arts they mastered now survive only on distant Prometheus and possibly on old Earth itself, yet Earth is sealed and the Prometheans hoard their biological secrets with fierce jealousy. I looked over at Dax, and yet Harold Norn considers my terms unreasonable. 50,000 standards? Norn countered. We're stretched to our absolute limit at that price. Haviland Tuf remained silent. 80,000 standards, then. That is my final offer. The House of Norn will be ruined. They will pull down our bronze statues and seal our ancestral gate forever? Haviland Tuf said nothing. Blast you. 100,000? Fine, fine. But only if this creature of yours fulfills every single one of our specifications. You will remit the entire payment upon delivery. Out of the question. Tuf was quiet once more. Harold Norn attempted to endure the silence, affecting an air of casual indifference. He glanced around the chamber. Tuf's gaze remained fixed and unblinking ahead. Norn nervously combed his fingers through his hair. Tuf continued to stare. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Tuf did not move. Oh, for pity's sake, have it your way. Norn finally conceded, exasperated. Regarding the creature itself, Tuf began. I have conducted a thorough review of your stipulations and consulted my databases. The cellular archives aboard the Ark contain specimens from thousands of predatory species across countless worlds, including fossilized tissues. Within these samples lie the genetic blueprints of legendary beasts long vanished from their native planets, thereby permitting their recreation. Consequently, the options are considerable. To streamline the process, I have applied several supplementary filters beyond simple ferocity. For instance, I have restricted the selection to oxygen-breathing organisms and, further, to those which would find the climate of House Norn's windswept plains agreeable. A very practical consideration, Harold Norn acknowledged. We have on occasion tried to rear lizard lions and Feridians and other beasts favored by the 12 houses, with poor results. The weather, the plant life. He waved a hand in frustration. It never takes. Precisely, said Haviland Tuf. I perceive you understand the manifold complexities inherent in this endeavor. Yes, but come to the point. What have you selected? What monster costs 100,000 standards? I present to you a curated selection, Tuf stated, drawn from approximately 30 suitable species. Observe. He pressed a luminous control on his chair and abruptly a beast materialized on the blue metal plate between them. Standing 2 meters tall, it had rubbery, pink-gray skin sparsely covered with thin white hair. Its features included a low brow, a swinish snout, a pair of wicked curving horns, and hands equipped with dagger-like claws. I shall spare you the formal taxonomic designation, as I have noted informality governs the bronze arena, Haviland Tuf said. This is commonly called the stalking swine of Haiti, indigenous to both forest and plain. It is primarily a scavenger, though it has a known appetite for fresh meat and will combat fiercely when provoked. Reports also indicate it possesses notable intelligence, yet remains wholly untamable. The stalking swine is a prolific breeder. The Gulliver colony ultimately abandoned its settlement on Haiti due to this animal's predations roughly 12 centuries ago. Harold Norn scratched at his scalp where his dark hair met the brass coronet. No, it is too slender, too lightly built. Look at that neck. Imagine what a Feridian would do to it. He shook his head emphatically. Moreover, it is aesthetically displeasing, and I take offense at the proposal of a scavenger. However ill-tempered, the House of Norn cultivates proud hunters, beasts that secure their own prey. Understood, said Tuf. He touched the control, and the stalking swine disappeared. In its place, occupying so much space it seemed to merge with the plate's edges, was a colossal sphere of armored gray flesh as featureless as forged battle plate. This creature's desolate homeworld remains unnamed and unsettled, though an exploratory team from Old Poseidon once mapped and claimed it, securing cellular samples. Zoo specimens survived only briefly. The beast was colloquially dubbed the rollerum. Mature specimens weigh approximately 6 metric tons. On their native plains, rollerams can attain speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour, pulverizing prey beneath their bulk. The creature is, in essence, all mouth. The creature simply rests upon its prey, as any part of its hide can secrete digestive fluids, absorbing the meat directly. I can personally attest to this species' relentless aggression. Under a peculiar chain of events not worth detailing, a rolleram was once unleashed upon one of my ship's decks. It wreaked truly astonishing havoc on the bulkheads and instrumentation, ultimately battering itself into a premature and pointless demise. It was utterly implacable, attempting to crush me beneath its mass each time I ventured down to offer it food. Harold Norn, partially enveloped by the looming hologram, sounded impressed. "Remarkable, truly formidable, a terrifying beast, perhaps?" But no, his tone shifted abruptly. This is entirely unsuitable. A 6-ton creature moving at such speed could breach the bronze arena and slaughter hundreds of our patrons. Furthermore, who would pay good coin to watch this thing flatten a lizard lion or a strangler? No, there's no sport in it. Your rolleram is simply too monstrous, Tuf. Unfazed, Tuf pressed the button once more. The immense gray form dissolved into the image of a sleek, snarling cat as large as an iron fang, with slitted yellow eyes and powerful muscles rippling beneath a coat of dark blue fur. Thick stripes of smoky silver ran the length of its gleaming flanks. "Ah!" Norn breathed. "A beauty, truly." "The cobalt panther of Celia's world," Tuf stated, "commonly called the cobalt cat, among the largest and deadliest of the great felinoids. The beast is a superlative hunter, its senses a marvel of biological engineering. It sees into the infrared for nocturnal prowling, and its ears observe their size and spread. Beastmaster are exquisitely sensitive. Of felinoid stock, the cobalt cat possesses psionic abilities far more developed than is typical. Fear, hunger, and bloodlust act as triggers. In such states, the cobalt cat becomes a mind reader. Norn looked up, startled. "What?" "Psionic, sir. Surely the concept is familiar. The cobalt cat is exceptionally deadly because it anticipates an opponent's moves before they are made. Do you understand?" "Yes," Norn said, his voice now charged with excitement. Haviland Tuf glanced toward Dax, and the large tomcat, who had remained utterly undisturbed by the parade of scentless phantoms, blinked and stretched with feline indifference. "Perfect! Why, I'd wager we can train them just like iron fangs. And mind readers? Splendid. Even the colors are fitting. Dark blue, you see, and our iron fangs were blue-black, so the cats will be perfectly Nornic, yes." Tuf touched his chair arm, and the cobalt cat vanished. "Indeed. I shall therefore commence the cloning process immediately upon your departure. Delivery will be in 3 standard weeks, if that is acceptable. For the agreed sum, I will provide 3 pairs, 2 sets of juveniles for release into your wildlands as breeding stock, and 1 fully grown mated pair suitable for immediate introduction to the bronze arena." "So soon," Norn began. "Excellent, but I employ a chronowarp, Beastmaster. It consumes vast energy, true, but it accelerates the very passage of time within the tank, creating a chronic distortion that hastens the clones to maturity. I should note that while I provide 6 animals, they represent only 3 distinct genetic individuals. The Ark carries a triple cobalt cat cell. I will clone each specimen twice, male and female, and trust for a viable genetic mix when they crossbreed on Lyronica." "Fine, whatever you say," Norn replied. "I will dispatch ships for the animals promptly. Payment will follow." Dax let out a small, pointed yowl. "Sir," said Tuf, "a superior thought has just occurred to me." "You may remit the full payment before any creatures are transferred," Tuf stated. Harold Norn objected. "But you agreed upon delivery." "True," Tuf conceded. "Yet I am subject to sudden whims, and my present impulse is to receive payment first, not concurrently." "Fine," Norn said irritably. "Your terms are capricious and steep. Once these cobalt-cats are in our arenas, we'll recover the cost swiftly." He began to stand. Haviland Tuf lifted a single finger. "A moment. You have shared little regarding Lyronica's ecology or the specific territories of Nornhouse. Prey may exist, but I must warn you, cobalt cats are hunters. They will require appropriate game. Obviously, Norn replied. Fortunately, I can assist. For an extra 5,000 standards, I could clone you a breeding stock of Celian hoppers, charming, fur-covered herbivores renowned across a dozen worlds for their tender meat, highly prized by carnivorous connoisseurs. Harold Norn scowled. Nonsense. You should include them at no cost. You've already squeezed enough currency from us, Tuf. Tuf stood and offered a heavy shrug. The man reproaches me, Dax, he said to his cat. What course remains? I pursue an honest livelihood, yet everywhere I face exploitation. He turned to Norn. Another whim strikes me. I sense you will not concede, even were I to propose a generous reduction, therefore I shall relent. The hoppers are yours without charge. Good. Splendid. Norn moved toward the exit. We'll collect them with the kobold cats and release them across the estates. Haviland, Tuf, and Dax accompanied him from the room, and they traveled in silence back to Norn's vessel. The fee was transmitted by the House of Norn the day prior to the scheduled delivery. The next afternoon, a dozen men clad in black and gray boarded the Ark, moving 6 sedated kobold cats from Tuf's holding tanks to prepared cages in their shuttle. Tuf offered a subdued farewell and received no further communication from Harold Norn. Yet he kept the Ark in orbit around Lyronica. Fewer than 3 of Lyronica's abbreviated days had passed when Tuf noted that his clients had scheduled a kobolcat for a contest in the bronze arena. On the appointed evening, Tuf adopted a disguise, a false beard and a shoulder-length red wig, paired with a garish, puff-sleeved suit of bright yellow and a fur-lined turban, then shuttled down to the City of All Houses, hoping to avoid recognition. He took a seat at the rear of the arena, a rough stone wall at his back and a narrow wooden bench straining under his weight. He had paid a modest sum for entry, but had carefully avoided the betting stations. Third match, the announcer shouted, as workers cleared the grisly remains from the second bout's loser. From the House of Varkor, a female lizard lion, 9 months old, weighing 1.4 quintals, trained by junior beastmaster Amari I. Varkor Othani, a former Bronze Arena combatant with 1 prior survival. The spectators near Tuf, mostly Varkor supporters, since he had entered through the Varkor gate via a green concrete path beneath a gigantic golden lizard's maw, erupted in frantic cheers and waving hands. Below, a large door painted in green and gold slid upward. Tuf raised his rented binoculars. The lizard lion scrambled into view, 2 meters of green-scaled reptile with a whip-like tail 3 times its length and the elongated snout of an earth alligator. Its jaws opened and closed silently, revealing rows of formidable teeth. From the House of Norn, imported from off-world for your entertainment, a female kobolcat, aged. The announcer hesitated. Aged 3 years, he finally said. Weight 2.3 quintals, trained by senior beastmaster Harold Norn. The bronze arena was new to him. Above, the metallic dome echoed with the chaotic roar from the Norn section. Harold Norn had filled every seat with his own men, all wearing the gray and black of his house, waving banners and shouting bets into the din. From the shadows, the kobolcat emerged with a careful, liquid grace, its huge golden eyes scanning the sands. It was precisely the creature Tuf had described, a coiled mass of lethal muscle held in perfect stillness, its dark blue fur slashed with silvery patterns. Even from his distant seat, Tuf could see the creature's jaws part in a silent snarl through his magnifying lenses. The lizard lion noticed as well, waddling forward on its short, scaled legs, its impossibly long tail arched high like a scorpion's stinger. As the kobolcat fixed its gaze on the opponent, the tail came slashing down. A whip-crack sound split the air, but the cat had already flowed to the side, leaving nothing but disturbed sand in its wake. The cat began to circle, a low growl now audible. Unfazed, the lizard lion turned, raised its tail again, gaped its jaws, and lunged. Once more the kobolcat evaded both bite and lash. The tail snapped down again and again, always meeting empty space. Someone in the Norn crowd started a low, rhythmic chant, soon taken up by hundreds, their bodies swaying in unison, a grim, pulsing dirge for the coming kill. Enraged, the lizard lion gnashed its long teeth, smashed its tail against a nearby gate in frustration, and began to thrash wildly. Seizing the moment, the kobolcat darted behind its enemy in one fluid leap, pinned the struggling reptile with a massive blue paw, and tore its soft greenish belly to shreds. After a few last feeble snaps of its tail that only seemed to amuse the cat, the lizard lion finally lay still. The Norns erupted in deafening triumph. Haviland Tuf, his expression hidden behind his beard, rose from the cramped seating and departed without a word. Weeks slipped by with the Ark in steady orbit around Lyronica. Tuf meticulously tracked the results from the bronze arena, noting the Norn Kobolcat's relentless winning streak. Harold Norn still suffered the occasional loss when forced to field an Ironfang to meet scheduling quotas, but those setbacks were trivial against his mounting victories. Tuf spent his days in quiet communion with Dax, amusing his other felines, viewing newly acquired holographic dramas, running endless ecological simulations on his computers, and steadily working through his stores of Tambercan ale and aged mushroom wine. He waited. Roughly 3 standard weeks after the Kobolcat's debut, the expected visitors arrived. Their shuttle was sleek and needle-proud, painted in green and gold, and the men who disembarked wore scaled armor of gilded plate and green enamel. 3 stood rigidly at attention as Tuf approached. The 4th, a florid, heavy-set man, whose golden helmet, topped with a bright green plume, covered a mottled bald head much like Tuf's own, stepped forward and extended a meaty hand.
"Your peaceful intent is noted," Tuf stated, keeping both hands resting on Dax, as is the notable absence of weaponry. "May I inquire as to your name and purpose, sir?" "Morho Ivarkur Otheni," the man began. Tuf raised a pale hand to stop him. "Indeed, you are the senior beastmaster of House Varkur, and you have come to purchase a monster. I must confess, this development does not come as a complete surprise." The portly beastmaster's mouth formed a perfect circle of astonishment.
"Your retinue may remain here," Tuf continued. "You will accompany me." He allowed Morho Ivarkur Otheni almost no opportunity to speak until they were isolated in the same chamber where he had once received Harold Norn, seated across from one another. "The Norns informed you of my presence," Tuf said flatly. "That much is obvious." Morho offered a wide, toothy smile. "They did. One of their housemen was persuaded to reveal the source of their Kobolcats."
"We were delighted to find your ship still in orbit. You appear to have found Lyronica an amusing diversion," Tuf remarked. "Diversion is hardly the point," Tuf replied. "Where troubles fester, my professional ethics compel me to offer whatever modest assistance possible. Lyronica, unfortunately, is brimming with troubles. Take your own predicament. Varkur likely stands as the last and weakest of the 12 great houses. A more critical observer might note your lizard lions are, at best, rather unimpressive monsters, and given your territories are largely swampland, your options for arena combatants are naturally quite restricted. Have I grasped the core of your concern? Yes, precisely. You read me well, sir. We were managing adequately until your intervention. Since then, we haven't secured a single victory against Norn, who were once our primary source of wins. A handful of minor triumphs over Ray Hill and Amar Island. A fortunate result against Feridian, and 2 stalemates with Arnith and Sindune that sums up our entire month. Disgraceful. We cannot continue this way. They'll demote me to a brood tender and exile me to the family estates unless I do something." Tuf stroked Dax and silenced Morho with a raised hand. "There's no need to elaborate further. Your distress is understood. Following my transaction with Harold Norn, I have enjoyed a considerable amount of free time. As a mental exercise, I have therefore applied myself to the dilemmas facing each great house in turn. Let us not waste it. I can resolve your current issues. There will, however, be a cost." Morho offered a strained grin. "I came prepared. I heard about your fee. It's steep, no denying it, but we are willing to pay, provided you can actually—" "Sir," Tuf interrupted, "I am a charitable man. Norn was a poor house, its beastmaster nearly a beggar. Out of mercy, I gave him a discounted rate. The domains of Varkur are wealthier, its banners more brilliant, its past victories more loudly celebrated. For you, I must ask 275,000 standards to compensate for the financial loss I incurred by being so generous with Norn." Morho emitted a choked, sputtering noise, his scales clinking like coins as he shifted uncomfortably. "Excessive, utterly excessive," he pleaded. "I beg you." Truly, we are more illustrious than Norn, but not nearly as prosperous as you imagine. Paying such a sum would ruin us. Our lizard lions would desert the battlements, our stilt towns would sink into the mire until the swamp swallowed them whole and the children were lost. Dax stirred in Tuf's lap with a soft mew. Quite right, Tuf said. I am chastened to think I might instigate such hardship. Perhaps 200,000 standards would constitute a more equitable arrangement. Morho Varkur Otheni launched into another round of protests and appeals, but this time Tuf merely sat in silence, hands resting on the armrests, until the flustered and sweating Beastmaster finally exhausted himself and acquiesced to the price. Tuf pressed a button on his chair. A hologram of a powerfully built Saurian materialized between them. It stood 2 meters tall, clad in gray-green plate scales, supported by 4 squat clawed legs as thick as old tree trunks. Its head was massive, armored by a thick, yellowish bone plate that protruded forward like the ram on an ancient warship, with 2 curved horns at the upper corners. The creature had a short, thick neck. Dull yellow eyes peered from beneath a heavy brow ridge. Square in the center of the cranial plate was a large, dark, perfectly round hole. Morho gulped. Oh, he managed. Yes, very, substantial. But it appears, was there originally a 3rd horn in the middle there? It looks as if it has been, extracted. Our specimens must be complete, Tuf. The Triz Nerye of Cable's Landing, Tuf stated, or so it was named by the Findu, whose colonists inhabited that world millennia before humanity arrived. The term literally means living blade. There is no missing horn, sir. A long finger made a small, precise gesture, pressing a control. The massive head of the Trisneriae turned toward the Varkor Beastmaster, who shifted his considerable weight forward with an awkward grunt to examine the projection. As he reached out toward the illusion, tendons corded in the creature's thick neck, and a sharpened bone spike as thick as Tuf's forearm and over a yard long shot from the beast's skull in a blur. Morho Varkor Otheni let out a high, thin squeak and went pale as the bone spears seemed to skewer him, pinning him to his chair. A distinctly unfortunate odor briefly filled the chamber. Tuf remained silent. Morho, blubbering, looked down at where the apparent horn pierced his swollen belly as if he might be sick. It took him a long, horrible minute to realize there was no blood, no pain, and the monster was merely a hologram. His mouth formed a silent O. He swallowed hard. Very, theatrical, he managed to say to Tuf. The tip of the long, discolored bone spear was gripped tightly within pulsating rings of blue-black muscle. Slowly, the shaft began to retract back into the monster's head. The bayonet, if we may term it such, is concealed within a mucus-lined sheath along the upper neck and spine. The surrounding muscular rings can project it at a speed approaching 45 miles per standard hour with proportional force. This species' native environment bears notable similarities to the regions of Lyronica controlled by the House of Varkur. Morho leaned forward, making his seat groan in protest. Dax purred loudly from Tuf's lap. Splendid, the Beastmaster boomed, though the name is a bit, foreign, we shall call them. Let me see. Lance-bearers. Yes, call them what you wish, said Tuf. That is of little concern to me. The Saurians offer many clear advantages for your house. Should you elect to acquire them, I will also include, at no extra charge, a breeding stock of Cathadane tree slugs. You will find they serve as an excellent supplemental food source, thriving in the damp undergrowth and helping to control nuisance vermin. He paused, a flicker of dry amusement in his eyes. Consider it a package deal. Tuf monitored the news from the bronze arena diligently, though he never again set foot on Lyronican soil. The Kobold Cats continued their relentless dominance. In a recent featured event, one of the Norn beasts had dispatched a prime Arnith strangling ape and an Amari Island flesh frog during a specially arranged triple match. But Varkor fortunes were decidedly on the rise. The newly introduced lance-bearers had become a bronze arena sensation, with their ground-shaking bellows, ponderous tread, and the swift, ruthless death delivered by the sudden thrust of their massive bone bayonets. In 3 matches thus far, a hulking Feridian, a venomous water scorpion, and a sleek Genthine spider cat had all proven utterly outmatched by the Varkor Saurians. Morho Ivarkor Othani was in a state of rapture. The following week would see Cobalcat pitted against Lancebearer in a clash for supremacy, and a sold-out arena was all but guaranteed. Harold Norn called once, shortly after the Lancebearer's first victory. "Tuf," he said sternly, "you've sold a monster to Varkor. We do not approve." "I was unaware my actions required your endorsement," Tuf replied evenly. "I labored under the impression I was a free agent, as are the lords and beastmasters of all the great houses of Lyronica." Of course," Harold Norn snapped. "But we won't be cheated, you understand?" Haviland Tuf sat calmly, regarding Norn's twisted frown while stroking Dax. "I take considerable pains to ensure equity in all my transactions," he said. "Had you insisted upon an exclusive monster franchise for Lyronica, perhaps we might have negotiated such an arrangement. To the best of my recollection, however, no such proposal was ever made. Naturally, I could scarcely afford to grant the House of Norn exclusive privileges without appropriate compensation, as doing so would undoubtedly deprive me of a significant and much-needed revenue stream. I'm afraid this conversation is pointless, as my deal with House Varkor is finalized. It would be both unethical and impossible for me to undo it now." "I don't like the sound of this, Tuf," Norn replied, his voice tight. "You have no real grounds for complaint. Your creatures performed exactly as promised. It's rather petty to be upset just because another house gets to enjoy the same kind of luck Norn has had." "Yes. No. That's not. Well, forget it. I suppose I can't prevent you from doing business? But listen, if the other houses acquire animals that can defeat our cats, you will be obligated to provide us with something capable of beating whatever you sold them. Is that clear?" "The principle is straightforward enough," Tuf said, glancing down at Dax, who lay curled at his feet. "We have delivered unprecedented victories to House Norn, yet Harold Norn questions both my integrity and my understanding. It seems our efforts are not fully valued." Harold Norn scowled. Fine. By the time we require more monsters, our winning streak should have piled up enough credits to cover whatever ridiculous fee you plan to demand." "May I assume all else is proceeding satisfactorily?" Tuf inquired. "Well, in the arena, absolutely. But elsewhere?" "That's actually why I called. The 4 younger cats show no interest in breeding for some reason. Our brood tender keeps reporting they're losing weight. He insists they aren't thriving. I can't verify it personally, as I'm here in the city and the animals are roaming the plains near Norn House, but there is some concern. The cats are free range, naturally, but we have tracking implants so we can monitor there." Tuf steepled his long fingers. "Their mating season has undoubtedly not yet commenced. I advise patience. All living things reproduce, some to a frankly excessive degree. You have my assurance that once the female Cobalcat enters estrus, events will proceed with gratifying speed." "Ah, that makes sense. Just a waiting game, then," Norn said, sounding somewhat relieved. "The other issue I wanted to discuss involves those hoppers you provided. We released them, you know, and they've had no trouble whatsoever breeding. They've stripped the ancestral Norn grasslands bare. It's incredibly irritating. They're hopping about everywhere. What are we supposed to do?" "This situation will likewise correct itself once the Cobalcats begin to breed," Tuf stated calmly. "The Cobalt Panthers are voracious and efficient hunters, perfectly suited to managing your hopper infestation." Harold Norn looked confused and slightly troubled. Right, he said, but Tuf stood abruptly. "I must conclude our discussion," he announced. "A shuttlecraft has initiated docking procedures with the Ark. You might recognize its configuration. It is blue steel with large, triangular gray wings." "House Ray Hill," Norn exclaimed. "Fascinating," said Tuf. "Good day, Beastmaster Denis Lon Ray parted with 230,000 standards for a formidable red-furred ursine creature from the Vagabond Highlands." Haviland Tuf finalized the deal by throwing in a pair of scampersloth eggs. The following week, 4 men adorned in orange silk and flame-red capes boarded the Ark. They departed for House Feridian 250,000 standards lighter, carrying a contract for 6 massive armored poison elk and a complimentary herd of Hrangan grass pigs. The Beastmaster of Sindun acquired a giant serpent. The emissary from Amar Island was delighted with his Godzilla. A committee of a dozen senior members from Dant dressed in milk-white robes with silver buckles, were thrilled by the slavering gargle Tuf offered them along with a minor gift, and so it went. One by one, each of Lyronica's 12 great houses sought him out. Each received its monster, and each paid a price that climbed steadily higher. By that time, both of Norn's fighting kobold-cats were dead, the first impaled on the bayonet of a Varkor spear carrier, the second crushed in the massive clawed paws of a Ray Hill Ursoid, though in that latter clash the Ursoid had perished as well. The great cats had surely sensed their doom, yet within the unforgiving walls of the bronze arena, they could not escape it. Harold Norn's daily calls to the Ark went unanswered, blocked by Tuf's own instructions. After 11 houses had arrived, made their purchases, accepted their complimentary creatures, and departed, Haviland Tuf finally faced Dan'l Lee Arneth. The senior beastmaster of Arneth in the Gilded Wood stood as the final representative of Lyronica's once proud 12 great houses, now diminished to a shadow of its former self. Arneth matched Tuf in height, a tower of hardened muscle and dark skin, his face sharp as a blade beneath a short cap of iron-gray hair. He arrived for their meeting dressed in gold cloth, a crimson belt and boots completing his attire, a small crimson beret perched at an angle on his head. In his hand, he carried a trainer's pain prod like a ceremonial staff. Dax, the telepathic cat, arched its back and hissed as Arneth exited his vessel and settled into the cart beside Tuf. In response, Tuf immediately launched into one of his meandering monologues concerning the dormant creatures in cryo-sleep. Arneth watched and listened in stony silence until, at last, Dax relaxed. The enduring strength of Arneth in the Gilded Wood has always been our diversity, Dan'l Lee Arneth declared early in their exchange. While other Lyronican houses staked everything on a single type of beast, our forebears cultivated dozens. Against any opponent, we held the perfect counter, a living strategy. That was the source of our pride. But your abominations offer no such battlefield. No matter which of our 100 combatants we send onto the sand, it returns a corpse. You have backed us into a corner, traitor. I must object to that characterization, Tuf replied. How could a humble merchant of fauna compel the greatest beastmaster on Lyronica to act against his will? If you have no genuine interest in my services, you have my word I shall take no offense. We might instead share a meal and pleasant discourse, setting commerce entirely aside. Spare me your verbal fencing, Arneth snapped. Commerce is the sole reason for my presence. I have no particular fondness for your company. The man's gaze was as cold as deep space, a stark contrast to the opulent cloth of gold he wore. Haviland Tuf blinked slowly. I am wounded, he stated, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, I would not turn away a potential patron, regardless of his personal sentiments. You are welcome to review my inventory, a modest collection of species that might in some minor fashion capture your attention. Perhaps fate will see fit to restore your strategic advantages. His fingers danced across the controls on his chair's arm, conducting a silent symphony of light and holographic flesh. A procession of horrors unfolded before the Beastmaster, creatures armored in scale and plate, shrouded in fur or feathers hailing from forests, lakes, and desolate plains. Predators, scavengers, and lethally territorial herbivores of staggering size came and went. Dan'l Lee Arneth, his lips a thin, hard line, finally selected 4 specimens each of the 12 largest and most vicious species, committing 1,000,000 standards to the purchase. The transaction's conclusion, including, as with every other house, the presentation of a small, harmless creature as a gift, did nothing to improve Arneth's dark mood. Tuf, he said when the deal was done, you are a cunning and deceitful man, but you do not deceive me. Haviland Tuf remained silent. You have amassed a vast fortune by swindling every house that bought from you, believing they would gain an edge. Consider the Norns. Their cats are now useless. They were a struggling house. Your price pushed them to the brink of ruin, just as you have done to all of us. They hope to recover through victories in the arena. A futile hope. There will be no Norn victories now. Each house that came to you gained a temporary advantage over those who came before. Thus, Arneth, purchasing last, emerges as the greatest house once more. Our new monsters will unleash devastation. A grim, satisfied smile finally touched Arneth's lips, the first crack in his stern facade, as if he could already hear the roar of a triumphant crowd. The sands of the bronze arena will be stained with the blood of lesser creatures. Tuf folded his hands over his stomach, his expression calm. You have altered nothing. The great houses endure, Arnith the mightiest, Norn the weakest. All you've accomplished is to drain us, like the opportunist you are, leaving every Lyronican lord to fight for scraps. Our rivals now wait for victory, pray for it, depend on it, yet every triumph will belong to Arnith. We alone avoided being swindled because I had the wisdom to buy last and therefore best. Such foresight and shrewdness are truly remarkable, Haviland Tuf replied. Clearly I am outmatched by a man of your wisdom and insight. It would serve little purpose for me to dissemble, deny, or attempt to outmaneuver you. Someone of your keen perception would see through my feeble tactics instantly. Perhaps silence is my best course. You can improve upon silence, Tuf, Arnith stated. You will say nothing, and you will do nothing. This is your final transaction on Lyronica. Perhaps, Tuf mused, and then again perhaps not. Circumstances may yet compel the beast masters of the other great houses to seek my services once more. I fear I would be hard-pressed to refuse them. You can and you will, Dano Lee Arnith said coldly. Arnith has made the ultimate purchase, and we will not be surpassed. Clone our animals and depart immediately after delivery. You will have no further dealings with the great houses. I doubt that fool Harold Norn could afford your price again, but even if he scrounged up the standards, you will not sell to him. Is that understood? We will not continue this futile cycle of yours, impoverishing ourselves by buying monsters, losing them, buying more, and gaining nothing. You would sell to us until Lyronica is bankrupt, but the House of Arnith forbids it. Ignore this warning, and it may cost you your life. I am not a forgiving man. Your point is received, Tuf said, scratching Dax behind the ear, though I find your delivery somewhat lacking in charm. Still, while this forcefully suggested arrangement undoubtedly benefits the House of Arnith in the Gilded Wood, the other great houses of Lyronica will suffer for it, and I myself must forego considerable future profit. Perhaps I missed a crucial part of your proposal. I am easily distracted, and I may have failed to hear where you explained what incentive you offer for my agreement to cease all dealings with the Lyronican nobility. I'm prepared to offer you another 1,000,000 standards, Arnith said, his glare intense. Frankly, I'd prefer to shove them down your throat, but it's cheaper than enduring another round of this infernal game. I see, said Tuf, so the choice is mine. I may accept 1,000,000 standards and leave, or I may stay and face your considerable wrath. I must admit, I have pondered more difficult decisions. In any case, I am not one to linger where I am unwelcome, and I confess a recent wanderlust has been calling me. Very well. I acquiesce to your demand. Dano Lee Arnith grinned savagely, while Dax began to purr. The last of the 12 glittering gold-flecked shuttles had just departed, carrying Arnith's purchases down to the bronze arena, when Haviland Tuf finally deigned to answer the call from Harold Norn. The thin beastmaster looked gaunt, almost skeletal. Tuf, he exclaimed, everything is falling apart? Indeed, Tuf replied impassively. Norn's face twisted into a grimace. No, listen, the Kobocats are all dead or dying. 4 perished in the bronze arena. We knew the second pair were too young, you understand, but after the first couple lost, we had no other choice. The alternative was returning to Iron Fangs, and that was no longer a viable option. Now we're down to just 2 of them. They don't require much, they catch a few hoppers here and there, but that's about it. Training them is completely out of the question. Whenever a trainer steps into the pen with a pain prod, those clever beasts already know what's coming. They're perpetually one step ahead, you see. In the arena, they ignore the killing chant entirely. It's a disaster. To make matters worse, they refuse to breed. We desperately need more of them. What exactly are we supposed to put into the gaming pits? It is not the Cobalcat mating season, Tuf replied calmly. We have, if you recall, covered this topic previously. Right? Right. So when is their breeding season? An intriguing inquiry, Tuf said. It is unfortunate you did not pose it earlier. To my knowledge, the female cobalt panther enters her cycle each spring. coinciding with the blooming of snow tufts on Celia's world. My understanding is that a specific biological trigger is involved. Harold Norn scratched beneath his thin brass coronet, but, he stammered, Lyronica doesn't have any of those snow things, whatever you called them. Now I suppose you'll demand a fortune for these flowers. Sir, you misjudge me. I would hardly consider exploiting your predicament. Were the decision solely mine, I would happily provide the necessary Celian snow tufts to the House of Norn at no cost. However, circumstances have led me to agree with Dan'l Lee Arneth to cease all dealings with Lyronica's great houses. He offered a slow, heavy shrug. We won victories with your cats, Norn insisted, a desperate edge creeping into his voice. Our treasury has grown. We have close to 40,000 standards now. Take it. Sell us the flowers. Or better yet, give us a new creature. Something larger. More ferocious. I saw the Dant gargoyles. Give us something like that. We have absolutely nothing to enter in the bronze arena. Nothing? What of your iron fangs? I was informed they were the pride of Norn. Harold Norn waved a dismissive hand. We've been having complications. Those hoppers of yours, they consume everything in sight. They've become completely unmanageable. Thousands of them, maybe millions, are everywhere, devouring all the grass and our crops. The damage they've done to farmland, the Kobold cats adore them, true, but we don't have enough Kobold cats. And the wild iron fangs won't go near the hoppers. I suppose they dislike the taste. I don't really know. But the point is, all the other game has vanished, driven off by your hoppers, and the iron fangs followed. Where they went, I can't say. Gone, though. Into the unclaimed territories beyond Norn's borders. There are a few villages out there, some scattered farmers, but they despise the great houses. The Tamberkin don't even hold dogfights. They'll probably try to domesticate the iron fangs, if you can imagine that. That's the kind of people they are. Shocking, Tuf remarked, his tone utterly flat. Nevertheless, you maintain your kennels, do you not? Not anymore, Norn said, sounding thoroughly worn. I ordered them closed. The Iron Fangs were losing every single match, especially after you started selling to our rivals. It seemed a pointless drain on resources to keep supporting a losing investment. Besides the cost, we needed every standard. You drained us. We had arena fees to cover, wagers to place, and lately we've had to purchase food from Tamber just to feed our housemen and trainers. Honestly, you wouldn't believe the devastation those hoppers have wrought on our fields. Sir, said Tuf, please afford me a modicum of credit. I am an ecologist. I am quite familiar with the nature of hoppers. Am I to understand, then, that you no longer possess any iron fangs? Yes, yes. We released the worthless creatures, and now they've disappeared with the others. What are we supposed to do? The hoppers are swarming across the plains. The cats won't reproduce, and our funds will soon be exhausted if we must keep importing food and paying arena fees with no prospect of winning. Tuf folded his hands together. You are indeed confronted by a cascade of intricate challenges, and I am precisely the individual who can guide you toward their resolution. I have given my word to Dan'l Lee Arneth and taken his payment in good faith, Tuf replied. Then there is no hope? The man pleaded, his pride clearly wounded. I am a senior beast master of Norn brought to this. Soon we will vanish from the games. We will lack the funds for arena fees, for wagers, for new beasts. A curse of misfortune hangs over us. No great house has ever failed to provide its fighters, not even Feridian during its infamous 12-year drought. We will be disgraced. The proud history of the House of Norn will be tarnished forever as we send snufflers and farm creatures into the arena, only to be torn apart by the colossal monsters you have supplied to our rivals. Sir, Tuf began, his voice measured, allow me a moment of speculation. I suspect Norn may not be alone in its troubles. I have a hunch. Yes, that is the word. A curious term. A hunch that the very monsters you dread may soon become scarce. Consider the adolescent Ursoids from Vagabond. They are likely to enter hibernation shortly. They are less than a year old, you understand. I do hope the lords of Rye Hill are not overly distressed, though I fear they will be. Vagabond, as you may know, follows a highly irregular orbit, resulting in long winters that span roughly 20 standard years. The Ursoids are biologically synchronized with this cycle. Their metabolic processes will soon slow to a point where a casual observer might mistake them for deceased. I doubt they will be roused easily. Perhaps the trainers of WRI Hill, being men of sharp intellect, will devise a solution. Yet I would further wager that most of their resources and capital will instead be consumed by the task of feeding their population, given the insatiable appetites of their scamper sloths. In a similar vein, Tuf continued, the men of the House of Varkor will find themselves contending with a sudden proliferation of Cathedane tree slugs. They are remarkably fascinating organisms. At a specific stage in their development, they absorb moisture like sponges, doubling in size. A sufficiently large cluster can completely desiccate even an expansive marshland. Tuf paused, his thick fingers tapping a slow rhythm against his stomach. I am rambling unforgivably and likely boring you. Do you perceive my meaning, my central argument? Harold Norn looked as pale as a ghost. You are insane. You have ruined us, our economy, our environment. Within 5 years, we will all starve to death. That seems improbable, Tuf stated calmly. My expertise in these matters suggests Lyronica may indeed endure a period of ecological disruption and difficulty, but it will be temporary. I am confident a new ecosystem will eventually establish itself. Unfortunately, this new environment will probably not support large predatory life forms. However, I remain optimistic that the overall quality of life for Lyronicans will be largely unaffected. No predators? Norn whispered, horrified. But the games? The arena? No one will pay to watch a hopper battle a slug. How can the games continue? No one will send fighters to the bronze arena. Haviland Tuf blinked slowly.
Indeed, he said. A most intriguing notion. I shall have to give it considerable thought. He cleared the screen and turned to speak with Dax.
Chapter 6. Call him Moses. Rumors rarely troubled Haviland Tuf, primarily because he almost never heard them. While Tuf did not object to playing the tourist on the various worlds he visited, he always maintained a certain detachment, an unbridgeable distance from those around him. His hairless, chalk-white visage and imposing stature made him conspicuously out of place among the inhabitants of the planets where he conducted his business. Even on those rare occasions when his complexion might have allowed him to blend in, his sheer size marked him as an outsider. Consequently, though people often stared and gossiped about Tuf wherever he went, very few ever approached him to speak, unless they had a commercial transaction in mind. Given his character, it was hardly surprising that Haviland Tuf had never encountered the name Moses until the night he and Dax were attacked by Jamie Crean in a Cathedian eatery. The establishment was a cramped, dim spot near the spaceport. Tuf had just finished a meal of smoked roots and synthetic greens and was savoring his third large glass of fungal wine when Dax suddenly lifted his head from the table. Tuf gave a slight start, spilling a bit of wine on his sleeve, and tilted his head aside just in time. The bottle creen was swinging shattered against the chair back instead of Tuf's skull. Shards flew, and the foul-smelling local liquor inside drenched the chair, the table, the cat, and both men. Jamie Crean, a lanky, fair-haired young man with bleary blue eyes, stood swaying, clutching the broken bottle in a bleeding hand. Haviland Tuf rose slowly to his full height, his pale, long face utterly expressionless. He glanced at his attacker, blinked once, then bent to scoop up a damp and disgruntled Dax. "Can you make sense of this, Dax?" he rumbled in his deep voice. "We are presented with a puzzle, albeit a messy one. What motive could this peculiar individual possibly have? Any theories?" He stroked Dax methodically as he held him, and only when the cat's purr began did he turn his gaze back to Jamie Crean. "Sir," he intoned, "you would be well advised to drop those bottle fragments. I observe your hand is presently a repository for glass, blood, and that notably pungent beverage, a combination I seriously doubt will contribute to your well-being." The dazed Crean seemed to jolt back to awareness. His lips peeled back in a snarl. "Are you making fun of me, you scoundrel?" he slurred, his voice thick with threat. "Sir," replied Haviland Tuf. The restaurant had fallen completely silent. The other customers were frozen, watching, and the owner had disappeared. Tuf's resonant voice filled the quiet room. "I would suggest the label scoundrel fits your current actions more snugly than my own, but perhaps that is a tangential debate." No, I am not mocking you. You seem agitated. Mocking an agitated person is the height of foolishness, and I am not in the habit of foolishness. He set Dax back on the table and scratched behind the tomcat's ear. You're mocking me? Jaime Creen insisted, his voice rising. I'll make you pay. Haviland Tuf's demeanor remained a placid lake. You will not, sir, though I perceive you are contemplating a second attempt. I hold no fondness for violence, yet your uncouth conduct provides me with regrettably few alternatives. With that, he moved with a sudden, surprising swiftness, seizing Jaime Creen and hoisting him clear off the floor before the younger man could even flinch. Then, with deliberate clinical precision, he broke both of Creen's arms. The scene shifted, the grim interior of the Cathedian prison giving way to the harsh light of the street. Jaime Creen stumbled out, pale and squinting, his arms bound in slings. He looked utterly bewildered and drained. Haviland Tuf waited by the curb, Dax nestled in one arm, being gently petted with his free hand. He looked up as Creen emerged. Your temperament seems somewhat moderated, Tuf observed. Additionally, you are now sober. You? Creen's confusion deepened. His face contorted so severely it seemed on the verge of folding in on itself. Did you pay to get me out? You pose an intriguing question, Haviland Tuf said. I did expend a sum, 200 standards, to be exact, and upon its transfer you were delivered into my custody. However, stating I bought your freedom is a mischaracterization. The legal nuance is that you are not free. Under Caethedini statute, you are now my indentured servant, a bound laborer I may employ as I see fit until your debt is settled. Debt? I have itemized it, said Haviland Tuf. 200 standards for the fee I rendered the authorities to secure your company. 100 standards for my suit, which was authentic lambarine cotton, and which you rendered unsalvageable. We shall discuss the terms of your service momentarily. First, I require a decent cup of tea. This entire episode has been most disruptive to my evening routine. Haviland Tuf presented a detailed accounting. 40 standards for the damages to the restaurant, which I covered to resolve the proprietor's claims against you. 7 standards for the fine mushroom wine, a noted specialty of this world, which you deprived me of enjoying. That particular vintage was exceptional. These actual damages total 347 standards. His voice remained flat, but a subtle, almost sarcastic edge crept in as he continued. Additionally, your unprovoked assault made Dax and myself the focal point of a most disagreeable public spectacle, severely disturbing our peace. For that inconvenience, I am adding a modest 53 standards, bringing your total obligation to an even 400. I consider this sum lenient, Jaime Creen gave a spiteful laugh. You'll be lucky to get a fraction of that, animal seller. I'm broke, and with my arms broken, I'm not much good for labor. Sir, Tuf replied, stroking Dax, if you possessed funds, my intervention would have been unnecessary. I am, of course, aware of your physical state as I am its cause. Please refrain from stating the obvious. Despite your limitations, you will accompany me to my ship. You will work until the debt is satisfied. Come. Tuf turned and walked several paces down the street. When Creen did not follow, he paused and looked back. Creen smirked. If you want me to go anywhere, you'll have to carry me. I have no intention of carrying you, Tuf said evenly. Forcing contact with you once was a sufficiently unpleasant experience that I will not repeat it. Should you refuse, I will return to the port authorities and hire guards to convey you physically. Their fees will be added to your debt. The choice is yours. Tuf turned again and proceeded toward the spaceport. Suddenly docile, Jaime Creen followed, muttering curses under his breath. The vessel awaiting them at the Cathedian starport was imposing. An ancient craft of pitted black metal with rakish small wings, it loomed taller than the modern bulbous traders nearby. Like most infrequent visitors, Creen was inwardly awed to learn the Griffin was merely a shuttle. The true ship, the Ark, was in orbit above. The shuttle deck of the Ark was vast, easily twice the size of the landing field they had left, and cluttered with vessels. There were 4 other shuttles identical to the Griffin, an old teardrop-shaped cargo hauler from Avalon resting on 3 spindly legs, a menacing military flyer, and an absurdly ornate golden barge sporting a primitive harpoon gun. Two craft looked alien and vaguely sinister, while another resembled nothing so much as a large square plate with a central pole. The sheer scale of the place momentarily silenced Kreen's muttering. "Do you collect spaceships?" Kreen asked after they had docked and emerged. An intriguing notion, Tuf replied. "But no, the 5 shuttles are integral to the Ark. I keep the old trader for sentimental reasons, as it was my first ship. The others were acquired during my travels. I have considered clearing the deck, but some may retain commercial value. The matter requires further contemplation. Now, follow me." They moved through a series of austere reception areas and down several long corridors, eventually arriving at a motor pool where a line of small 3-wheeled vehicles was parked. Haviland Tuf guided Kreen into one, settled Dax between them, and drove into a great echoing tunnel that stretched into seeming infinity. The corridor was lined with glass tanks of varying dimensions, each containing liquids or thick gels. Within several of the translucent containers, shadowy forms shifted slowly, their vague outlines seeming to watch the passing vehicle. Jaime Kreen found the implied sentience deeply unsettling. Haviland Tuf, however, paid no attention, his gaze fixed forward as he piloted the cart. They arrived in a chamber mirroring their point of origin. Tuf collected Dax and guided his captive down a new passageway into a small, cluttered room filled with worn plush furniture. He indicated a chair for Kreen, settled into another himself, and placed the large black tomcat in a third seat, as his own considerable girth provided no lap. "Now," announced Haviland Tuf, "we shall converse." The sheer scale of the vessel had quieted Kreen, but a flicker of defiance returned to his expression. "We have nothing to discuss," he stated. "You believe so?" replied Tuf. "I must differ. My intervention in your legal predicament was not born of mere altruism. You represent a puzzle, as I noted to Dax during your initial aggression. Puzzles unsettle me. I require illumination." Kreen's narrow features grew shrewd. "Why should I assist you? Your fabricated accusations landed me in a cell, and now you've purchased me like property. You also broke my arms. I owe you nothing." "Sir," said Haviland Tuf, lacing his large fingers over his substantial stomach, "we have previously established your debt at 400 standards. I am prepared to be accommodating. I will pose inquiries. You will provide responses. For each satisfactory answer, I shall deduct 1 standard from your total obligation." "1 standard? Ridiculous. Whatever you wish to know is worth far more. 10 standards per answer, not a fraction less." "I assure you," Tuf intoned, "the intelligence you possess is likely worthless. I am merely inquisitive. It is a personal failing, one I cannot overcome, and one you are now positioned to exploit. Yet you should not attempt to press this advantage excessively. I do not tolerate swindling. 2 standards." "9, countered Kreen. "3, said Tuf, his face a blank mask. "I shall not exceed that. My patience wanes." 8, Kreen insisted. "Do not attempt to bluff." Haviland Tuf fell silent. He sat perfectly still, his eyes drifting to Dax. The cat yawned expansively and stretched. After several minutes of quiet, Kreen muttered, 6 standards, and that's a bargain. I know significant things, information Moses himself would value." 6. Tuf offered no reply. More time passed. 5. Kreen spat, cursing under his breath. Still, Tuf said nothing. "Fine," Kreen conceded at last. 3 standards. You are a swindler and a rogue, utterly without principles." "I shall disregard your theatrics," said Haviland Tuf. 3 standards is the agreed sum. A suspicion occurs to me that you may offer vague or convoluted replies, necessitating numerous questions to extract a morsel of truth. I warn you I will not endure such games. Nor will I accept falsehoods. For each lie you attempt, I will add 10 standards to your debt." Kreen gave a short laugh. "I've no intention of lying, Tuf. But even if I did, how would you ever know? I am not so easily read." Haviland Tuf allowed himself the faintest ghost of a smile, a tight, fleeting expression. "Sir," he said, "I would know immediately. Dax would inform me, just as he advised me how far you would retreat from your ludicrous demand for 10 standards, and alerted me to your cowardly assault on Kithidion. Dax is a feline, sir, as even you might observe. All felines possess a degree of psionic ability, a fact humanity has long recognized. Dax is the culmination of generations of selective breeding and genetic refinement, which have amplified this trait within him to a remarkable degree. Therefore, providing complete and truthful answers will conserve a significant amount of our collective time and energy. While Dax's abilities are not nuanced enough to extract complex abstract ideas from your thoughts, I can assure you he detects falsehoods or omissions with ease. Bearing this in mind, shall we proceed? Jaime Crean fixed the large tomcat with a venomous stare. Dax responded with another leisurely yawn. "Proceed," Crean muttered, his tone thick with resentment. "First," began Tuf, "we address the enigma of your unprovoked assault. You are a complete stranger to me, sir. I am a mere merchant, my services offered impartially to all clients. I had committed no offense against you. Nevertheless, you attacked. This prompts numerous inquiries. What was your motive? Did you possess some prior knowledge of me? Had I, through some forgotten action, provoked your hostility? Is that one question or four?" Crean retorted. Haviland Tuf once more folded his hands over his stomach. "A fair point. Begin with this. Do you know me personally?" "No," said Crean, "but I know of you by reputation. You and your arc are quite unique and widely discussed, Tuf. You were also remarkably easy to identify when I happened upon you in that greasy Kythidine dining establishment. Immense, hairless, pale giants are not exactly commonplace, you understand." "3 standards," Tuf stated flatly. "I will disregard both your insults and your flattery. So, you did not know me personally. Why then the assault?" "I was intoxicated." "Insufficient. While your inebriated state is factual, the eatery contained numerous other patrons, any of whom could have served as a target for a mere brawl. You were not seeking a random fight. You selected me specifically. Why? I find you despicable by my own standards. You are a criminal." "Standards are notoriously variable," Haviland Tuf replied. "On certain worlds, my stature alone would constitute a crime. On others, the cowhide comprising your boots would be grounds for lengthy imprisonment. In that sense, we are both criminals. However, I believe it is unjust to judge an individual by any laws except those of his native culture or his current location. By that measure, I am no criminal, and your answer remains inadequate. Elaborate on this dislike. What specific crimes do you allege against me?" "I am a Sheraton," Crean declared, then coughed roughly. "Or perhaps I should say I was a Sheraton. I served as an administrator, albeit only 6th grade. Moses ruined my career. I charge you with the crime of aiding Moses. This is common knowledge. Do not insult me with denials." Haviland Tuf glanced toward Dax. "You appear to be truthful, and your response contains a modicum of information, though it raises as many questions as it answers and lacks clarity. Nonetheless, I shall extend a courtesy and count it as an answer. 6 standards, then. My subsequent questions will be straightforward. Who is Moses, and what is a Chariton?" Jaime Crean looked utterly disbelieving. "Do you wish to grant me 6 standards? Do not feign ignorance, Tuf." "I am not convinced. You know who Moses is?" "In a certain context, I do," Tuf conceded. "Moses is a mythological figure from various Orthodox Christian faiths, alleged to have lived on old Earth in the distant past. I believe he is connected to, or perhaps a brother of, Noah, for whom my ark is indirectly named. Both were among the earliest pioneers of ecological warfare, a field with which I am intimately familiar. So, in that sense, I know of a Moses. However, that Moses has been deceased for a span of time so vast it renders him an improbable destroyer of your career and even less likely to care about any information you might impart to me. Therefore, I must conclude you refer to a different Moses, one with whom I am unacquainted. And that, sir, was the precise intent of my inquiry," I pressed. "Fine," Crean replied, his tone weary. "If you're going to pretend you don't know, I'll humor you. A Sheraton is a citizen of charity, as you are well aware. The man calling himself Moses leads the Holy Altruistic Restoration, a religious movement. With your assistance, he has waged a brutal campaign of ecological sabotage against the City of Hope, our central arcology and the heart of Sheraton society." 12 standards, Tuf stated flatly. "Elaborate." Crean sighed, adjusting his position. The holy altruists were charity's first settlers centuries back. They abandoned their homeworld because its advanced technology conflicted with their beliefs. Their doctrine holds that salvation is earned through a simple, natural life of hardship and self-denial. So they came to an untamed planet and happily suffered, sacrificed, and died for 100 years. Their trouble began with a second wave of settlers. These newcomers constructed the arcology we call the City of Hope, farmed the land with robotic equipment, established a starport, and essentially sinned against their god. To make matters worse, altruist children soon started flocking to the city in search of an easier life. Within 2 generations, only a handful of elderly devotees remained. Then Moses emerged, spearheading this restoration. He marched into the City of Hope, confronted the governing council, and demanded we let his people go. The administrators pointed out that none of his people wanted to leave. Moses was undeterred. He declared that unless we released his followers, shut down the starport, and dismantled the City of Hope to live devoutly, he would unleash plagues upon us. Intriguing, Haviland Tuf remarked. Proceed. Your money, Jaime Crean said with a shrug. Well, the administrators threw Moses out, and everyone had a good laugh. But we did some research, just to be cautious. We'd all heard the old nightmares about biological warfare, of course, but assumed those techniques were lost to time. Our computers verified it. The cloning and genetic manipulation used by the old Earth Imperials survived on only a few, widely scattered worlds, the nearest a 7-year journey even by faster-than-light drive. I comprehend, said Haviland Tuf. Yet you undoubtedly also discovered the existence of the seed ships once operated by the defunct Federal Empire's Ecological Engineering Corps. We did, Crean admitted, a bitter smile twisting his lips. All gone, we thought. Destroyed, lost, or crippled centuries ago, and of no concern to us. That changed when the captain of a trading vessel, the Starlight Rambler, docked at Port Faith. Gossip travels, Tuf, even between stars. Your reputation arrived before you and damned you. He told us all about you in this ark you supposedly stumbled upon, using it to fill your coffers with standards and your frame with extra weight. Crews from other worlds confirmed your existence and that you commanded a still operational EEC ship. But we had no idea you were collaborating with Moses until the plague started. A faint, momentary crease appeared on Haviland Tuf's broad, pale forehead before vanishing. I am beginning to understand your grievance, he said. He stood up, a slow, weighty motion that seemed to draw the room's energy upward, looming over Jaime Crean. I will credit you with 15 standards. Crean made a disgusted sound. Only 3 standards for all that? Tuf, you? 20 standards then, if only to silence you and restore some peace to the ark. I possess a charitable disposition. Your debt now stands at 380 standards. I shall pose one additional question, offering you a chance to reduce it to 377. Ask. What are the spatial coordinates for your world, Charity? Charity was not excessively distant from Cthedian in the grand scheme of interstellar space, and the voyage between them required only 3 standard weeks. For Jaime Crean, the weeks aboard the Ark were a relentless grind. As the ship devoured the light years in silence, Crean found himself put to work. Haviland Tuf presented him with a broom and directed him to clear the centuries of grime from the most forgotten passageways. Pleading his broken arms as a valid excuse, Crean tried to refuse. Tuf's response was to sedate him and place him within the Ark's chronowarp tank, a device, Tuf explained, that manipulated time itself, a final great secret of the old Earth Imperials, nearly lost to the universe. There, the same energies that bent space were used to age Crean rapidly, mending his shattered bones in mere hours. Emerging with fully healed limbs, Crean had no remaining excuses. He swept at a mandated pace of 5 standards an hour, covering kilometers of corridors and countless rooms, including empty cages that held residues far more unsettling than dust. His arms throbbed constantly, and whenever he set the broom aside, Tuf immediately produced another chore. At meals, Crean served as a butler, delivering pewter mugs of brown ale and heaping platters of steamed vegetables to Tuf, who received them without expression from his overstuffed armchair. Crean was also tasked with feeding Dax, the enormous, finicky tomcat, sometimes 3 or 4 times in a row, until the animal was satisfied. Only then was Kreen permitted to eat his own meal. On one occasion, Tuf assigned him a minor repair the Ark systems had oddly neglected, but Kreen's clumsy efforts were so disastrous that Tuf permanently revoked his technical duties. "The fault is entirely mine," Tuf remarked dryly. "I neglected to recall that your expertise lies in bureaucracy, a field of notably limited practical application. Despite this ceaseless labor, Kreen's debt diminished at a painfully slow rate, and sometimes it didn't shrink at all." He quickly learned that Haviland Tuf gave nothing for free. The healing of his arms incurred 100 standard medical services fee. Tuf charged a standard per day for air, a 10th standard per liter of water, and a half standard for a mug of ale. Basic meals cost only 2 standards, but the fortified mash was so vile that Kreen usually paid extra for the savory vegetable stews Tuf preferred. He once ventured to ask for a cloned steak, only to be met with Tuf's flat stare and the declaration, "We do not consume animal flesh here," before the trader moved on, utterly unruffled. Even basic necessities came with a price. On his first day, inquiring about the location of the toilet cost Kreen 3 standards, with an additional 10th standard per use. In his darker moments, especially after indulging in too much ale, Kreen entertained thoughts of murder. Yet the idea never seemed viable. Dax was a constant presence beside Tuf, and Kreen had caught glimpses of other, more shadowy allies, dark, winged shapes circling in the vaulted chambers, skittering forms vanishing between machines. He never saw them clearly, but he felt certain they would make themselves known if he ever threatened his host. In a misguided attempt to whittle down his debt faster, he turned to gambling. It was not a smart decision, but Jamie Kreen had always possessed a certain weakness for games of chance. Night after night, they passed the time with a ludicrous game that Tuf adored, rolling dice and sliding markers across a fictional star map, acquiring and bartering worlds, constructing sprawling cities and towering arcologies, then levying every imaginable fee on visiting starfarers. To Kreen's chagrin, Tuf possessed a far sharper strategic mind and routinely won back a sizable chunk of the wages he'd paid out that very day. Outside these sessions, Haviland Tuf barely acknowledged Kreen except to assign duties and engage in tedious financial negotiations. Whatever his plans for charity, he kept them utterly to himself, and Kreen had no intention of inquiring. Each question tacked 3 standards onto his mounting debt. Tuf, for his part, asked nothing that might reveal his intentions. He maintained his reclusive routines, laboring alone in the Ark's cloning chambers and labs, poring over crumbling old tomes in languages Kreen couldn't decipher, and holding lengthy, murmured discussions with Dax. This pattern held until they achieved orbit around Charity, and Tuf summoned Kreen to the communications room. The space was a tight, shadowy corridor lined with dark display panels and consoles glowing with soft light. Haviland Tuf sat before one blackened screen, Dax curled on his lap, and turned as the door panel whispered shut. "I have attempted to establish contact with the City of Hope," he stated flatly. "Observe," he pressed a playback control. As Jamie Kreen sank into a vacant seat, light burst across the view screen and resolved into the face of Moses, a man in his later years, with even nearly handsome features, thinning hair the color of ash and rust, and calm hazel eyes that belied his message. "Withdraw Starship," the recorded voice of the altruistic leader intoned, its depth and warmth contrasting sharply with the words. "Port Faith is sealed, and Charity is under new governance. Our people desire no commerce with sinners and have no use for the luxuries you carry. Leave us in peace." He raised a hand in a gesture that could have been a blessing or a command to stop, and the screen went dark. "So he's taken it," Jamie Kreen said, his voice weary. "That would seem to be the conclusion," Haviland Tuf replied, scratching Dax behind one ear before settling into a slow, rhythmic stroking. "Your outstanding obligation to me currently totals 284 standards, sir." "Yes," Kreen answered, wary. "What of it?" "I require you to undertake a mission. You will descend covertly to Charity's surface, locate the former members of your administrative council, and bring them here for consultation. In compensation, I will credit 50 standards against your debt." Jamie Kreen let out a short, derisive laugh. "That's absurd, Tuf. The payment is laughably small for such a dangerous assignment, and I wouldn't do it even if you made a fair offer, which I'm certain you won't. Something like wiping my entire debt clean and throwing in another 200 standards on top." Haviland Tuf continued to stroke Dax. This man, Jaime Kreen, Evidently believes we are complete fools, he remarked to the cat. Next, he will likely demand the Ark itself, along with the deed to a minor planet or two. He possesses no grasp of scale. Dax emitted a faint purr that may or may not have been commentary. Tuf lifted his gaze back to Kreen. I find myself in an uncharacteristically generous disposition and may permit you to exploit my goodwill this once. 100 standard, sir. That is double the task's actual worth. Ridiculous, Kreen shot back. I'm sure Dax is conveying my opinion of your proposal. This plan of yours is folly. I have no clue whether the council members are even alive, whether they're in the City of Hope or hiding somewhere, free or locked away. I can't reasonably expect their cooperation either. Not when I'm delivering a summons from you, a known ally of Moses. If Moses catches me, I'll be digging up turnips for the rest of my days. And let's be honest, I'll probably get caught. Where exactly am I supposed to land? Moses might have an automated greeting for starships, but you can bet he's got guards posted all around Port Faith to keep it sealed. Consider the danger, Tuf. I wouldn't even attempt this for anything less than wiping my entire debt clean, every last standard. Not 1 credit less, you understand? He folded his arms tightly across his chest. Tell him, Dax. You know how firm I am on this. Haviland Tuf's pale face showed no emotion, though a soft sigh drifted from his lips. You are a truly heartless individual, sir. You make me regret ever mentioning that Dax was more than a simple cat. You strip an old man of his only effective negotiating chip and exploit him without mercy with this rigid stubbornness. Yet I am left with no alternative but to agree. 284 standards, then. It is settled. A wide grin spread across Jaime Kreen's face. Now you're finally being reasonable. Excellent. I'll take the Griffin, sir, stated Haviland Tuf. You will not. You will take the trading vessel you observed on the shuttle deck, the cornucopia of excellent goods at low prices, the very ship in which I commenced my own career many years past. That rust bucket? Absolutely not, Tuf. That ship is clearly falling apart. I need to execute a tricky landing in some backwoods region, and I demand a craft that can handle a little rough handling. The Griffin, or one of your other shuttles. Dax. Haviland Tuf addressed the serene Tomcat. I fear for our safety. We are confined in this limited space with a born fool, a man devoid of principles, manners, or basic understanding. I am forced to outline every obvious consequence of a task that was elementary to start with. What are you talking about? Sir, said Haviland Tuf, the Griffin is a shuttle. Its design is distinctive and it lacks a star drive. Should you be apprehended landing in such a vessel, even someone with less mental capacity than you possess might conclude that a larger ship, such as the Ark, remained in orbit above, given that shuttles typically require a mothership and do not simply appear from the void of deep space. The cornucopia of excellent goods at low prices, however, is a commonplace Avalon-manufactured starship model equipped with a drive, albeit a non-functional one in this instance. Do you comprehend the distinction, sir? Do you apprehend the fundamental differences between the two vessels? Fine, Tuf, I get it, but since I don't plan on getting captured, the difference is purely theoretical. Still, I'll play along. For an extra 50 standards on top of my cleared debt, I'll agree to use your cornucopia. Haviland Tuf remained silent. Jaime Kreen shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Dax is telling you I'll cave if you just wait, isn't he? Well, not this time. You can't manipulate me like that anymore, understand? He locked his arms even tighter. I am unyielding. I am steel. My resolve on this point is absolute. Haviland Tuf gently stroked Dax and said nothing. Wait all you want, Tuf, Kreen declared. For once, I'm going to outlast you. I can wait too. We'll sit here together, and I will not relent. Not ever. Never. When the cornucopia of excellent goods at low prices returned from the surface of charity a week and a half later, Jaime Kreen had brought 3 others with him, all former senior officials from the City of Hope. Rage Lathor was an elderly, sharp-featured woman with steel-gray hair who had once led the council. Since Moses assumed control, she had been retrained to operate a spinning wheel. She was accompanied by a younger woman and a large man who appeared to have once carried significant weight, though now his skin draped from his face in slack, sallow folds. Haviland Tuf greeted them in a conference room, the journey having added a new, weary tension to Kreen's usually confident posture. Haviland Tuf sat at the head of the polished metal table, his hands folded calmly before him, with Dax the cat lounging nearby. Crean showed the Cheriton administrators in, and Tuf greeted them with a measured tone. "I'm glad you could join me," he began as they took their seats, though I sense a distinct chill in the air, which I regret. "Let me state clearly from the outset that I had no hand in the misfortunes that have befallen you." Roge Lathor let out a derisive snort. "I questioned Crean thoroughly when he found me. Tuf. He relayed your claims of innocence, which I find as believable as he did. Our entire city, our entire way of life was obliterated by biological warfare, by the very plagues this Moses unleashed. Our analysis concluded that only you and this vessel possess the capability for such an attack." "An interesting conclusion," Haviland Tuf replied evenly. "I might humbly suggest your analytical systems are in need of recalibration if they are prone to such significant errors." "We have no systems left to recalibrate," the man who was once portly said mournfully. "But I was the head of programming, and I must object to the implication that my work was somehow deficient. You were deficient, Rickon, or you never would have allowed those pests to infiltrate the network in the first place," Lathor shot back. "But that does nothing to absolve Tuf. They were his pests to deploy." "I hold no exclusive patent on vermin," Haviland Tuf stated plainly. He raised a hand to quiet the room. "This bickering serves no productive purpose. Let us instead review the tragic history of the City of Hope and of this Moses and his plagues. You may be familiar with the ancient Earth figure your antagonist emulates. That Moses lacked a seedship or formal biowar tools, but he possessed a divine patron who proved remarkably effective. His people were enslaved, and to secure their freedom he visited 10 plagues upon his oppressors. Did your Moses adhere to this same template?" "Don't give him answers for nothing," Jaime Crean interjected from his casual lean against the doorway. Lathor shot him a look of pure disbelief. "We researched the old story once the plagues began," she said, turning back to Tuf. "We wanted to know what horror was coming next. He used the same set of afflictions, though he shuffled the order. We only endured 6 before the Council capitulated to the altruists' demands, sealed Port Faith, and ordered the evacuation." She held out her hands, displaying rough, blistered skin. "Look at this. He's scattered us across these decaying altruist settlements, forcing us to live like prehistoric scavengers. Half-starved, all of us. The man is utterly deranged." "The first plague turned the waters to blood," Tuf recounted. "It was revolting," the younger woman said, a shudder in her voice. "Every water source in the arcology, the fountains, the pools, the sinks, you'd turn on a tap or step into a shower and be drenched in it. Even the sanitation systems ran red. It wasn't actual blood," Jaime Crean added. "Our tests confirmed a foreign organic agent had been introduced into the water supply. Whatever it was rendered the water viscous, crimson, and utterly undrinkable." "How did you manage it, Tuf?" Tuf bypassed the question entirely. "The second plague was an infestation of frogs. They overwhelmed our yeast cultures and the entire hydroponics sector," said Crean, bitterness edging his words. "I was the supervising administrator. It destroyed my career. The creatures clogged the machinery with their bodies. They died, decomposed, and contaminated our food stores. Lathor here dismissed me summarily when I failed to control them, as if that were possible." He glared at his former superior. "At least I didn't end up a servant to Moses. I got out to Cathedian while there was still a chance." "Third," Tuf continued, "came the plague of lice. Everywhere, the former programmer muttered, scratching at his arm reflexively. Absolutely everywhere. They couldn't survive inside the climate systems, of course, so they died there, which was its own catastrophe. The systems failed. The lice simply migrated. No one was spared. Personal cleanliness became a pointless exercise. Fourth was the plague of flies. A heavy, shared silence fell over the Cheritons. No one offered a word, their grim expressions saying everything. Fifth, Haviland Tuf went on. Moses unleashed a murrain that wiped out the livestock of his opposition. Ree Lathor shook her head. He passed over the murrain. We'd moved our herds out to the grasslands and posted guards, even around the meat beasts in the lower storage levels. We were ready for it. Nothing came of it. He skipped the boils as well, thank the stars, and the hail. I would have loved to see him try to summon a hailstorm inside a sealed arcology. He jumped straight to the locusts. "Ah," said Haviland Tuf, "the eighth plague. Did these insects strip your fields bare?" The locusts never touched the fields. They appeared inside the city, in the secured grain storage units. 3 years of surplus vanished before morning. The ninth plague, Haviland Tuf noted, was darkness itself.
Glad I slept through that one?
Jaime Crean put in. Every light in the arcology failed, Rage Lathor said, her voice tight. Our repair teams had to wade through heaps of dead flies and swarming locusts, all the while scratching at their own lice. It was futile. People were already fleeing by the thousands. I gave the order to abandon the city once it was clear even the backup power stations were infested. After that, everything collapsed. A week later, I was in a drafty cabin in the hills of honest labor, learning to use a spinning wheel. Her tone turned bitter, a real step up from running an arcology. Your circumstances are most unfortunate, Haviland Tuf agreed calmly, yet despair is not called for. When Jaime Crean described your plight to me, I determined to offer assistance. And so I have come. Rage Lathor eyed him with distrust. Assist us? I will reclaim your city of hope for you, stated Haviland Tuf. I will strike down Moses and his so-called holy altruistic restoration. I will liberate you from that spinning wheel and restore your vocoder. The young woman and the former heavy-set man were smiling broadly. Rage Lathor's frown remained. Why would you do this? Rage Lathor inquires as to my motives, Haviland Tuf said to Dax, gently stroking the cat. My intentions are so often questioned. Trust is a rare commodity in these times, Dax. He looked back at the administrator. I will help because the suffering on charity moves me, because your people are clearly in anguish. Moses is no true altruist, as we both understand, yet that does not mean the human impulse toward compassion and self-sacrifice has perished. I condemn Moses and his methods, his unnatural use of innocent insects and animals to force his will upon others. Are these reasons sufficient for you, Rage Lathor? If not, speak plainly, and I will take my ark and leave. No, she said quickly. No, don't go. We accept. I accept on behalf of the City of Hope. If you succeed, we will erect a statue in your honor, placed atop the arcology to be visible for kilometers. Passing birds would inevitably soil such a monument, Haviland Tuf observed. The wind would wear it away, and it would be positioned too high for anyone to discern its features clearly. While such a tribute might appeal to my vanity, I am, despite my stature, a man of simple tastes. I would prefer it situated in your largest public square, sheltered from the elements. Of course, Lathor said hastily. Anything you wish? Anything, repeated Haviland Tuf. It was a statement, not a question. In addition to the statue, I will require 50,000 standards. Her face drained of color, then flushed. You said? She began in a strained whisper. You spoke of benevolence, altruism, our need the spinning wheel. I must cover my expenses, Haviland Tuf replied. Naturally, I'm donating my own time to this endeavor, but the resources of the Ark are too valuable to expend freely. I require sustenance. Surely the treasury of the City of Hope can manage this modest sum. Rage Lathor made a choked, sputtering sound. Let me handle this, Jaime Crean cut in. He turned to Tuf. 10,000 standards. That's it. Final offer. 10,000. Impossible, said Haviland Tuf. My costs will undoubtedly surpass 40,000 standards. Perhaps I could manage on a diet for a while, accept that amount, and settle for a modest deficit. Your followers are truly suffering.
15,000, Crean stated.
Haviland Tuf remained silent. Oh, for crying out loud, Jaime Crean exclaimed. Fine, 40,000. And I hope that cursed feline develops a case of gout. It was the custom of the man known as Moses to take an evening stroll each day along the rough trails winding through the hills of honest labor. He would move at a brisk clip that could challenge men half his age. His gnarled walking staff in hand, his expression serene as he gazed toward distant skies, using the solitude to ponder the day's challenges. Often, he would cover a good 7 or 8 miles before turning back toward his home and rest. The pillar of fire first manifested during one such walk. He had just reached a hill's summit when he saw it, a twisting, writhing column of orange flame, streaked with flickers of blue and yellow, carving a path straight toward him through the dust and stone. It stood nearly 100 feet tall, topped by a small, scuttling gray cloud that kept pace. Moses paused at the hill's crest, leaning on his staff, and watched it approach. The fiery pillar halted about 15 feet away on slightly lower ground. "Moses," it declared in a booming, thunderous voice from on high, "I am the Lord God, and you have sinned against me. Return my people." Moses let out a low chuckle. "Impressive," he said in his resonant baritone. "Really, quite the show." The pillar of fire shuddered and spun. "Release the people of Hope City from your cruel bondage," it demanded, "lest in my righteous anger I visit genuine plagues upon you." Moses frowned and thrust his staff toward the spectacle. "I believe I am the one who handles plagues around here. Thank you very much," he said, a thread of dry amusement in his voice. "False plagues from a false prophet, as we are both well aware," the pillar of fire boomed. "All your pathetic tricks and theatrics are known to me, the Lord God whose name you have profaned. Return my people, or you shall witness the true and terrible face of pestilence." "Ridiculous," Moses said. He began walking downhill directly toward the pillar of fire. "Who are you, really?" "I am that I am," the pillar declared, hastily retreating as Moses advanced. "I am the Lord God." "You are a holographic projection," Moses stated flatly. "Emanating from that ridiculous little cloud up there? I am a holy man, not a fool. Begone." The pillar of fire held its ground with a threatening rumble. Moses walked straight through it without breaking stride, continuing his brisk pace down the hill. The pillar remained, writhing and spinning long after Moses had disappeared from view. Indeed, it boomed into the empty night. Then it shuddered and vanished. The small gray cloud zipped across the hills and caught up to Moses about half a mile down the path. The pillar of fire snaked down once more, crackling with ominous energy. Moses simply walked around it. The pillar began to follow him. "You city folk are beginning to wear on my patience," Moses remarked as he walked. "You lure my people with your decadent, idle lifestyles, and now you disturb my evening contemplation. I've had a long day of devout labor. Be warned, you are close to angering me. I have forbidden all this traffic with your so-called science. Take your air car and your hologram and depart before I summon a plague of boils upon your people." "Hollow threats, sir," said the pillar of fire, trailing closely behind him. "Boils are well beyond your rather limited capabilities. Do you truly believe you can deceive someone like me as easily as you did that pack of short-sighted bureaucrats?" Moses hesitated mid-stride, casting a thoughtful glance over his shoulder. "You doubt the power of my God? I would have thought my demonstrations were sufficiently convincing." "Convincing, yes," the pillar of fire replied, "but what they demonstrated most clearly were your own limitations and the even greater limitations of those you opposed. It was evident your scheme was long in the making and meticulously planned, yet your influence was confined to that single, narrow avenue. You surely imagine the epidemics that ravaged the City of Hope were mere chance, a streak of ill luck? You misunderstand me. I am perfectly aware of their nature, and there was nothing divine about them. For years, the altruists' youth and disillusioned had been migrating to the city. What could be more straightforward than to embed your own spies and saboteurs within their ranks? How clever to wait a year, 2, or 5 until each agent was thoroughly integrated into the City of Hope and entrusted with a position of some authority. Frogs and insects, sir, are simple to cultivate, whether in a secluded cabin in the hills of honest labor or within an apartment complex inside the city itself. Release such creatures into the wilderness, and they scatter and perish. The elements destroy them, natural predators hunt them, they die from lack of sustenance. The ruthless, intricate balance of a true ecosystem puts them in their proper place. But how utterly different it is inside an arcology, that architectural imitation of an ecology which is no ecology at all, designed solely for humanity. The climate within is perpetually mild and controlled. There are no competing species, no natural enemies. Finding a suitable food source is trivial. Under such artificial conditions, an outbreak is inevitable, yet it is a fabricated plague, significant only within the city's sterile walls. Outside, your petty infestations of frogs, lice, and flies would be utterly meaningless, swept away by wind, rain, and the genuine wild. I transformed their water into blood, Moses insisted. More accurately, your operatives introduced organic compounds into the municipal water supply. I summoned a plague of darkness, Moses declared, his voice growing noticeably defensive. Sir, replied the pillar of fire, you insult my intellect with the obvious. You switched off a light, Moses whirled to confront the fiery column glaring up in defiance, his face flushed crimson in its glow. I refute this. I deny all of it. I am a genuine prophet. The authentic Moses unleashed a devastating livestock disease upon his foes. The pillar of fire thundered with a steady, resonant tone. You did not. The true Moses afflicted his enemies with painful, festering boils so severe none could stand against him. You did not. These omissions betray you, sir. Actual pestilence is beyond your capabilities. The real Moses battered the lands of his adversaries with relentless day and night hail. That, too, exceeded your own limited means. Fortunately for you, your enemies, beleaguered by your tricks, surrendered the city of hope before the 10th plague, the death of the firstborn. That was your great stroke of luck, for by then you had undoubtedly exhausted your entire bag of theatrical tricks. Moses struck the pillar of fire with his staff. Neither staff nor pillar showed any reaction. Begone, he shouted. Whoever you are not my God. I defy you. Do your worst. You said it yourself. In nature, plagues are far more complex than within an arcology. We are secure in the simple devout life we lead here in the hills of honest labor. We live close to our God and are filled with His grace. You cannot touch us. Indeed, boomed the pillar of fire. You are mistaken, Moses. Release my people. Moses was no longer listening. He strode back through the flames, consumed by fury, and broke into a run toward the village. When do we begin? Jaime Crean asked impatiently, after Havel and Tuf had returned to the Ark. Crean had stayed aboard after ferrying the other Cheritons to the surface, arguing quite reasonably that the ruined city of Hope was uninhabitable, and he had no place among the altruists' villages and work camps. Why aren't you working? When will you, sir? Said Havel and Tuf. He was seated in his preferred chair, consuming a bowl of creamed mushrooms and lemon peas. A tankard of ale rested on the table beside him. Do not presume to issue me commands unless you have developed a sudden preference for the hospitality of Moses over my own. He took a slow, deliberate sip of his ale. The necessary preparations were complete. My hands, unlike yours, were not idle as we traveled from Cathedian. The foundational cloning work is finished. The clones have been productive. The breeding tanks are now at capacity. He gave Crean a slow blink. I wish to eat my meal in peace. The plagues, Crean pressed. When do they start? The first one, Havel and Tuf stated, began several hours ago. The wide, slow-moving river known as God's grace to the altruists and as the river of sweat to other Cheritons wound down from the hills of honest labor. It flowed past 6 villages, the rocky fields of the holy altruists and the sprawling, barren camps housing the refugees. At dawn, those who went to the riverbank to fish, collect water, or wash clothes came running back with terrified shouts. The river is blood, they cried, just like the waters in the city. Moses was summoned. He went to the river reluctantly, his face contorting at the overpowering stench of dead fish and the metallic odor of blood. Looking upon the sluggish crimson current, he declared it a trick by the sinners of the city of hope. The Lord God renews the natural world. Through prayer, the river will be clean again in a day. He stood in the mud beside a bloody pool littered with dead fish, stretched his staff over the tainted water, and began to pray. He prayed for a full day and night, but the waters did not clear. With the next dawn, a weary Moses retreated to his cabin and issued orders. Reg Lathor and 5 other senior administrators were taken from their families and subjected to intense questioning. The interrogators learned nothing. Armed patrols were sent upstream to find whoever was dumping pollutants into the river. They found nothing. For 3 days and nights they traveled, all the way to the great waterfall in the high country, and even there the cascading waters ran a deep, unsettling red. Moses prayed without stopping until he collapsed from exhaustion, and his aides carried him back to his cabin. The river remained a murky scarlet. After a week, Jamie Crean spoke to Haviland Tuf, who had just returned from surveying the situation below in his air barge. He is beaten. Why is he waiting? He is waiting for the river to cleanse itself, Haviland Tuf explained. Contaminating the water supply of a closed system like your arcology is one matter. A river is a far greater challenge. Introduce any amount of chemical, and eventually it will all flow downstream and the water will be clean again. Moses undoubtedly believes our supply of chemicals will soon be exhausted. Then how are you maintaining it? Microorganisms, unlike chemicals, reproduce and sustain their population, said Haviland Tuf. Even the waters of old Earth experienced such red tides, according to ancient EEC records. There is a world called Skarn, where a corresponding life form is so aggressive that the oceans are perpetually stained, forcing all other creatures to adapt or perish. The builders of the Ark visited Skarn and collected cloning material. That night, a pillar of fire appeared outside Moses' cabin, scattering the terrified guards. "Give my people back!" it roared. Moses staggered to the door and threw it open. "You are a delusion from Satan," he screamed, "but I will not be tricked." "Begone! We will drink from the river no more, trickster! We have deep wells for water, and we can dig more." The pillar of fire writhed and crackled. "No doubt," it commented, "yet you only delay the inevitable. Release the people from the city of hope, or I will visit a plague of frogs upon you." "I will eat your frogs," Moses yelled back defiantly. "They will be perfectly fine and delicious," the pillar of fire declared. "These frogs will emerge from the river, and they will be more dreadful than anything you can picture." "Nothing survives in that poisoned stream," Moses retorted. "You have ensured that." He then slammed the door shut, refusing to listen any further to the pillar of fire. The guards Moses dispatched to the river at daybreak returned, covered in blood and gripped by hysterical terror. "There are creatures down there," one guard stammered, thrashing in the pools of blood. Tiny crimson wrigglers about the size of a finger, but with legs twice as long. They looked like red frogs, but when we moved closer, we saw they had rows of sharp teeth, and they were tearing apart the dead fish. Almost no fish remained, and the ones that did were crawling with these frog-like things. Then Daniel tried to grab one, and it snapped at his hand. He screamed, and suddenly the air was filled with the wretched things, leaping around as if they could fly, biting people, tearing at you once they latched on. It was a nightmare. "How do you fight a frog? Stab it? Shoot it? How?" He trembled uncontrollably. Moses sent another group to the river, equipped with sacks, poison, and torches. They returned in complete disorder, carrying 2 of their wounded. One man died that morning, his throat ripped open by a frog. Another succumbed a few hours later to the raging fever that afflicted many of the bitten. By dusk, every fish was gone. The frogs began advancing from the river into the villages. The altruists dug trenches, filling them with water and setting them ablaze. The frogs simply leaped over the trenches. The altruists fought with knives, clubs, and fire, some even using the modern weapons seized from the city folk. 6 more people were dead by dawn. Moses and his followers retreated behind locked doors. "Our people are exposed out in the open," Jamie Crean said anxiously. "The frogs will invade the camps and kill them." "No," stated Haviland Tuf. "If your Rege Lathor can keep her people calm and still, they have nothing to fear. Skarnish blood frogs are primarily scavengers. They only attack living creatures larger than themselves when provoked or startled." Crean looked skeptical, then gradually smiled. "And Moses is hiding in fear. That's priceless, Tuf." "Priceless," echoed Haviland Tuf. His tone gave no hint of agreement or ridicule. But Dax was in his arms, and Crean noticed abruptly that the cat was rigid and still, its fur slowly rising. That night the pillar of fire appeared not to the man called Moses, but to the refugees from the City of Hope, who huddled fearfully in their makeshift camp, watching the frogs prowl beyond the fences separating them from the altruists. "Rage Lathor," the pillar of fire intoned. "Your enemies have barricaded themselves behind locked doors. You are free. Go. Take your people and lead them back to your arcology. Walk slowly, watch your step, make no sudden movements. Do these things without fail, and the frogs will not harm you. Clean and repair your City of Hope, and prepare my 40,000 standards." Rage Lathor, flanked by her junior administrators, gazed up at the writhing flames. Moses will attack us again as soon as you leave, Tuf, she shouted. Finish him. Unleash your other plagues. The pillar of fire said nothing. It turned and crackled for long minutes and then vanished entirely. Weary but determined, the people of the City of Hope began to file out of camp, placing each foot with extreme care. The generators are operational again. Jaime Crean reported 2 weeks later, a hint of weary triumph in his voice after overseeing the grueling repairs. The city will soon function as before, but that is only half our bargain, Tuf. Moses and his followers still brood in their villages. The blood frogs are nearly all dead now, having consumed every bit of carrion except each other. And the river is starting to clear. When are you going to unleash the lice on them? And the flies? They deserve to itch, Tuf. Prepare the griffin, Haviland Tuf ordered. Fetch Moses for me, willing or not. Accomplish this, and 100 standards from your city's treasury will be yours. Jaime Crean stared in disbelief. Moses? Why him? He's our sworn enemy. If you believe you can suddenly negotiate with him, trading us back into bondage for a better offer. Restrain your assumptions, Tuf responded, gently stroking Dax. People so often presume the worst of us, Dax. It seems our lot to be perpetually mistrusted. He turned his attention back to Crean. I desire only a discussion with Moses. Proceed as I have instructed. I owe you nothing further, Tuf, Crean stated firmly. I help you now only as a loyal citizen of charity. Reveal your reasons, and I might comply. Otherwise, handle it yourself. I decline. He folded his arms across his chest. Sir, Haviland Tuf began, are you cognizant of how many meals and tankards of ale you have consumed aboard the Ark since our accounts were settled? Are you aware of the volume of my air you have breathed, or the frequency with which you have used my sanitation systems? I have kept meticulous records of all these transactions. Furthermore, are you informed that the standard fare for passage from Cathedian to Charity is approximately 379 standards? Each of these expenses could be readily appended to your ledger. I have abstained from doing so, to my considerable financial detriment, solely due to the minor services you have rendered. I perceive now that my leniency was a miscalculation. I shall correct these omissions in my accounting immediately. Don't attempt to bluff me, Tuf, Crean retorted stubbornly. We're square and we're far from Kithadine prison. Any claims you hold over me under their ridiculous laws are meaningless here on Charity. The laws of Kithedian and Charity are equally inconsequential to me except when they serve my objectives, Haviland Tuf said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. I am my own sovereign law, Jaime Crean. Should I decide to claim you as my bondsman for the remainder of your days, neither Rage Lathor, nor Moses, nor your own bluster could offer you the slightest aid. Tuf delivered these words in his usual manner, evenly, calmly, in his deep bass, with scarcely a ripple of emotion in his monotone, yet a sudden icy chill seized Jaime Crean. And so, he obeyed. Moses was a large, powerful man, but Tuf had informed Crean of his evening meditative walks. It was a simple matter to wait one night in the wooded hills beyond the settlement, hidden in the brush with 3 others, and subdue Moses as he passed by. One of Crean's men proposed slaying the altruistic leader on the spot, but Crean forbade it. They carried the unconscious Moses to the waiting griffin, where Crean dismissed the others. Soon after, Crean delivered Moses to Haviland Tuf and turned to depart. Remain, Tuf commanded. They stood in a chamber Crean had never entered, a vast, echoing space with walls and ceiling of flawless white. Tuf was seated at the center before a horseshoe-shaped control console. Dax perched atop the panel, appearing keenly observant. Moses was still dazed. Where am I? He demanded. You are aboard the seed ship Ark, the last operational biowar vessel of the Ecological Engineering Corps? I am Haviland Tuf. Your voice, Moses said. I am the Lord God, Haviland Tuf declared. Yes, Moses acknowledged. He surged to his feet, but Jaime Crean, standing behind him, seized his shoulders and forced him roughly back into the seat. Moses objected, but did not attempt to rise again. You were the one who brought the plagues, the voice from the pillar of fire, the demon who masqueraded as God. Correct, said Haviland Tuf. Yet you misinterpret. You are the impostor in this assembly, Moses. You attempted to impersonate a prophet, to feign vast supernatural powers you do not possess. You utilized deceptions and waged a rudimentary form of ecological warfare. I, conversely, am no charlatan. I am the Lord God." Moses spat in contempt. "You are merely a man with a starship and an arsenal of machines. You executed the plague strategy adeptly. But 2 plagues do not elevate a man to divinity." "2," said Haviland Tuf. "Do you question the remaining 8?
His broad hands worked the controls. The chamber dimmed. The dome became a cascade of light, and suddenly they were adrift in the void, gazing upon the world of charity. Haviland Tuf manipulated his console once more. The projections transformed, and they were in motion, descending, then climbing, until the swirling images clarified. They hovered above the settlements of the holy altruists, within the region known as the Hills of Honest Labor. "Observe," instructed Haviland Tuf.
This is a computational model. These events have not occurred, but they were plausible. I believe you will find it instructive. All around them in the domed chamber, the villages materialized. Figures with shadowed faces moved through them, heaping the bodies of dead frogs into pits for burning. The view shifted inside the cabins, where the frail burned with sickness. "This is following the second plague," Haviland Tuf declared, "precisely as it stands now. The blood frogs have exhausted their virulence." His hands moved. "Lice," he stated. The lice arrived. The very dust appeared to erupt with them, and in an instant they were omnipresent. Every shadow person was scratching, and Shimey Crean, who had done his own share of scratching before leaving for Kithetian, let out a short laugh. Then his laughter died. These were no ordinary lice. The people erupted in a crimson rash, many retreating to their beds, screaming about the unbearable, maddening itch. Some clawed at their own skin with such ferocity they drew blood, carving deep furrows and tearing their fingernails away in the frenzy. "Flies," said Haviland Tuf. And the flies descended in swarms, every conceivable kind. The bloated, stinging flies of Dam Tulian, the ancient disease carriers from old Earth, the black and gray flesh flies of Gulliver, the sluggish flies of Nightmare that deposit their eggs in living flesh. They settled over the villages and the hills in immense, churning clouds, coating them as if they were nothing more than a massive refuse heap, leaving everything black, thick, and reeking. "The moraine," said Haviland Tuf. "They witnessed the herds perish by the thousands. The enormous, sedentary meat beasts in the cellar of the City of Hope putrefied into rancid corruption. Burning offered no check against the pestilence. Soon, no meat remained, and the survivors grew hollow-eyed and severe." Haviland Tuf uttered other terms: anthrax, Ryerson's disease, Rossarot, Calerosi. "Boils," said Haviland Tuf, and again sickness raged, this time among the people themselves. They sweated and shrieked as boils covered their faces, hands, and torsos, each swelling until it ruptured, freeing streams of blood and pus. New boils sprouted as swiftly as the old ones vanished. Men and women stumbled through the simple village streets, blinded and pockmarked, their bodies a crusted landscape of open sores, perspiration like slick oil on their skin. When they collapsed in the dirt amidst the dead insects and cattle, they rotted where they fell, with no one left to bury them. And then, with a tone that shifted from clinical to something almost sardonic, Tuf continued. "Hail," he announced, as if introducing the main attraction at a particularly grim carnival. And it came a great, thundering bombardment of ice, stones the size of fists, for a day and a night, and a day and a night, and on, with fire laced within the storm. Those who ventured out were beaten to the ground. Many who stayed inside perished as well. When the hail finally ceased, scarcely a cabin remained upright. "Locusts," said Haviland Tuf. "They blotted out the earth and sky, clouds of them denser than the flies. They landed everywhere, crawling indifferently over the living and the dead, devouring the last scraps of food until nothing edible remained." "Darkness," said Haviland Tuf. The darkness moved. It was a gas, a viscous black vapor drifting on the wind. It was a liquid, flowing like a sleek river of jet, gleaming ominously. It was silence. It was night. It was a living entity. Where it passed, no life endured, the weeds and grasses withered instantly, and the soil itself was left looking raw, violated, and bruised, a shadow greater than any village, larger than the hills of honest labor, and more vast than a swarm of locusts descended. It covered everything, bringing a profound stillness that lasted a full day and night. When the living darkness finally moved on, it left behind only dust and brittle ruin. Haviland Tuf's fingers brushed the controls, and the images vanished. The lights returned stark against the white walls. "The 10th plague," Moses said, his voice thin and hollow, stripped of its former richness. "The death of the firstborn." "I acknowledge my own limitations," Haviland Tuf replied. "I lack the capacity for such precise discrimination. Yet observe that in these visions of what never came to pass, all the firstborn are dead, as are the lastborn. In my crude divinity, my clumsiness demands the death of everyone." Moses was ashen and shattered, but a core of stubborn strength remained within him. "You are only human," he breathed out. "Human," echoed Tuf in his flat, uninflected tone, his large, pale hand stroking Dax. "I was born human, and lived as one for many years, Moses. But then I discovered the Ark, and I ceased to be merely a man. The forces I now command dwarf those of countless gods humanity has worshipped. There is no person I meet whose life I could not take. There is no world upon which I pause that I could not utterly desolate or reshape to my will. I am the Lord God, or as close to one as either of you will ever come. It is your great fortune that I am kind, benevolent, merciful, and often profoundly bored. To me, you are merely counters, pieces in a game that has occupied a few weeks of my time. This plague business seemed an intriguing diversion, and for a while it was, yet it grew tedious swiftly. After only 2 plagues, it was evident I faced no meaningful challenge, that you, Moses, were incapable of any move that might surprise me. My primary objective was achieved, the people of Hope City were reclaimed. The remainder would have been empty ritual. I have chosen to conclude it. Go, Moses, plague no more. I am finished with you. And you, Jaime Kreen, ensure your Charitans seek no further vengeance. You will have victories enough. Within a generation, his culture, his religion, his entire way of life will be extinct. Remember who I am, and remember Dax can perceive your thoughts. Should the Ark ever pass this way again, and find you have disobeyed, it will be exactly as I have shown you. The plagues will scour your little world until nothing remains alive upon it. Jaime Kreen ferried Moses back to his people in the Griffin, and then, following Tuf's instructions, collected 40,000 standards from Rejlathor and returned to the Ark. Haviland Tuf met him on the shuttle deck, Dax cradled in his arms and accepted the payment with a solemn blink. Kreen was pensive. "You're bluffing, Tuf," he said. "You're no god. Those were just simulations. You could never actually do all that. A computer can be programmed to show anything." "Indeed," said Haviland Tuf. "Exactly." Jaime Kreen continued, gaining confidence. "You scared Moses out of his wits? But you didn't fool me for a second with your little show. The hail gave you away. Bacteria, disease, pests, that's all within the realm of ecological warfare. Maybe even that darkness creature, though I think you invented that. But hail is a weather event. It has nothing to do with biology or ecology. You slipped up, Tuf. Still, it was a good effort. It should keep Moses humble." "Humble," Tuf agreed. "I should have hesitated and planned more thoroughly before attempting to deceive a man of your perception and insight. At every turn, you thwart my modest designs." Jaime Kreen chuckled. "I'm owed 100 standards," he said, "for transporting Moses up and back." "Sir," said Haviland Tuf, "I would never neglect such a debt. There is no need to hound me." He opened the box Kreen had brought from charity and counted out 100 standards. "You'll locate a suitable personnel airlock in Section 9, just past the climate control doors," Haviland Tuf stated. Jaime Kreen's expression tightened. "Airlock? What are you suggesting, sir?" Tuf replied, his tone measured. "The meaning should be clear. It is an airlock, a mechanism allowing your departure without the unfortunate loss of my ship's atmosphere. Given your lack of a vessel, utilizing the main lock here would be impractical. The smaller lock in Section 9 is the logical alternative." Kreen looked horrified. "You're planning to eject me into space?" "A rather dramatic phrasing," said Haviland Tuf, stroking Dax. "It sounds unnecessarily severe. Yet I cannot reasonably allow you to remain aboard the Ark indefinitely. Should you depart using one of my shuttles, there would be no one to return it. I am not in a position to forfeit valuable equipment merely for an individual's comfort. Crean scowled. The answer is straightforward. We both take the Griffin. You transport me down to Port Faith, then return to your ship. Haviland Tuf considered this, his fingers still moving through Dax's fur. An intriguing proposal, he said. I concede it might be feasible. You must appreciate, however, that such a journey would represent a significant inconvenience for me. Surely some compensation for my trouble would be appropriate. Jaime Crean studied the impassive white face of Haviland Tuf for a long moment, then let out a resigned sigh and returned the 100 standards. Chapter 7, Manna from Heaven. The Suthlamese armada advanced through the solar system's fringe, cutting through the void with a silent, predatory grace set on an intercept trajectory with the Ark. Haviland Tuf monitored his console, his gaze shifting methodically across the arrays of screens and readouts. The approaching fleet grew more daunting by the second. His instruments registered 14 capital ships accompanied by clouds of smaller fighters. 9 silver-white globes, studded with strange armaments, formed the formation's wings. 4 sleek black dreadnoughts patrolled the wedge's flanks, their dark hulls shimmering with pent-up energy. At the center loomed the flagship, a massive saucer-shaped fortress spanning 6 kilometers from edge to edge, the largest spacecraft Tuf had encountered since he first discovered the derelict Ark over a decade prior. Fighters buzzed around it like a swarm of agitated hornets. Tuf's pale, hairless face betrayed no emotion, but in his lap, Dax emitted a soft, uneasy murmur as Tuf steepled his fingers. A flashing alert signaled an incoming transmission. Haviland Tuf blinked, then reached out with deliberate calm to accept the call. He had anticipated a face to appear on the screen. He was, instead, presented with a figure encased in a mirror-finish warsuit, features obscured by a black plasteel faceplate. A stylized globe of Suthlam adorned the flanged crest upon the helmet. Behind the visor, wide-spectrum sensors glowed a fierce red, reminiscent of burning eyes, an unpleasant reminder of a man from Tuf's past. It was unnecessary to attire yourself so formally on my account, Tuf remarked flatly. Furthermore, while the scale of the honor guard you've dispatched does flatter my vanity to a degree, a far more modest escort would have been ample. The current assembly is so substantial and imposing it gives one cause for reflection. An individual less trusting than myself might misinterpret its intent and suspect an attempt at intimidation. This is Wald Ober, commander of the Suthlam Planetary Defense Flotilla, Wing 7, the grim image declared, its voice deep and mechanically distorted. Wing 7, Tuf repeated. Indeed, this implies the potential existence of at least 6 other equally formidable squadrons. It appeared the planetary defenses of Suthlam had been significantly upgraded since his last visit. Wald Ober, however, was in no mood for observations. Surrender immediately or be destroyed, he stated flatly. Tuf gave a slow blink. I believe a profound misunderstanding is at work here. A formal state of war exists between the cybernetic Republic of Suthlam and the allied worlds of Vandine, Jazbo, Henry's World, Screamer, Rogandor, and the Azure Triune, Ober recited. You have trespassed into a restricted military zone. The choice is surrender or annihilation. You labor under a misapprehension, Commander, Tuf replied, his voice a study in calm reason. I am a neutral party in this regrettable conflict, of which I had no prior knowledge. I belong to no faction or alliance. I represent only myself, an ecological engineer with entirely peaceful intentions. The considerable size of my vessel should not cause alarm. Surely, in the brief span of 5 standard years, the esteemed planners of the port of Suthlam have not entirely forgotten my previous mutually beneficial visits. I am Haviland. We know precisely who you are, Tuf, Ober interrupted. The Ark was identified the moment you dropped from drive. The Alliance possesses no dreadnoughts 30 kilometers in length, for which we are all grateful. My orders from the High Council were explicit regarding your potential appearance. Intriguing, said Haviland Tuf. Do you wonder why the fighter wing is converging on your position? Ober pressed. I had hoped it was a gesture of affectionate welcome, Tuf mused. A friendly escort bearing salutations and, perhaps, gift baskets of plump, spiced mushrooms. I perceive now that this assumption was overly optimistic. The hopeful image of a diplomatic mushroom basket hung absurdly in the air, a stark, almost sarcastic contrast to the warships filling his screens. This is your third and final warning. We achieve firing range in under 4 standard minutes. Surrender or be destroyed. Sir, Tuf said, before you commit a catastrophic error, I must insist you consult your superiors. A lamentable failure in communications is the only logical explanation. You have been tried in absentia and convicted as a criminal, a heretic, and an enemy of the Suthlamese people. I have been grossly mischaracterized, Tuf protested. You evaded our flotilla a decade ago, Tuf. Do not think to repeat the trick. Suthlamese technology does not stand still. Our new weaponry will shred those obsolete defensive screens of yours, I promise you that. Our finest historians have exhaustively researched that ponderous EEC derelict you command. I supervised the combat simulations personally. Your reception has been meticulously prepared. While I have no wish to seem ungracious, such extensive preparations were unnecessary, said Tuf. His eyes drifted across the banks of telescreens lining the long, narrow control room, taking in the phalanx of warships closing rapidly. If this unprovoked hostility stems from an outstanding financial obligation to the port of Suthlam, rest assured I am prepared to render payment in full immediately. 2 minutes, Ober stated. Furthermore, Tuf continued undeterred, if Suthlam finds itself in need of additional ecological engineering services, I find myself suddenly inclined to offer my expertise at a substantially reduced rate. We've had quite enough of your solutions, 1 minute. It would seem I am left with but a single viable course of action, Haviland Tuf announced. Then you surrender? The commander asked, suspicion thick in his voice. I think not, said Haviland Tuf. His long, pale fingers moved, brushing across a series of holographic keys to raise the Ark's ancient defensive screens. Waldober's face was hidden by his helmet, but he infused his voice with a palpable sneer. 4th-generation Imperial screens, triple redundancy, frequency overlapping, all shield phasing coordinated by your ship's central computer, duralloy plate armor on your hull. I told you we had done our research. Your scholarly diligence is commendable, Tuf said mildly. The next sarcastic remark you utter may be your last, traitor, so choose it wisely, Ober snapped. The point is, we know exactly what you have, and we have calculated to the 14th decimal the punishment your EEC seed ship's defenses can endure. We are prepared to deliver considerably more. He turned his head to issue a final command. Stand ready to fire, he barked to his unseen crew. As the dark visor swung back toward Tuf, Ober continued, We're taking the Ark, and you can't prevent it. You have half a minute. I must respectfully disagree, Tuf replied, his tone unruffled. They will fire on my order, Ober stated. If you force the issue, I will count down the final moments of your existence. 20, 19, 18. Such enthusiastic enumeration is rarely heard, Tuf remarked. I pray you do not lose your place due to the unfortunate tidings I bear. 14, 13, 12. Tuf rested his folded hands upon his ample stomach. 11, 10, 9. Ober glanced nervously to the side before fixing his gaze on the screen again. 9, Tuf announced, an admirable integer. It is traditionally succeeded by 8 and subsequently 7. 6, Ober said. He paused. 5. Tuf remained silent. 4, 3. Ober halted. What unfortunate tidings? He bellowed at the display. Sir, said Tuf, if you insist upon shouting, you will merely compel me to adjust the gain on my communicator. He raised a single finger. The distressing news is that the simple act of breaching the Ark's defensive shields, a feat I have no doubt lies well within your capabilities, will activate a compact thermonuclear device I previously concealed within the vessel's cellular archive. This would promptly annihilate the very cloning materials that render the Ark singular, priceless, and so fervently desired. A protracted silence followed. The glowing red sensors beneath the gloom of Waldober's faceplate seemed to burn as they stared into the screen at Tuf's impassive countenance. You're bluffing, the commander finally declared. Indeed, said Tuf. You have seen through my ruse. How absurd to imagine I might deceive a person of your keen discernment with such an obvious and childish falsehood. Now I anticipate you shall open fire, shred my pitifully outdated defenses, and prove my statement a lie for all to see. Grant me but a moment to bid farewell to my feline companions." He neatly folded his hands over his great belly and waited for the commander's response. His instruments confirmed the Suthlamese flotilla was now well within firing range. "I'll do exactly that, you freakish mistake," Waldober swore. "I await with glum acceptance," said Tuf, not moving a muscle. "You have 20 seconds, Ober said. "I fear my news has disoriented you. The count previously rested at 3. Nevertheless, I shall brazenly exploit your miscalculation and relish each fleeting second left to me." They stared at one another, face to face across the void, for what felt like an eternity. Snug in Tuf's lap, Dax began to purr. Haviland Tuf reached down to stroke the cat's long, black fur. Dax purred even more loudly, rhythmically kneading Tuf's knee with his claws. "Oh, to hell with it all," Waldober finally grumbled. He pointed at the screen. "You've got us stymied for now, but I'm warning you, Tuf, don't even consider trying to run. Dead or gone, your cell library would be just as useless to us. And given the choice, I'd prefer you dead." "I understand your perspective," Haviland Tuf replied, "though I, naturally, would prefer to be gone. Yet I do owe a debt to the port of Suthlam, and thus cannot honorably abscond as you fear. So please accept my assurance that you will have ample opportunity to contemplate my visage, and I your formidable mask, while we remain deadlocked in this tedious stalemate." Waldober never had the chance to respond. His battle mask vanished abruptly from the screen, replaced by a woman's plain features, a wide, crooked mouth, a nose broken more than once, tough, leathery skin with a deep blue-black tint from years of radiation exposure and anti-carcinoma treatments, pale, bright eyes nestled in a web of squint lines, all framed by a wild mane of coarse gray hair. "So much for the tough approach," she said. "You win, Tuf. Ober, consider yourself an honor guard now. Form up and escort him into the docking web, for pity's sake." "How considerate," said Haviland Tuf. "I am now ready to submit the final payment owed to the port of Suthlam for the refitting of the Ark," I announced. "Did you happen to bring any cat food as well?" Tollymoon replied with dry humor. "That 5-year supply you left me was exhausted nearly 2 years ago," she sighed. "I don't suppose you'd consider retirement and selling us the Ark?" "Most certainly not," said Tuf. "I didn't think so." "Very well, Tuf. Pour the drinks. I'm coming to speak with you as soon as you're docked. While I intend no discourtesy, I must confess my current disposition is less than ideal for hosting a guest of your stature. Commander Ober has recently declared me a criminal and a heretic, a peculiar notion, given I am neither a citizen of Suthlam nor a follower of its predominant faith. Nonetheless, the accusation is unsettling. I am frankly brimming with apprehension." "Oh, that!" she dismissed. "Just bureaucratic paperwork." "Indeed," Tuf responded. "For crying out loud, Tuf, if we plan to commandeer your ship, we require a plausible legal pretext, don't we?" she retorted. "We're a government, after all. We're permitted to appropriate what we desire, provided we coat it with a glossy legal veneer." Rarely in my travels have I encountered a public official as candid as you, I must admit. It is a refreshing change. Yet, invigorating as this honesty may be, what guarantee do I have that you will cease your efforts to seize the Ark once you are aboard? "Who, me?" said Tollymoon. "How could I possibly do such a thing? Don't fret, I'll come alone." She smiled. "Well, nearly alone. You wouldn't object if I brought a cat, would you?" "Not at all," Tuf replied. "I am gratified to hear the felines I entrusted to your care have prospered in my absence. I shall await your arrival with keen anticipation, Portmaster Moon." "That's First Counselor Moon to you, Tuf," she corrected gruffly before the screen went dark. Haviland Tuf was not known for impulsiveness. He positioned himself 12 kilometers beyond the outermost docking spur of the orbital community known as the Port of Suthlam, maintaining continuous shield activation as he waited. Tolly Mooney approached in the small starship Tuf had gifted her 5 years prior, during his last visit. Tuf lowered the shields to permit her entry and partially opened the vast dome of the landing deck for her to set down. The Ark's sensors indicated her vessel was teeming with life forms, only one human, the rest registering as feline. Tuf set off to meet her in a 3-wheeled cart with balloon tires, clad in a deep green mock velvet suit fastened around his substantial waist. Upon his head rested a weathered green duckbill cap adorned with the golden theta of the Ecological Engineering Corps. Dax accompanied him, a languid sprawl of black fur draped across Tuf's broad knees. When the airlock cycled open, Tuf navigated with deliberate speed through the graveyard of derelict spacecraft he had somehow amassed over the years, heading straight for where Tali Mune, former portmaster of Suthlem, was descending her ship's ramp. A cat strode beside her. Dax was upright in an instant, his dark fur standing on end as if his large, fluffy tail had been jolted with electricity. His usual torpor vanished. He sprang from Tuf's lap onto the cart's hood, pinned back his ears, and hissed. "Why, Dax?" Tali Mune said. "Is that any way to greet a relative?" She grinned and knelt to stroke the sizable animal beside her. "I had anticipated encountering either ingratitude or doubt," remarked Haviland Tuf. "Oh, they're just fine," she said, "and so are all their countless offspring. Several generations worth. I should have realized when you gave me a pair, a fertile male and female. I've got—" She frowned, counting quickly on her fingers once, then again. "Let's see, 16, I believe. Yes, and 2 are expecting." She jerked a thumb toward the starship behind her. "They've taken quite a liking to zero-gravity naps, by the way, a peculiar habit they picked up during the long supply runs. My ship has become a full-fledged feline sanctuary. Most of them treat gravity with the same disregard I do, having been born and raised in zero-G. I'll never quite grasp how they can move with such liquid grace one second, then tumble into a comically tangled heap the next." "The feline lineage is a tapestry of contradictions," Tuf observed. "This is Blackjack." She gathered him into her arms and stood. "Stars, he's solid. You never feel that weightlessness in zero-G?" Dax fixed his gaze on the newcomer and let out a low hiss. Cradled against the worn fabric of Tali Mune's old skin suit, Blackjack peered down at the massive black Tom with an air of detached superiority. Haviland Tuf stood 2.5 meters tall, a mountain of a man, and Dax was proportionally as immense among cats. Blackjack was larger still. His fur was a long, silky cascade, a smoky gray over a lighter silver undercoat. His eyes were pools of serene, unsettling silver gray. He was, without contest, the most breathtaking creature to ever pad through the cosmos, and he carried himself with the innate arrogance of royalty. Tali Mune settled somewhat clumsily into the seat beside Tuf. "He's telepathic, too," she added brightly, "just like yours." "Indeed," Haviland Tuf intoned. Dax remained rigid and hostile in his lap, issuing another warning hiss. "Jack, here is how I managed to save the rest of the cats," Tali Mune explained, her plain features clouding with a hint of accusation. "You told me you were leaving 5 years of cat food." "For 2 cats, madam," Tuf replied evenly. "It stands to reason that 16 animals would consume more than doubt and ingratitude alone." Dax inched forward, teeth bared, fur standing on end. "I faced significant difficulties when the supplies were exhausted. Given our ongoing nutritional deficits, I had to justify diverting calories to what some considered pests." "You might have contemplated measures to curtail their reproduction," Tuf suggested. "Such a course of action would likely have proven efficacious. In that regard, your residence could have served as an instructive, if miniature model of Suthlamese challenges and their potential resolutions." "Sterilization?" Tali Mune retorted. "That's anti-life, Tuf. Absolutely not. I had a more inventive solution. I described Dax in detail to some associates, biotechs, cybertechs, and they engineered a familiar for me, cultivated from cells taken from ingratitude." "How fitting," said Tuf. A faint smile touched his lips. "Blackjack is nearly 2 years old now. He's been so remarkably useful that I secured a permanent food allowance for the others. He's done wonders for my political career as well." "I can well imagine," Tuf said. "I observe that he does not seem inconvenienced by standard gravity." "Not Blackjack. These days my duties require my presence planetside far more often than I'd prefer, and Jack accompanies me. Everywhere." Dax hissed once more, a low, rumbling threat vibrating in his throat. He feinted a lunge toward Blackjack, then recoiled with a dismissive spit. "You might want to restrain him, Tuf," Tali Mune cautioned. "Felines often exhibit a biological imperative to engage in conflict to establish social hierarchy," Tuf stated. "This is especially prevalent among tomcats. Dax, undoubtedly aided by his augmented psionic faculties, secured his dominance over Chaos and my other cats long ago. He doubtlessly perceives a challenge to his station now. It is not a cause for grave concern, First Counselor Mune. It might be for Dax, she said, watching as the Black Tom stalked closer. Blackjack, lounging in her lap, regarded his rival with profound indifference. I fail to apprehend your meaning, said Tuf. Blackjack possesses those enhanced psionic capabilities as well, Tolly Mune pointed out, along with a few other, modifications. Retractable duralloy claws, sharp as surgical blades, housed in special paw sheaths, a subcutaneous lattice of non-allergenic plasteel mesh that makes him extraordinarily difficult to injure. Genetically accelerated reflexes that render him twice as fast and agile as an ordinary cat. And a remarkably high tolerance for pain. I don't mean to sound crass, but if a fight breaks out, Blackjack will turn Dax into a pile of bloody fur. Havel and Tuf blinked slowly, then pushed the control stick toward Tolly Mune. It may be prudent for you to take the helm. He reached over, grasped his furious black tomcat by the scruff, and placed the spitting, yowling creature firmly in his lap, holding him completely still. Proceed that way, he instructed, indicating the direction with a long, pale finger. It would seem, Haviland Tuf remarked from the depths of a massive wingback chair, his fingers steepled before him, that conditions have shifted considerably since my last visit to Suthlam. Tolly Mune observed him closely. His midsection had grown fuller, and his long face retained its miserly expression, yet without Dax in his lap, Haviland Tuf appeared almost vulnerable. To keep him separated from Blackjack, Tuf had confined the large black tom to a lower deck. Given that the ancient seed ship stretched 30 kilometers long and several of Tuf's other cats wandered that level, Dax would hardly want for space or company, though he must be confused and distressed all the same. The psionic tom had been Tuf's steadfast companion for years, even riding in Tuf's spacious pockets as a kitten. Tolly Mune felt a twinge of sympathy, but only a twinge. Dax had been Tuf's hidden advantage, and she had just outmaneuvered him. She smiled and ran her fingers through Blackjack's dense, smoky silver fur, prompting another rumbling purr. The more things change, the more they stay the same, she replied to Tuf's observation. That is one of those tired proverbs that disintegrates under logical scrutiny, Tuf stated, as it is plainly self-contradictory. If matters have indeed changed on Suthlam, they cannot simultaneously remain identical. To me, arriving from a great distance, the alterations are most conspicuous. Specifically, this war and your own rise to First Counselor, a significant and unforeseen advancement. And a thoroughly miserable job, Tolly Mune said with a scowl. I'd return to being portmaster in a heartbeat if it were possible. Your personal job satisfaction is not the topic at hand, Tuf replied. He went on. It must also be observed that my reception on Suthlam was markedly less cordial than during my prior visit, much to my disappointment, and despite the fact that I have on 2 occasions positioned myself directly between Suthlam and widespread famine, plague, cannibalism, pestilence, societal disintegration, and other disagreeable and inconvenient calamities. Furthermore, even the most viciously impolite societies often adhere to a basic protocol toward those delivering 11 million standards, which you may recall is the outstanding principle on my debt to the port of Suthlam. Therefore, I had every justification to anticipate a rather different welcome. You were mistaken, she said. Indeed, Tuf acknowledged. Now that I am aware you hold the highest political office on Suthlam, rather than a lowly post on a penal farm, I am frankly more perplexed than ever as to why the Planetary Defense Flotilla deemed it necessary to greet me with vehement threats, grim warnings, and hostile declarations. Tolly Mune scratched behind Blackjack's ear. My orders, Tuf? Tuf folded his hands over his stomach. I await your clarification. The more things change, she started. Having already been assaulted with this cliché, I believe I comprehend the minor irony it contains by now, so there is no necessity for you to repeat it ad infinitum, First Counselor Mune. If you would advance to the core of the issue, I would be profoundly grateful. She let out a weary sigh. You understand our predicament? The general contours certainly, Tuf conceded. Suthlam suffers from a surplus of humanity and a scarcity of sustenance. On 2 separate occasions, I have undertaken significant projects of ecological restructuring to help the Uslimes people avert the looming threat of starvation. While the specifics of your food shortages shift annually, I believe the core dilemma remains as I have previously described it. The newest forecast is the most severe we've ever seen. Quite so, Tuf replied. If I recall correctly, Suthlam was approximately 109 standard years away from widespread planetary famine and the collapse of society, provided my advice and proposed solutions were fully enacted. They attempted to, damn it all. They truly did. The meat beast programs, the pod farms, the Ouroros cultivation, the implementation of Neptune's shawl, all the systems are operational. Yet the transition was never completed. Too many influential figures refused to relinquish the luxury food items they cherished, so vast stretches of agricultural land are still dedicated to raising livestock, with entire farms growing neograss, omnigrain, and nano-wheat. All the while, the population has continued to swell at an unprecedented rate, and that insufferable Church of Life Evolving keeps preaching about the sacredness of life and the glorious duty of reproduction in humanity's march toward transcendence and divinity. What is the present calculation? Tuf inquired directly. 12 years, Tollymoon stated flatly. Tuf lifted a single finger. To underscore the severity of your predicament, you might consider having Commander Wald Ober conduct a public countdown on the Vidnitz. Such a spectacle would carry a dreadful gravity that could perhaps motivate the Suthlamese to alter their course. Tollymoon grimaced. Save your jokes, Tuf. I'm the first counselor now, for life's sake, and I'm looking directly into the blotchy, hideous visage of disaster. The conflict and the food scarcity are just pieces of it. You can't possibly fathom the issues piling up on my desk. Perhaps not the minute particulars, Tuf conceded, yet the general contours are plain enough. I do not profess to know all, but any individual of moderate intelligence could observe certain realities and from them derive logical conclusions. These deductions may be flawed. Without Dax, I cannot verify their accuracy. However, I suspect they are not. What realities? What conclusions? First, Tuf began. Uthlam is engaged in a war with Van Dien and its coalition. Therefore, I can deduce that the technocratic faction which once controlled Suthlamese politics has ceded authority to their adversaries, the expansionists. Not entirely accurate, Tollymoon countered, but you've grasped the basic, irritating truth. The expansionists have won more seats in every election since your departure, but we've managed to block them from outright power through a string of fragile coalition governments. Our allies made it clear years ago that an expansionist-led administration would mean war. The absurd irony is, we still don't have an expansionist government, yet we're stuck in this damned war anyway. She shook her head in weary frustration. In the past 5 years, we've cycled through 9 first counselors. I am merely the latest, and I likely won't be the last. The dire nature of your current estimates implies that this war has not yet directly impacted your general population, Tuf observed. Thank life, no, said Tollymoon. We were prepared when the Allied Warfleet arrived. New ships, new weapon systems, all constructed in secrecy. When the Allies saw what was waiting for them, they withdrew without firing a single shot. But they'll return, make no mistake. It's only a question of time. Our intelligence indicates they are preparing for a substantial assault. I might also infer, Tuf continued, his tone shifting from analytical to one of dry, almost sarcastic observation, from your overall demeanor and palpable air of desperation, that conditions on Suthlam itself are already unraveling at a brisk pace. The notion that your world will merrily carry on for 12 more years before suddenly crumbling is, frankly, absurd. One does not require a psychic cat to see the cracks forming in the foundation today. How in the hell did you know that? It is self-evident, Tuf stated. Your projection may place a catastrophic famine 12 standard years in the future, but this hardly suggests that Suthlamese society will remain comfortable and orderly until that precise moment when a bell will chime and your entire civilization will disintegrate. Such a concept is preposterous. The descent is already underway. Standing on the edge of disaster, it's no surprise the signs of a culture coming apart are already all around you. Things are. Where do I even start? She asked, her voice tight. The beginning is often the most logical point, Tuf replied calmly. They're my people, Tuf. That's my world down there. It used to be a decent place. But these days, if I weren't living it, I'd swear madness was spreading like a virus. Crime has skyrocketed, more than doubled since you were last here. Murders have increased fivefold? And suicides? Over 20 times what they were. Basic services are failing constantly. Power outages, system crashes, unexplained strikes, wanton destruction. We're getting reports, credible ones, about cannibalism in the lower city levels. Not just lone incidents, but organized groups. Secret societies are popping up everywhere. One faction took over a nutrition plant, held it for a fortnight, and fought a full-scale battle with planetary security. Another deranged cluster has taken to abducting women who are expecting, and Tolly Muna's face darkened. Blackjack let out a low growl. This is difficult to say. A mother-to-be has always been sacred to our people, but these, I can barely call them human, Tuf. They've developed an appetite for... Haviland Tuf lifted a hand, stopping her. No further detail is required, he said. The implication is clear. Please proceed. Then there are the lone madmen, she continued. Someone contaminated a central food reservoir with lethal industrial toxins about a year and a half back. Over 1,200 dead. Popular culture, Soothlam, has always been open-minded, but lately there's a whole new level of depravity to tolerate, if you get my meaning. There's this sick fascination with mutilation, death, brutality. Our efforts to reform the ecosystem based on your plans have faced huge, violent opposition. Meat beasts have been poisoned, facilities bombed, entire pod fields set ablaze. There are organized gangs hunting windriders for sport now, using harpoons and gliders. It's utterly senseless. The religious landscape is fracturing too. Bizarre new cults springing up daily in the war. Only life knows the final death toll, but public support for it is through the roof. Hell, I think it's more popular than sex. Indeed, said Tuf. I am not astonished. I presume the looming crisis is still a confidential matter for the High Council, as it historically has been. Wish that were true, Tolly Moon said. One of the junior counselors decided she couldn't keep the secret, so she spilled everything to the media nets. Probably thought it would win her a few million votes in some upcoming election. The ironic part? It worked. It also sparked another massive scandal and forced yet another first counselor to resign. By then, they needed a fresh scapegoat to toss into the big chair. Guess who got nominated? Your favorite media celebrity, famously stubborn administrator and Mother Spider herself. You're clearly describing your own circumstance, Tuf observed. By that point, public hatred for me had cooled. I had a reputation for getting things done, a faded romantic image from my younger days, and I was just palatable enough to all the major factions. That was 3 months ago. It's been a delightful term so far, she said with a bitter smile. The Vandini monitor our news feeds too. Right around the time of my glorious promotion, they declared Soothlam, and I quote, a threat to regional peace and stability, and rallied their allies to decide what to do about us. Their coalition finally issued an ultimatum: impose immediate rationing and mandatory population controls, or they would invade and do it for us. A workable solution, albeit diplomatically clumsy, Tuf remarked. Hence your current conflict. Yet none of this clarifies your evident hostility toward me. I have provided your world relief on 2 prior occasions. You could not have reasonably assumed I would neglect my professional obligations this 3rd time. Oh, I never doubted you'd try, she said, leveling a finger at him, but always on your own terms, Tuf. Yes, you've helped, but every solution you've provided has been temporary. A quick fix that never lasts. I did caution that my interventions were only stopgaps, Tuf replied calmly. Warnings don't fill stomachs, Tuf. I'm sorry, but we're out of options. We can't let you slap another temporary patch on this crisis and just leave. If you returned later to check on us, there might not be a struggling world left to save. We need the Ark, Tuf, permanently. And we're ready to use it.
A decade ago, you said ecology and biotechnology weren't our strengths, and you were right. But things have changed. We're among the most advanced worlds in human civilization, and for 10 years we've poured our resources into training ecologists and genetic specialists. My predecessors recruited top minds from Avalon, Newholm, and a dozen other colonies. Brilliant people, real geniuses. We even convinced some leading genetic experts from Prometheus to join us.
She gently stroked her cat and allowed a faint smile. They contributed quite a lot to Blackjack here. Indeed, said Tuf. We're prepared to operate the Ark. However capable you are, Tuf, you're just one man. We want to keep your seed ship permanently in Suthlamese orbit, staffed with 200 top scientists and technicians so we can address the food shortage every single day. This ship, with its cell library and all the lost data in its computers, is our final greatest hope. You must see that. Believe me, Tuf, I didn't order Ober to seize your vessel without exhausting every other conceivable alternative. I knew you'd never sell. What choice did I have? We don't intend to cheat you. You would have received a fair price. I would have insisted on it. That assumes I would have survived the seizure, Tuf noted. A rather optimistic assumption at best. You're alive now, and I'm still willing to buy the ship. You could even stay aboard and work with our team. I'm offering you lifetime employment. Name your salary, whatever you want. Keep those 11 million standards. They're yours. Want us to rename the whole puling planet in your honor? Just say the word, and it's done. Whether it's called Suthlam or Tuf, the overcrowding would remain the same, Haviland Tuf replied. Should I agree to this proposed sale? I presume your sole intention is to use the Ark to boost caloric production and feed your starving population. Of course, said Tolly. Tuf's expression remained placid and unreadable. I am relieved to learn that neither you nor your colleagues on the High Council have ever considered employing the Ark in its original role as a tool of biological warfare. Regrettably, I have lost that refreshing naivete, and now find myself haunted by cynical visions, the Ark being used to unleash ecological devastation on Vandine, Skrymir, Jazbo, and other allied worlds, even to the point of genocide, thereby clearing those planets for mass colonization. That does sound like the population policy favored by your more troublesome expansionist faction, if I recall correctly. That's one hell of an accusation, Tali Mune snapped. Life is sacred to the Suthlamese, Tuf. Indeed, yet poisoned by cynicism as I am, I cannot shake the suspicion that the Suthlamese may eventually decide some lives are more sacred than others. You know me, Tuf? She said, her voice turning sharp and cold. I would never permit anything like that. And if such a plan moved forward despite your objections, I have no doubt your letter of resignation would be strongly worded, Tuf stated flatly. I find that less than reassuring, and I suspect, yes, I have a hunch that the allied worlds might share my concern on this matter. Tolly Moon scratched Blackjack under the chin. The cat emitted a low growl from deep in its throat. Both of them fixed their gaze on Tuf. Tuf, she said, millions of lives are hanging in the balance, maybe billions. There are sights I could reveal that would make your hair stand on end, if you possessed any hair to speak of, that is. Given my lack of it, your statement is clearly an exaggeration, Tuf replied. Were you willing to take a shuttle to Spiderhome? We could descend to the surface of Suthlam via the planetary elevators. I'll have to decline. It strikes me as profoundly unwise to abandon the Ark, leaving it vulnerable and unattended, considering the current atmosphere of hostility and suspicion festering on your world. Furthermore, and you may deem this arbitrary or overly particular, the years have eroded what little patience I once held for teeming masses, deafening noise, impolite gawking, unwanted physical contact, insipid beer, and meager servings of bland cuisine. If memory serves, these are the primary attractions Suthlam's surface has to offer. I don't wish to make threats, Tuf, yet you are proceeding to do so. I'm afraid you will not be permitted to leave this star system. Do not attempt to deceive me as you did, Ober. That entire bomb narrative is a blatant falsehood, and we are both aware of it. You have uncovered my ruse? Tuf stated, his face a blank mask. Blackjack issued a low hiss. Tolly Moon glanced down at the large cat, taken aback. It isn't a fabrication? She said, aghast. Oh, for hell's sake. Tuf and the silver-gray feline locked into a wordless stare. Neither looked away. It changes nothing, Tolly Moon asserted. You're staying put, Tuf? Accept it. Our new vessels are capable of destroying you, and they will if you attempt to withdraw. Indeed, said Tuf, and for my part, I shall destroy the cell library should you endeavor to board this ship. We appear to have reached an impasse. Fortunately, it need not be a prolonged one. Suthlam has occupied my thoughts frequently during my travels across the gulf of space. In my idle hours, I have devoted myself to meticulous research, aiming to formulate a genuine, equitable, and permanent resolution to your predicament. Blackjack settled onto his haunches and began to purr. You have? Tollymoon asked, skepticism heavy in her voice. On 2 prior occasions, Tuf said, the people of Soothlam have petitioned me for a miraculous deliverance from the results of their own prolific breeding and the inflexibility of their dogma. Twice I was summoned to perform a feat of multiplication. However, it recently occurred to me during a contemplative review of the ancient text from which that particular tale originates that I was being petitioned for the incorrect wonder. Simple multiplication is an insufficient response to a perpetual geometric increase, and loaves and fishes, however abundant and palatable, must ultimately prove inadequate for your needs. What in the world are you going on about? Tollymoon demanded. This time, Tuf intoned, I propose an enduring solution. Which is? Mana, stated Tuf. Mana, Tollymoon echoed. A genuinely miraculous sustenance, Haviland Tuf elaborated. The specifics need not trouble you presently. All will be disclosed at the appropriate juncture. The first counselor and her cat regarded him with identical suspicion. The appropriate juncture? And when might this supposedly appropriate time arrive? When my stipulations have been satisfied, Tuf answered. What stipulations? Firstly, Tuf began, as the notion of spending my remaining days in orbit around Soothlam holds no appeal, it must be conceded that I am at liberty to depart once my work here is concluded. I cannot agree to that, Tollymoon said, and even if I did, the High Council would vote me out of office before I could finish the sentence. Secondly, Tuf continued, undeterred, this conflict must cease. I suspect I shall be unable to apply the necessary focus to my task while surrounded by the constant potential for a full-scale space battle. I find explosions, latticeworks of laser fire, and the distant cries of perishing crews to be terribly distracting. I see little reason to dedicate such immense effort to restoring Soothlam's ecological balance when the Allied fleets are poised to rain plasma bombs across the planet, obliterating any progress I might achieve. If I could stop this war, I would, Tollymoon replied. It's not that simple, Tuf. What you're asking for is impossible. Perhaps not a permanent peace, but a temporary halt in the fighting, Tuf suggested. You could dispatch an envoy to petition the Allied forces for a brief armistice. That might be arranged, Tollymoon said cautiously. Blackjack emitted a low, uneasy growl. You're scheming something. I can feel it. Your deliverance, Tuf admitted. Forgive my intrusion into your collective endeavor to promote mutation via radiation. We're fighting for our survival. We never asked for this conflict. Splendid. Then a brief pause should pose no significant hardship. The Allies won't agree. The High Council will never approve it. A pity, Tuf remarked. Perhaps Soothlam requires additional time for contemplation. In a dozen years, the remaining population may adopt a more pliable perspective. Tollymoon reached down to stroke Blackjack's head. The large cat fixed its smoky eyes on Tuf and let out a peculiar chirping noise. When the first counselor stood up suddenly, the silver-gray feline sprang gracefully from her lap. You win, Tuf, she declared, her voice firm. Take me to a comm unit and I'll make the arrangements. You have the patience of a stone, but I don't. Every moment we waste, more people die. Internally, for the first time in months, a flicker of hope cut through her anxiety. Maybe this strange, quiet man could actually end the bloodshed and resolve their crisis. But she allowed none of that fragile optimism to color her tone. She pointed a finger. Don't think for a second you can pull any tricks. Regrettably, said Haviland Tuf, I have never possessed a talent for comedy. Remember, I have Blackjack. Dax is too frightened and confused to be of use to you, and Jack will alert me the instant you contemplate betrayal. My most noble intentions are perpetually met with distrust. Blackjack and I are your constant companions, Tuf. I am not leaving this ship until this is finished, and I will be scrutinizing your every move. Indeed, Tuf acknowledged. Just keep a few things in mind, Tollymoon said, her tone shifting to one of cold, sardonic amusement. I'm the first counselor now. Not Josen Rael, not Kreger Blackson, me back when I ran the spaceport. They called me the Steel Widow. You might spend an hour or two wondering how I earned that charming nickname. I shall certainly reflect upon it, said Tuf, rising. Is there anything else you wish me to remember? Just one more thing, she said, a small, sharp smile playing on her lips. A scene from that ridiculous Tuf and Mune holodrama. I have endeavored to erase that regrettable fabrication from my mind, Tuf stated. Which specific moment must I now recall? The scene where the cat tears the security officer apart, Tolly Mune said sweetly. Blackjack pressed against her leg, lifted his gaze to Tuf, and a deep, rumbling purr vibrated from his chest. It took nearly 10 days to broker the armistice, and another 3 for the Allied ambassadors to travel to Southlam. Tolly Mune spent the intervening time as a persistent shadow aboard the Ark, trailing Tuf, questioning his every action, watching over his shoulder as he worked at his consoles, and accompanying him on his rounds to inspect the cloning vats. She even assisted in feeding the cats, all while ensuring a wary Dax kept a safe distance from Blackjack. Tuf engaged in no overtly questionable behavior. Dozens of urgent calls reached her each day. She established a makeshift office in the communications room to remain close to Tuf, managing the crises that could not be deferred. Hundreds of messages also arrived daily for Haviland Tuf. He programmed his computer to reject every single one on the appointed day. The diplomatic delegation disembarked from their sleek, opulent shuttle, their eyes wide as they took in the immense scale of the Ark's landing bay and its silent armada of forgotten vessels. They were a vivid assortment. The Jazzbo representative's blue-black hair, gleaming with perfumed oil, fell to her waist. Her face was a canvas of elaborate, rank-denoting scars. From Skrymir came a stout man with a ruddy, blockish face and hair like glacial ice, his piercing blue eyes mirroring the hue of his scaled metallic tunic. The envoy of the Azure Triune was a nebulous, shimmering form adrift in a cloud of holograms, its voice a distant, layered whisper. Rogandor's ambassador was a cyborg construct, as wide as he was tall, a fusion of polished duralloy, dark plasteel, and blotchy crimson flesh. Henry's world had sent a slender, almost ethereal woman draped in diaphanous silks, her youthful frame belying ancient crimson eyes. Leading this coalition was a portly, extravagantly dressed man from Vandine, his coppery skin etched with age, his long hair cascading in a multitude of fine braids. Haviland Tuf approached in his multi-segmented transport, gliding to a halt before the group. The Vandini beamed, stepped forward, gave his own plump cheek a hearty pinch, and bowed. I'd offer a handshake, but I recall your distaste for the gesture, he said. Do you remember an old acquaintance? Fly? Tuf blinked slowly. My memory conjures a faint image of a shared rail journey to the surface of Southlam, approximately a decade past. Rachnorin, the man announced. I'm not your typical diplomat, but the coordinators thought it wise to send someone who'd actually met you and had some experience with the Soothies. That's a derogatory term, Norin, Tolly Mune stated flatly. You're a derogatory people, Rachnorin shot back. And a perilous one, hissed the voice from within the Azure Triune's holographic mist. We are not the aggressors here, Tolly Mune began. Preemptive defense, thundered the Rogandor cyborg. The last war is not forgotten, added the Jazzbot envoy. This time we will not idly wait for your fanatical expansionists to spill forth and attempt to seed our worlds anew. Such plans do not exist, Tolly Mune insisted. Perhaps not for you, Spinneret, Norin retorted. But look me in the eye and swear your growth-obsessed factions don't fantasize about swarming all over Vandine. And Skrymir, the icy-haired envoy added. Rogandor wants no share of your excess humanity, the cyborg boomed. The Azure Triune will never be taken. Who in the wide galaxy would even want the miserable Azure Triune? Tolly Mune snapped. Blackjack rumbled a low, agreeable purr from her perch. This illuminating preview of interstellar statesmanship has been most educational, Haviland Tuf interjected, his voice cutting through the tension. However, I perceive more urgent matters await our attention. If the ambassadors would kindly board, we may proceed to our conference. Grumbling, the Allied envoys complied. The laden vehicle set off, snaking a path through the graveyard of ships. Ahead, a circular airlock, dark as a cavernous maw, irised open at their approach and swallowed them whole. They entered a chamber and halted, the lock sealed behind, plunging them into absolute darkness, punctuated only by muttered protests. A harsh, metallic shriek filled the space as the floor began a shuddering descent. After dropping several levels, a new portal slid open. Tuf activated powerful headlamps, and they emerged into a corridor of utter blackness. They journeyed through a chilling labyrinth of lightless passages, past endless sealed doorways, guided only by a faint indigo trail phosphorescing in the floor dust, a phantom path for a ghost train. The sole illumination was the stark beam from their vehicle and the soft greenish glow of Tuf's control panel, making the shadows they cast seem like restless, stretching entities in the cold, silent deep of the Ark. The envoy's initial chatter quickly died away, swallowed by the Ark's immense claustrophobic darkness. Blackjack kneaded Tolly Moon's knees with a steady, anxious rhythm as their train rolled on through an endless void of dust and silence. Finally, they approached a massive set of double doors that slid open with a sinister hiss, sealing shut behind them with a sound of utter finality. The air inside was thick, hot, and damp. Havel and Tuf halted their transport and extinguished the headlamps, plunging them into absolute blackness. "Where are we?" Tolly Moon demanded, her voice ringing against a distant, unseen ceiling, though the echo came back oddly muted. The space felt vast. Blackjack hissed, sniffed the air, and let out a small, worried mew. Footsteps sounded, and then a small light flickered to life a few yards away. Tuf was bent over a console, studying a monitor. He pressed a key on a softly glowing keyboard and turned. A plush wingback floater chair emerged silently from the warm dark. Tuf settled into it with the solemnity of a monarch claiming a throne and touched a control on the armrest, causing the chair to glow with a faint violet light. "Kindly follow," he announced. The floater pivoted and began to drift away. "Pooling hell," Tolly Moon muttered, clutching Blackjack. She scrambled out of her seat and hurried after Tuf's retreating throne, the grumbling ambassadors and the heavy footfalls of the cyborg close behind. In that enveloping sea of black, Tuf's chair was the only beacon. In her rush, Tolly's foot came down on something soft. A sharp feline yowl made her jump back, colliding with the cyborg's armored chest. Baffled, she knelt, awkwardly holding Blackjack, and reached out a hand. Her fingers met soft fur. A small short-haired cat, barely more than a kitten, rubbed against her fiercely, purring. It rolled over, inviting a belly scratch. The Jazzbot envoy nearly tripped over her as she crouched there. Then, in an instant, Blackjack wriggled free, sniffed the newcomer, and after a brief mutual inspection, the strange kitten whirled and vanished into the darkness. Blackjack hesitated only a second before howling and bolting after it. "God damn it!" Tolly Moon shouted. "Jack, get your pooling ass back here!" Her command echoed uselessly. The rest of the party was moving farther away. Swearing under her breath, she hurried to catch up. An island of light materialized ahead, revealing the others taking seats along one side of a long metal table. On the other side sat Haviland Tuf in his throne-like floater, his face impassive, his pale hands folded over his stomach. Dax stalked back and forth across his shoulders, purring. Tolly Moon stopped, glared, and swore. "Damn you to hell!" She spat at Tuf. She spun around. "Blackjack!" she screamed with all her might. The echoes came back muffled as if trapped in thick velvet. "Jack, nothing! I hope we have not come all this way simply to listen to the first counselor of Suthlam practice animal calls," remarked the envoy from Skrimir dryly. "Indeed not," said Tuf. "First Counselor Moon, if you will kindly take your seat, we may proceed at once." She scowled and dropped into the only empty chair. "Where the hell is Blackjack?" "I can hardly venture an opinion on that subject," Tuf replied flatly. "He is, after all, your cat." "He ran off after one of yours," Tolly snapped. "Indeed," said Tuf. "Interesting. I currently have a young female who has recently entered her reproductive cycle. Perhaps that explains his actions. I have no doubt he remains quite safe, First Counselor." "I want him back for this pulling conference," she insisted. Tuf sighed. "The Ark is vast. They could be engaged in their procreative activities in any number of locations, and interrupting such a fundamental biological process would be, by Suthlamese principles, a profound offense against life itself. I am reluctant to commit such a cultural transgression. Furthermore, you have emphasized the critical time constraints and the human lives in jeopardy. Therefore, I believe our most prudent course is to continue with all possible speed. With a slight motion, Tuf activated a control. A portion of the lengthy table retracted, and from the opening emerged a plant, settling directly before First Counselor Tolly Mune. "Observe," Tuf intoned. "Mana." It sat in a shallow planter, a dense weave of pale green vines nearly a yard high, a living labyrinth where tendrils coiled and twisted over the container's edge. The vines were studded with dense clusters of leaves, each no larger than a thumbnail, their glossy green surfaces etched with a fine network of black lines. Tolly Mune reached out, brushing a leaf with her fingertips, and found its underside coated in a fine powdery residue. Between the leaf clusters, the vines bulged with plump white growths that looked increasingly swollen and ripe toward the plant's dense heart. One particularly large specimen, partially hidden by leaves, was the size of a man's open hand. A real eyesore, Ratch Norin declared. "I don't see why we needed a ceasefire and a long voyage just to look at some overgrown, festering greenhouse specimen," said the Skrymir representative. The envoy from the Azure Triune added a tense whisper. "Our patience wears thin?" "There's a point to this madness," Tolly Mune said, fixing her gaze on Tuf. "Out with it. You call it mana. So what?" "It will nourish the Isuthlamese," Tuf stated calmly as Dax purred a soft counterpoint beside him. "For how long? A week?" asked the woman from Henry's world, her voice honeyed with sarcasm. "First Counselor, if you would detach one of the larger fruits, you will find the flesh both succulent and nutritious," Tuf instructed. Tolly Mune leaned in, her expression skeptical. She grasped the largest bulb. It felt soft, almost spongy, in her hand. A gentle pull separated it from the vine. She split it open with her fingers, the interior tore like warm, fresh bread. At its core was a pocket of dark, thick fluid that oozed out slowly. An incredible aroma filled the air, making her mouth water instantly. After only a brief hesitation, drawn in by the scent, she took a bite. She chewed, swallowed, and took another and another. In 4 quick bites it was gone, and she was licking the sweet stickiness from her fingers. "Like milk bread," she said, "and honey. Rich, but very good, and the appeal will not diminish," Tuf announced. The fluid within each fruit contains mild narcotic compounds. The flavor profile is unique to each plant, influenced by the soil chemistry, where it roots, and its own genetic lineage. The spectrum of taste is extensive and can be diversified further through selective cultivation. "Wait just a second," Ratch Norin interjected loudly, scratching his cheek in irritation. "So this fancy bread and honey fruit tastes great? Fine. What's the big deal? It gives the Soothies a tasty little snack after they've finished making more Soothies. A lovely treat to break up the monotony of overrunning Van Deen and multiplying all over it. Forgive me, everyone, but I'm not ready to start cheering." Tolly Mune's frown deepened. "He's obnoxious," she said, "but he's not wrong. You've brought us miracle crops before, Tuf? Omnigrain, Neptune's shawl, Jersey pods. What makes mana any different?" "There are several key distinctions," replied Haviland Tuf. "My earlier work focused on optimizing your ecology, boosting the caloric yield from Suthlam's limited agricultural zones, essentially getting more from less. Regrettably, I underestimated a certain human stubbornness. As you've noted, your food chain remains inefficient. You have protein-rich meat beasts, yet you still raise traditional herd animals because some affluent citizens prefer their flavor. Likewise, you cultivate omni-grain and nano-wheat for variety when Jersey pods would deliver more calories per acre. In short, Suthlamese society often chooses pleasure over pure logic. Very well. Mana's addictive quality and unique taste profile will eliminate any resistance based on flavor." "Perhaps," Tolly Mune replied, skepticism in her voice. "But even so. Furthermore," Tuf continued, "mana grows with remarkable speed. Drastic problems require drastic answers. Mana is that answer. It is a crafted hybrid, a genetic patchwork woven from strands of DNA harvested across a dozen worlds. Its lineage includes Hafir's breadbush, the creeping nightweed of Noctos, Gulliverian sugar sacks, and a particularly vigorous strain of old Earth kudzu. You will find it resilient, rapidly spreading, requiring minimal care and capable of overhauling an ecosystem with breathtaking speed. How breathtaking? Tolly Moon asked bluntly. Tuf's finger moved slightly, pressing a glowing key on his floater's armrest. Dax purred. The lights ignited. Tolly Moon blinked in the sudden brightness. They were seated in the center of an enormous circular chamber, easily half a kilometer across, its domed ceiling arching 100 meters overhead. Behind Tuf, a dozen towering plasteel icospheres emerged from the walls, each open at the top and filled with earth. There were a dozen distinct soil types: powdery white sand, rich black loam, thick red clay, blue crystalline gravel, gray-green swamp muck, tundra frozen solid as stone. From each ecosphere, a mana plant grew, and grew, and grew, and grew. The central plant stood 5 meters tall. Their searching vines had long since spilled over the rims of their containers. The tendrils snaked halfway across the floor, stopping just short of Tuf's floater, weaving together, branching and rebranching endlessly. Mana vines coated the walls 3/4 of the way around the room. They clung precariously to the smooth white plasteel ceiling, partially obscuring the light panels so that illumination filtered down in dappled, intricate patterns of shadow. The light had a faint, sickly green cast. Everywhere, mana fruit swelled, pale pods the size of a human head drooped from the overhead vines and pushed through the knotted growth. As they watched, one pod detached and hit the floor with a soft, wet plop. Now she understood why the echoes had sounded so strangely muffled. These specific specimens, Haviland Tuf stated in his flat monotone, were initiated from spores approximately 14 days ago, shortly before my initial meeting with the esteemed first counselor. A single spore per habitat sufficed. I have provided no water or nutrients since. Had I done so, these plants would not appear so pitifully small and stunted as the examples you see before you. Tolly Moon pushed herself to her feet. Years living in zero gravity made standing under full Earth normal pull a strain, but a tightness clenched her chest and a sour taste lingered at the back of her throat. She felt compelled to seize every psychological edge, however minor, even something as simple as standing while the others remained seated. The sheer, silent aggression of the growth around her felt like a physical pressure. Tolly Moon was utterly disarmed. Tuf's miraculous mana from the hat display had left her speechless. She was outgunned, and Blackjack was who knows where while Dax lounged by Tuf's ear, purring smugly and watching her with those huge, knowing golden eyes that seemed to see straight through every flimsy argument she might muster. A remarkable performance, she managed to say. I am gratified you found it so, Tuf replied, his fingers gently stroking Dax's fur. What, precisely, is your proposal? My offer is this. We begin seeding Suthlam with mana immediately. Deployment can be achieved using the Ark's shuttlecraft. I have already prepared the shuttle bays with explosive air pods, each loaded with mana spores. If released into the atmosphere according to a specific dispersal pattern I have calculated, the spores will travel on the winds and spread across the entire planet. Growth will be instantaneous. The people of Suthlam will need to do nothing more than harvest and consume. His long, impassive face turned from Tolly Moon to address the envoys from the allied worlds. Gentlemen, he intoned, I suspect you are currently contemplating your own role in this affair. Ratchnorn rubbed his chin and spoke for the group. You've got that right, he said, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. It circles back to my earlier point, so this weed feeds all the Suthies. Big deal. What's in it for us? The implications should be clear, Tuf stated. Suthlam poses a threat to your world solely because its population perpetually risks overwhelming its food supply. This creates an inherent instability in what is otherwise a peaceful and civilized society. While the technocrats maintained power and kept this equation in a precarious balance, Suthlam was a model neighbor. Yet this balancing act, however skilled, is destined to fail. With that failure, the expansionists inevitably rise and the Suthlamese become dangerous aggressors. I am not some pathetic expansionist, Tolly Moon shot back, her temper flaring. That was not my implication, said Tuf, utterly unruffled. Nor are you first counselor for life despite your evident capabilities. A defensive war is already upon you. Should you fall and an expansionist take your place, that struggle will transform into a war of conquest. Given the circumstances the Suthlamese have engineered for themselves, war is as certain as famine. No single leader, however well-meaning or capable, can prevent it. Precisely, affirmed the youthful-looking woman from Henry's world, her voice crisp. Her eyes held a sharp intelligence that contradicted her adolescent appearance. And if war is unavoidable, we might as well fight it now and settle the matter permanently. A whispered agreement came from the Azure Triune delegate. True, Tuf conceded, if one accepts your premise that conflict is inevitable.
But you just said the bloody expansionists would start a war no matter what, Tuf. Ratch Norin grumbled in frustration. Tuf quieted the black tomcat with a broad, pale hand. Incorrect, sir. My statements regarding the inevitability of war and famine were contingent upon the collapse of the unstable equilibrium between Suthlamese population and food production. Should this delicate equation be permanently stabilized, Suthlam ceases to be a threat to any world in this sector.
Under those conditions, war is not only unnecessary but morally indefensible, I should think. And you claim this plague-ridden popweed of yours will accomplish this? The envoy from Jasbo asked with open scorn. Indeed, Tuf affirmed. The ambassador from Screemere shook his head slowly. No. A noble attempt, Tuf, and I respect your commitment, but I think not. I speak for all the allies when I say we cannot place our faith in yet another supposed miracle. Suthlam has experienced its green revolutions, its flowerings, its ecological rebirths before. In the end, nothing ever truly changes. We must resolve this issue finally and completely. Far be it from me to stand in the way of your collective march toward folly, Tuf said dryly. He scratched Dax thoughtfully behind one ear, a silent spectator to the diplomatic unraveling. Suicidal foolishness? Batch Norin asked, his brow furrowed. What are you getting at? Tolly Mune had been quietly absorbing the entire exchange. She shifted her stance to squarely face the assembled diplomats. It means you're already defeated, Norin, she stated plainly. A ripple of laughter followed a restrained, almost courteous sound from the Henry delegate, a rough bark from the jazzbot, and a deep, resonant rumble from the cyborg. The sheer presumption of Suthlam never fails to astonish me, remarked the envoy from Screemere. Do not let this current impasse deceive you, First Counselor. We stand as a unified coalition of 6 worlds. Even accounting for your new vessels, we possess superior numbers and firepower. We have bested you in the past, as memory serves. We are fully prepared to do so again. You are mistaken, declared Haviland Tuf. Every envoy turned their attention toward him. I have devoted some recent time to independent inquiry. Several truths have emerged with clarity. First, the previous regional conflict occurred centuries in the past. While Suthlam sustained a clear loss, the Allied worlds are, in fact, still recuperating from the costs of their own triumph. Suthlam, with its vastly larger population and its relentlessly adaptive technological base, has moved far beyond any lingering scars from that era. Its scientific progress has advanced with the rapid, pervasive growth of a thriving organism, if I may employ a vivid analogy. The Allied worlds, by contrast, attribute their modest advancements largely to knowledge and methods acquired from Suthlam itself. It is true your combined fleets outnumber the Suthlamese planetary defense flotilla. However, the majority of your armada is functionally outdated when confronted with the advanced systems and weaponry of Suthlam's newest ships. Furthermore, it is a profound misrepresentation to claim the Allies hold a numerical advantage in any meaningful capacity. You represent 6 worlds against 1, correct? Yet the total population of Vandine, Henry's world, Jasbo, Rogandor, Scrimir, and the Azure Triune amounts to just under 4 billion souls, less than 1/10 the population of Suthlam alone. 1/10? The Jazzbot envoy squawked, its voice cracking. That can't be right. It simply cannot. The Azure Triune was led to believe their numbers were only 6-fold our own, its representative added, a note of confusion in its synthesized tone. 2/3 of them are non-combatants, women and children, the Scrimir envoy interjected quickly. Our women fight, Talimune shot back, her voice sharp. When they can find a moment between childbirths, Ratch Norin commented with a dismissive wave. Tough, they cannot possibly have 10 times our population. There are many of them, granted, but our most reliable intelligence. Sir, Tuf interrupted, his tone flat. Your most reliable intelligence is flawed, Please restrain your dismay. The secret has been meticulously guarded, and when enumerating multitudes of such scale, misplacing a billion here or there is a trivial error. Nevertheless, the facts remain as I have presented them. Currently, a precarious military balance exists. Your ships are more numerous, the Zuthlam's flotilla more sophisticated and better equipped. This state is inherently temporary, as Zuthlamese technological capacity allows for fleet production at a pace none of your worlds can match. I would surmise such an industrial effort is already underway. Tuf's gaze settled on Tali Mune. No, she said firmly. But the silent scrutiny from Dax, the large feline perched nearby, seemed to weigh upon her. Yes, Tuf announced to the room, raising a single, deliberate finger. Consequently, I propose you leverage this present, crude parody. Seize the opportunity I'm providing to resolve the Uthlam predicament without recourse to nuclear devastation and comparable horrors. Extend this ceasefire for 1 standard year and permit me to introduce Mana to Suthlam. After that period, if you remain convinced Suthlam poses a threat, you may resume hostilities at your discretion. Negative, traitor, the cyborg from Rogandor intoned, its voice heavy with finality. You are hopelessly idealistic. Grant them a year, you suggest, and allow your experiments. How many new battle groups could they construct in a year? It's an absurd risk. We would consent to a mutual moratorium on new military construction if your worlds would pledge the same, Tali Mune offered. So you claim, Rachnoran sneered, his distrust palpable. And we are simply to take you at your word? To hell with that. You Southies have already demonstrated your reliability by secretly rearming in direct violation of the existing treaties. Talk about acting in bad faith. Tali Mune shot back, her voice thick with disgust. Oh, I suppose you would have been much happier if we'd been completely defenseless when you decided to invade. What absolute hypocrisy! The envoy from Jasbo was unmoved. It is far too late for treaties, it stated flatly. You pointed it out yourself, Tuf, the Skrymirian delegate added, his tone icy. Every moment we waste only weakens our position. That leaves us with a single viable option, a full-scale, immediate assault on Suthlam. The circumstances will not improve. A low hiss came from Dax. Haviland Tuf merely blinked, settling his large hands calmly over his stomach. Might I attempt to appeal to your shared reverence for peace, your innate horror of warfare, and the common bonds of your humanity? Rachnoran snorted in derision. Around the table, the other delegates averted their eyes, refusing to meet Tuf's gaze. In that event, Tuf said, you afford me no alternative. He rose to his feet. The Vandini representative frowned. Hold on. Where do you think you're going? Tuf offered a slow, weighty shrug. My most immediate destination is the lavatory. Subsequently, I shall proceed to the control chamber. Please understand, I bear no individual ill will toward any person present. Regrettably, however, the logical course of action now appears to be the systematic destruction of your homeworlds. We could draw lots, if you wish, to establish an order of operations. The woman from Jasbo made a strangled coughing sound. From within his shimmering holographic aura, the azure triune envoy cleared his throat. A faint, rasping noise like a beetle skittering over parchment. You would not dare, the cyborg from Rogandor boomed. The Skrymirian folded his arms in stony silence. Rachnoran simply sputtered. You! Ah, surely you won't. That is to say, Tali Mune let out a sharp laugh, though she was just as stunned as the others. Oh, he's completely serious, she said, and he can do it. Or rather, the Ark can, and you can bet Commander Ober will provide him with a full military escort. There is no need for rash action. The delegate from Henry's world said, her words precise and careful. A period of reconsideration may be prudent. Excellent, Haviland Tuf declared, lowering himself back into his seat. We shall proceed with all deliberate speed. The 1-year armistice I proposed will commence, and I will initiate the seeding of Suthlam with mana spores without delay. Not so fast, Tali Mune interjected. A giddy, triumphant feeling surged within her. Somehow, Tuf had just ended the war. Suthlam was safe, at least for a year, but relief didn't cloud her judgment. This all sounds very neat, but we're not letting you scatter unknown spores across our planet. Our own biotech teams and ecologists will need to study this mana plant of yours. The High Council will require simulation projections. A month should suffice, and Tuf, my earlier point stands, you are not dumping this so-called miracle and departing. You will remain for the duration of the armistice, and likely longer, until we are satisfied we understand what you've introduced. Alas, Tuf replied, I have pressing commitments elsewhere in the galaxy. A sojourn of a standard year or more is highly inconvenient, as is a month's delay before seeding may begin. Wait, just one damn minute, Tolly began. You can't simply... I can, indeed, Tuf stated. His gaze traveled slowly from her to the assembled envoys and back again, heavy with meaning. First, Counselor Mune, allow me to clarify the new reality. A tenuous military balance now exists. The Ark is a formidable instrument, fully capable of rendering a world barren. Just as I could join your forces and devastate any of the allied planets, the opposite is equally plausible. The impact of his words felt like a physical blow. Tolly stared, her mouth agape. Are you, Tuf? Are you actually threatening us? I can't believe it. Are you suggesting you'd turn the Ark on Suthlam? Tolly voice was tight. I am simply outlining potential scenarios, Haviland Tuf replied, his tone utterly devoid of inflection. Dax, sensing her fury, let out a low hiss. Tolly stood frozen, a mix of helplessness and confusion washing over her as her hands clenched into fists. I will request no payment for my services as mediator and ecological engineer, Tuf continued. However, I must insist on specific guarantees from both sides. The Allied worlds will provide me with a protective escort, a modest fleet of warships, adequately armed to deter any assault from Suthlam's planetary defense flotilla, and to ensure my safe departure from this system once my work is complete. Suthlam, in turn, will permit this Allied fleet entry into their home system to alleviate my concerns. Should either party break the armistice, they will do so understanding it will invoke my profound displeasure. I am not easily agitated, but when my temper is genuinely stirred, I occasionally unsettle even myself. After one standard year, I will be far from here, and you may resume your conflict if you wish. Yet I anticipate and hope that the measures I set in motion will be so successful that none of you will desire to return to war. He stroked Dax's dark fur, and the large tomcat stared at each of them with piercing golden eyes, observing, assessing. A chill ran through Tolly.
You're forcing peace on us, she stated. Temporarily, Tuf acknowledged. And you're enforcing this regardless of what we want, she pressed. Tuf met her gaze but remained silent. Just who in the hell do you think you are? She finally screamed, the rage she'd been containing erupting. I'm Haviland Tuf, he said calmly, and I have exhausted my patience with Suthlam and its people, madam.
Once the meeting concluded, Tuf escorted the ambassadors back to their shuttle, but Tolly refused to leave. For hours, she wandered the Ark alone, weary and cold but driven. She called out as she moved through the endless corridors. Blackjack, she shouted from the heights of a moving staircase. Here, Blackie, come here, she sang, her voice echoing down silent halls. Jack, she cried at a faint sound around a bend, only to find it was a distant door or the hum of machinery. Black, Yalada, she yelled into vast intersections where passages multiplied, her voice bouncing off the distant walls before fading. Still, her cat was nowhere to be found. Her search eventually led her upward through several decks, emerging into the dim central shaft that ran the spine of the colossal seed ship, a soaring, echoing space 30 kilometers long, its ceiling shrouded in darkness, its walls lined with cloning vats of every size. Choosing a direction at random, she walked on, calling out. Then, from ahead, a faint, questioning meow reached her. Blackjack? She called, hope quickening her steps. Where are you? It came again, a little clearer now. She hurried forward, breaking into a run. Suddenly, Haviland Tuf stepped from the shadow of a 20-meter plasteel tank, the large gray tomcat purring contentedly in his arms. Tolly stopped abruptly. I have located your cat, Tuf stated. I can see that, she replied, her voice icy tough, gently transferred the purring tom to her, his hands briefly brushing her arms. He is unharmed by his exploration, Tuf declared. I took the initiative to conduct a full medical scan to ensure he had come to no harm. He is in excellent health. Imagine my shock when I realized that every bionic enhancement you'd described had simply disappeared without a trace. I truly cannot account for it. Tolly Mune held the cat close. I wasn't honest, she confessed. He's telepathic, similar to Dax. Possibly not as strong, but that's the extent of it. I couldn't take the chance of him confronting Dax. Who knows who would have prevailed? I didn't want him intimidated, she frowned. So you arranged a romantic diversion instead? Where has he been all this time? After departing the mana chamber through a secondary exit in order to follow his beloved, he found the doors had been programmed to refuse his return. Consequently, he has passed the time exploring the Ark and introducing himself to the other feline residents aboard my vessel. Just how many cats do you keep here? She asked. Fewer than you maintain, Tuf replied, though that outcome is hardly surprising. You are, after all, Suthlamese. Blackjack felt warm and solid in her arms, and suddenly Tolly Mune noticed Dax was nowhere to be seen. She had regained the upper hand. She scratched Jack behind one ear. He fixed his calm, silver-gray gaze on Tuf. You're not deceiving me, she stated. I never assumed I could, Tuf conceded. The mana, she pressed. It's a trap of some kind, isn't it? You fed us a line of complete fiction. Admit it. Every statement I have made regarding the mana is factual. Blackjack let out a soft chirp. The truth, Tolly Mune echoed. Oh, the precious truth. That just means there are things about the mana you've chosen not to share. The universe is overflowing with information. In the end, there exist more facts than there are humans to comprehend them. A remarkable notion, especially when one considers populous Suthlam is counted among humanity. I could hardly aspire to tell you everything about any topic, no matter how narrow. She snorted in disbelief. What are you planning to do with us, Tuf? I intend to solve your food crisis, he said, his voice as placid and chilly as undisturbed water, yet hinting at hidden depths. Blackjack is purring, she observed. So you're speaking truthfully now. But how, Tuf? How? The mana is my method. Ladder bloat, she cursed. I don't care a whit how delicious and habit-forming the mana fruit is, or how quickly the cursed things grow. No plant is going to fix our population disaster. You've tested all those approaches before. We've been down this road with omnigrain, protein pods, windriders, and mushroom farms. You're keeping something back, out with it. Haviland Tuf studied her in silence for a full minute. His eyes held hers, and for a moment it felt as if he were peering straight into her mind, as though Tuf possessed telepathic abilities himself. Perhaps he was reading something else entirely. At last he responded. Once the plant takes root, it can never be fully eliminated, no matter how hard you try. It will spread relentlessly fast within specific climatic limits. Mana will not flourish everywhere. Frost destroys it, and cold hinders its growth, but it will indeed spread across Suthlam's tropical and subtropical zones, and that will suffice. Suffice for what? The mana fruit is highly nutritious. In the initial years, it will significantly ease your current calorie deficits and thus improve conditions on Suthlam. Eventually, after depleting the soil through its aggressive expansion, the plants will die and decay, and you will inevitably need to implement crop rotation for several years before those areas can support mana again. Yet, in the meantime, the mana will have accomplished its true purpose, first Counselor Mune. The dust gathering on the underside of each leaf is actually a symbiotic microorganism, essential for mana pollination, but possessing certain additional qualities. Carried on the wind and spread by every scurrying creature and unwitting traveler, it will find its way into every hidden corner of your world. Tolly Mune looked at her fingertips, where a faint, glittering residue remained from her contact with the mana plant. The dust, she whispered. A deep, rumbling vibration came from Blackjack, more a tremor in the floor than a sound. Haviland Tuf steepled his fingers before him. Consider it a form of organic prophylaxis, he stated. Your scientist will confirm it induces a powerful and permanent suppression of male libido and female fertility. The biochemical pathways are irrelevant for our discussion. Tolly Mune stared, her mouth working soundlessly before she clenched her jaw, fighting back a hot surge of emotion. Despair? Rage? It was certainly not joy. She would not allow it to be joy. Deferred genocide, she spat, the words scraping her throat raw. Scarcely, Tuf countered. A natural immunity will manifest in a small fraction of your populace. My projections estimate between 0.07 and 0.11%. They will naturally procreate, allowing the trait to propagate through future generations. Nevertheless, Suthlam will experience a profound population implosion beginning this very year, as the birth rate ceases its exponential climb and initiates a steep and irreversible decline.
You had no right,
Tali Moon said, each word measured and cold. The nature of the Suthlamese crisis permits only one permanent and effective solution, Tuf replied, as I have maintained from our first meeting. Maybe, she shot back, her composure cracking. But what of freedom, Tuf? What of choice? My people can be selfish, short-sighted fools, but they are people. They have the right to decide for themselves about children, if they have them, and how many. Who in all the hells appointed you to make that choice for an entire world? Who authorized you to sterilize our future? Her voice rose, fueled by a building fury. You're no better than we are. You're just human, Tuf. A bizarre and peculiar human, I'll grant you, but human all the same. What gives you the divine right to play God with our lives? The Ark? Haviland Tuf said with utter simplicity. Blackjack writhed in her arms, suddenly agitated, and she let him drop to the deck, her eyes never leaving Tuf's impassive pale face. A violent urge washed over her to hit him, to shatter that mask of detached certainty, to make him feel something. I warned you, Tuf, she said, her voice trembling. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Remember that? My memory functions optimally. A pity your morality can't say the same, Tali Mooney retorted, her tone biting and sarcastic. Blackjack emitted a low growl in agreement at her feet. Why did I ever help you keep this cursed ship? What a colossal idiot I was. You've been marinating in your own power fantasy for too long. Do you think there was some cosmic election? Did someone just hand you a godhood badge? Bureaucrats are appointed, Tuf observed. Gods, to the extent they exist, are selected by other means. I profess no mythological divinity, yet I submit that I wield a god's power, a truth you acknowledged long ago when you first came to me seeking miraculous sustenance. He raised a hand to forestall her outburst. Please, allow me to conclude. We are not so dissimilar, Tali Mooney. We are nothing alike, she screamed, the sound tearing from her. We are not so different, he repeated, calm and implacable. You once stated you were not a religious woman. I do not traffic in myths. I began as a mere trader, yet since acquiring this vessel named Ark, I have found myself persistently haunted by gods, prophets, and demons. Noah's flood, the plagues of Moses, miraculous bread, manna from heaven, pillars of fire, wives turned to salt. I have had an intimate, if unwilling, acquaintance with them all. You demand I declare myself a god. I make no such proclamation, and yet it must be acknowledged that my initial deed aboard this vessel so many years past was to resurrect the dead. He gestured with deliberate weight toward a console several yards away. That is the precise location where I enacted that first wonder, Tali Mooney. Furthermore, I do possess powers of a divine scale and engage in the fate of entire worlds. Given that I command such celestial abilities, can I in good conscience refuse the parallel duty, the immense weight of ethical command? I believe I cannot. She wished to respond, but her voice failed her. He's completely mad, Tali Moon thought. Moreover, Tuf continued, the catastrophe unfolding on Suthlam was of a character that permitted resolution solely through divine intercession. Imagine for a moment that I had agreed to sell you the Ark as you requested. Do you genuinely believe any assembly of ecologists and biotechnicians, however brilliant and devoted, could have fashioned a permanent remedy? I am convinced you are too astute to harbor such a delusion. Undoubtedly, with all the capabilities of this seed ship at their disposal, these individuals, geniuses whose intellects and schooling far exceed my own, would have concocted a series of clever temporary reprieves, perhaps granting the Suthlamese another century or two of unchecked proliferation, maybe even 3 or 4. Yet in the end, their solutions would have faltered, just as my own modest efforts failed 5 years ago, and 5 years before that, and just as every innovation your technocrats ever engineered ultimately proved inadequate. Tali Moon, there exists no logical, fair, scientific, technological, or merely human answer to the predicament of a population multiplying in a frantic geometric spiral. It yields only to miracles, to multiplied loaves and fishes, to sustenance falling from the sky. Twice, I have failed as an ecological engineer. Now I intend to succeed as the deity Suthlam desperately needs. Were I to approach this as a mortal for a third attempt, a third failure would be certain, and then your troubles would be concluded by deities far more merciless than I by the 4 legendary riders known as plague, hunger, conflict, and demise. Consequently, I must relinquish my humanity and perform as a god. He halted, regarding her, his eyelids fluttering. You abandoned your cursed humanity an eternity ago, she shouted at him, her anger boiling over. But you're no god, Tuf. A demon, perhaps. A whining megalomaniac, absolutely. Maybe a monster, yes, a wretched aberration. A monster, but no god. A monster, Tuf echoed. Indeed. He blinked. I had hoped someone of your acknowledged intellectual caliber and capability might demonstrate greater comprehension. He blinked again. 2 times. 3. His elongated, pale countenance remained impassive as ever. Yet there was an unfamiliar quality in Tuf's voice that unsettled her, a bewildering and alarming tremor that sounded almost like feeling. You defame me profoundly, Tolly, he objected. Blackjack issued a faint, mournful meow. Your feline companion exhibits a sharper understanding of the stark realities we face, Tuf remarked. Perhaps I should commence my explanation anew from the start. Monster, she stated. Tuf blinked. My endeavors are perpetually undervalued and met solely with unjust slander. Monster, she said again. His right hand momentarily clenched into a fist, then opened with slow, measured intent. It seems some mental spasm has drastically contracted your lexicon, First Counselor. No, she replied, but that's the only word that fits you. Damn it all, indeed, said Tuf. In that case, being a monster, it is only fitting I behave monstrously. Ponder that, if you will, as you wrestle with your choice, First Counselor. Blackjack suddenly lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Tuf as if observing some invisible thing fluttering about that pallid face. He began to hiss, his dense silver-gray fur bristled gradually as he retreated. Tollymoon leaned down and gathered him into her arms. The cat shivered against her and hissed once more. What is it? She asked, her voice distant and preoccupied. What decision? You've been the one calling every single shot. What in the world are you even referring to? Tollymoon snapped. Allow me to clarify that, at this precise moment, not one mana spore has been dispersed into Suthlam's atmosphere, Haviland Tuf stated calmly. She let out a derisive snort. And, you've already struck your deal. I can't do a thing to prevent it. True. Unfortunate, perhaps an alternative will yet present itself to you. In the interim, I propose we adjourn to my quarters. Dax is anticipating his supper. I have prepared a rather exquisite cream of mushroom bisque for our consumption, accompanied by a chilled great beer from Mogoon, a libation robust enough to satisfy deities or beasts. Additionally, my communication array remains at your disposal, should you feel compelled to contact your governing body. Tollymoon began to form a sharp retort, then halted, her expression shifting to one of stunned realization. Are you implying what I believe you are? That is challenging to ascertain, Tuf replied. You are the individual currently in possession of a psionic feline, madam. The journey to his quarters felt interminably quiet, and the subsequent meal was an exercise in prolonged discomfort. They dined in a secluded corner of the elongated communications chamber, enveloped by silent consoles, blank telescreens, and the watchful presence of cats. Tuf sat with Dax draped over his knees, consuming his soup with meticulous, unhurried spoonfuls. Across the table, Tollymoon ate mechanically, the flavors lost on her. Appetite had deserted her, replaced by a heavy sense of age, a dizzying disorientation, and a cold, sharp fear. Blackjack mirrored her inner turmoil. His usual calm had shattered, and he crouched in her lap, only occasionally raising his head to issue a low, warning growl toward Dax. Then, inevitably, the moment came. A low buzz and a persistent, flashing blue light signaled an incoming transmission. Tollymoon jolted at the sound, her chair screeching backward as she twisted sharply in her seat. Blackjack sprang away, startled. She began to stand, then hesitated, trapped in uncertainty. I have issued explicit instructions that I am not to be interrupted during meals, Tuf announced. Therefore, by process of elimination, that call is undoubtedly for you. The blue light pulsed off, on, in a relentless rhythm. You're no sniveling deity, Tolly Moon said, her voice low. And neither am I, damn it all. I never asked for this cursed responsibility, Tuf. The light continued its silent flashing. Perhaps it is Commander Wald Ober, Tuf suggested. I advise you to answer before he commences a countdown. No one has that authority, Tuf, she insisted. Not you. Certainly not me. He offered only a slow, heavy shrug. The light flashed. Blackjack emitted a distressed yowl. Tolly Moon took 2 decisive steps toward the console, stopped, and turned back to face Tuf. A sudden, fierce clarity washed over her. Creation is an essential facet of divinity, she declared. You can dismantle Tuf, but you cannot truly create. That fundamental lack is what renders you a monster, not a god. The generation of life within my cloning tanks is a routine and ordinary aspect of my vocation, Tuf stated. The light flashed on, died, and flashed again. No, she countered, her conviction solidifying. You reproduce life there. You don't conjure it from nothing. It must have existed before, somewhere in the universe, and you require a cell sample, a fossil trace, something, or you are powerless? Damn right. Oh, you hold a power of creation, all right? The exact same damned power I possess, and that every man and woman crammed into the Undercity holds. Procreation, Tuf, that's the terrifying power, that's the only genuine miracle, the one human act that echoes the divine, and the very thing your plan seeks to strip from 99.9% of Suthlam's population. The hell you are! You're no creator, you're no god, indeed, said Haviland Tuf, his face an impassive mask. So you lack the right to make decisions befitting a god, she finished, and I'll be damned if I claim that right either. She strode to the console in 3 swift, assured steps and activated the control. A telescreen swirled with color before resolving into the polished visage of a battle helmet, adorned with a stylized global emblem. Twin sensor lenses glowed a fierce crimson behind a dark plasteel faceplate. Commander Ober, she said. First, Counselor Mune, replied Wald Ober's filtered voice. I was growing concerned. The Allied ambassadors are feeding the news feeds all sorts of wild speculation. They're talking about peace treaties and a new golden age. Can you confirm any of this? What is actually happening? Is there a problem? She asked. Yes, Tolly Moon replied. Listen to me, Ober, and Haviland Tuf. Tuf interjected. She spun to face him. What? If the ability to procreate is the defining characteristic of a god, Tuf stated calmly, then one must logically conclude that cats are also divine. They too replicate themselves. I feel compelled to observe that, in a remarkably brief span, you have managed to accumulate a larger feline population than I possess, despite beginning with only a single pair. She frowned. What is your point? She muted the audio feed so Tuf's voice would not carry. On the screen, Wald Ober gestured in sudden, confused silence. Haviland Tuf steepled his fingers. I am simply noting that, while I hold a deep appreciation for cats, I nevertheless take measures to manage their reproduction. I arrived at this policy after thorough deliberation and the careful evaluation of all possible outcomes. In the end, as you will inevitably learn, there are only 2 core choices. You must either accept the necessity of limiting your cat's fertility, a process conducted entirely without their consultation, I should add, or if you refuse, you will one day certainly find yourself preparing to jettison a sack of newborn kittens into the airless void of space. To make no choice is to have chosen. A refusal to decide because you feel you lack the authority is itself a decisive act. First Counselor, in abstaining, you cast your vote. Tuf, she said, her voice strained with anguish, stop it. I never wanted this cursed authority. Dax leaped onto the table and fixed his golden gaze upon her. Godhood is an occupation even more rigorous than ecology, Tuf remarked, though one might observe that I was aware the position came with significant burdens when I assumed its responsibilities. It's not the same, she began, stumbling over her words. You can't compare them. Kittens and babies aren't, they're people. They have minds, they have hearts, not just the capacity to reproduce. They're reasoning beings. The choice is theirs, not mine. I can't possibly make it for them. Not for the millions, not for the billions. Indeed, said Tuf. I had momentarily overlooked the celebrated rational faculties of Suthlum's populace. Undoubtedly, when confronted with the specters of war, famine, and pestilence, these billions will collectively alter their behavior and skillfully avert the catastrophe looming over Suthlum and its proud spires. How curious that I failed to recognize this obvious solution. They held each other's gaze. Dax began to purr, a low, rumbling sound that filled the quiet room. Then the cat looked away and started lapping cream of mushroom bisque from Tuf's bowl. Blackjack rubbed against her leg, watching Dax warily as he prowled across the deck. Tolly Moon turned back to the console with a slowness that felt eternal. A day, a week, a year, a lifetime. It felt as though she was carrying the weight of 40 billion lifetimes, yet when the turn was complete, only an instant had passed, and those potential lives vanished as if they had never existed. She looked at the cold, silent visage of Wald Ober on the comm screen, and in the dark, reflective surface she saw mirrored the faceless terror of war, and behind it blazed the desperate, hungry eyes of starvation and plague. She reactivated the audio. What is happening there? Wald Ober was demanding, his voice repeating. First Counselor, I cannot hear you. What are your instructions? Do you copy? What is going on? Commander Ober, Tolly Moon said. She forced her lips into a wide, bright smile. What seems to be the trouble? She swallowed hard. Trouble? None. None whatsoever. Good heavens, everything is perfectly wonderful. The war is concluded, and so is the crisis, Commander. Are you being coerced? Waldober snapped. No, she said swiftly. Why would you suggest that? Tears, he answered. I can see tears on your face, First Counselor. Tears of happiness, Commander. Pure joy, manna, Ober. That's what he calls it, manna from the heavens. She gave a light, airy laugh that felt foreign in her throat. Sustenance from the stars, Tuf is a genius, sometimes. She bit down on her lip hard enough to taste copper. Sometimes I even catch myself thinking he might be... Might be what? A god, she whispered. Tolly Moon pressed a button and the screen faded to black. History would remember her by many names, but here in this quiet moment she was simply herself.